Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Hi, thank you. Thank you for joining us. My name is Barb Lundrowski. I'm with the Farm Credit Administration. Thank you all for coming here so early this morning. Before we begin our official program, just a few housekeeping notes for everyone. We are live streaming, so be mindful of that. The facilities are out the door to the left, all the way down the hall, and to the left of the Event Center offices. You're welcome to go on the balcony if you like during our breaks, and this is a non-smoking campus. For those of you who took the shuttle over, the shuttle will return you to the Hilton if you would like to do that. You can also walk if you would like, and of course there's the ride-sharing option as well. We will, if anyone needs the Wi-Fi password, you just have to go to the guest, and there's no password needed for that Wi-Fi. And also as a reminder, and we'll talk a little bit about this a little bit later on, transportation to the evening event is also your own transportation. So we're going to get started with the official program. And may I please introduce Dean James Pritchard.
Barbara, thank you. And would you please recognize Barbara for the great work she's done to pull this event together? Good morning and welcome. We're so excited to have you here at Colorado State University. As Barbara mentioned, I'm James Pritchett, Dean of the College of Agricultural Sciences and the Director of the Ag Experiment Station. You know, we like to start off this kind of an event with a moment of reflection, thinking a little bit about the importance of the job we do relative to our country. So would you please rise for a moment for the posting of our colors. These will be posted by a joint honor color guard of our Ram Battalion, ROTC, and Detachment 90, Air Force, ROTC. Thank you. You may be seated. Well, I can't think of a better way to start off our day than that moment of reflection, and also maybe take a moment just to look outside at our beautiful Colorado State University campus, where yesterday I think you were greeted, some of you to Colorado, by seeing all 4 seasons at the same time. This is kind of a special season across the United States and here in Colorado for agriculture, because we're thinking about how the calendar page is turning just a bit, isn't it? And there's no better week during National Ag Week to celebrate agriculture and to think about what's taking place in the future. And that's what brings us together today, isn't it? Thinking about young and beginning and small farmers, thinking about the future of agriculture and what our role is together, how we can work together in order to be able to make that future sound. I think a little bit about that, about what that takes and what that investment is and how we're committed to that, and thinking about the great conversations we're going to have today. In fact, let me suggest to you that today is a good day with that turning of the page of the calendar to be able to do things just a little bit different. How often do you get the chance to get out of the office or maybe out of the city you're in and actually reflect and think about what we want to be able to do? How often do you get to build relationships with people that you've not met before or people that you haven't, especially in the last few years, been able to connect with? And how often do you get the chance to really think about moments in a day like today that will change your way of thinking? Maybe they just turn it on a side a little bit, maybe it defies your expectations, but you'll sit at your table and you'll think just for a second, aha, maybe that's a little different. I want you to remember that aha moment. Maybe even take out your pen and jot a little note. You've got those good College of Ag Sciences pens at your table. You can jot down that note, because at the end of the day, I'm going to walk out here having seen what you've done and heard your conversations, and I'm going to ask you for those aha moments, just a few moments of reflection that you've had during the day where you've said, hey, maybe I think about things just a little bit differently. And maybe that comes through observation. You know, I've had aha moments the last few years when we brought in a new president for Colorado State University, President Joyce McConnell. And lo and behold, not long after President McConnell became president here and began to work here, there was a little thing called a pandemic. Maybe you've heard about it. That really changed our way of thinking. And one of the things that impresses me the most is to be able to observe a leader in action who can take that moment in time and be able to build consensus around it, to make everybody feel secure, and then to lead the way. And that's what we have in our 15th president of Colorado State University, here to provide some welcoming remarks. Please join me in welcoming President Joyce McConnell to the stage.
I have had a lot of aha moments, so I appreciate that invitation and wonderful welcome from James. One of my aha moments every time I see our flag and have a moment to reflect is how precious our country is and our freedoms are. And with the war in Ukraine, I think we all feel that even more dramatically, that this is a very, very special country. And so I want to thank CSU, ROTC, Color Guard for giving us this moment to celebrate who we are and how important our country is, not just to us, but to the world. I want to thank you all for being here today. This is very, very exciting to see so many of you here with us today to share in sharing of knowledge and relationships and building the kind of connections that we know are necessary to support our next generation of farmers and ranchers. This is a really important forum, and I feel very privileged to be able to host this at Colorado State University. I know it's been going on for a long time, and it travels around and is hosted at different places every other year. But we're very, very proud at Colorado State University of our land-grant history, 150 years of caring deeply and teaching about agriculture. It's really amazing for me to be able to play a role in the future of agriculture in Colorado and to be part of this amazing 150-year legacy. I like to tell the story of when I was interviewing for the presidency. I had come from West Virginia University, another great land grant where I'd been for 24 years, and one of the board members asked me if I knew anything about agriculture. And I said, yes, I do. I said, but there's a big difference between a 40-acre plot in West Virginia, which is considered large, and a 10,000-acre ranch in Colorado. And so what I've been able to do in the last 2.5 years, because so many of you have been so generous, and James has been a phenomenal dean, is to teach me about agriculture in Colorado. I had a great privilege this summer, once there was a little bit of a break in the pandemic, to go all over Colorado and visit our ag experiment stations. And that was extraordinarily meaningful to me because I got to see what we were actually doing in the field for the first time since I had been here because we hadn't been able to travel and visit during the 2.5 years. I am really honored to be part of the legacy of Colorado State University. Just this spring, we launched our Courageous Strategic Transformation. James said, you know, the pandemic was a pivotal point for us. It is for all of higher education. I'm sure you feel that it is for all of you as well. And one of the things I always say is never squander a crisis. Crisis is a wonderful time to be able to reflect, make plans, move forward, and build a better future. And that's what we've been doing with Courageous Strategic Transformation, in which we commit to continuing to serve our state, the West, and partnering across Colorado to build a stronger future together. Our Courageous Strategic Transformation has agriculture, water, soil, animal health, human health, development of rural communities, services to rural communities spread throughout the transformation plan because we believe we have a responsibility to Colorado. The mission of the Farm Credit Administration is very much in line with our Courageous Strategic Transformation goals. That makes it even better to be hosting this today. FCA's mission, as you know, is to ensure a safe, sound, and dependable source of credit for all eligible persons in agriculture and rural America. But you know, it's not just about credit. It's also about the development and health and vibrancy of our rural communities. And without that credit, our communities will not be what we know they have the potential to be. Having this kind of credit is critical to farmers at all stages of their journey, from starting out to growing their business to changing practices to meet market demands. And credit is really about trust on both sides. It represents trust from the Farm Credit Administration and the farmers, ranchers, and entrepreneurs you support. And it leads to trust from all of you pursuing farming and ranching. You trust the FCA to be a partner during good times and challenging times. Colorado State aspires to have exactly that kind of relationship of mutual trust with our rural partners, including farmers and ranchers. We trust in you to take the risks that lead to the development of innovations, creative new paths, and best practices in the field, and literally in the field. One of the things I saw this summer, everywhere I went, was the incredible commitment of people to farming and ranching in Colorado, the phenomenal innovation that goes on to keep everything running. We trust in you to build a sustainable foundation for our future in terms whether that means sustainable agriculture practices, food security, or economically healthy rural communities. We have something called the Rural Initiative, which is actually part of Colorado State University and Colorado State University's system. And our Rural Initiative is to support rural communities all over Colorado in many different ways. Economic development, youth support. If you remember, a land-grant institution is more powerful than other institutions because we have extension, and we have it in all 64 counties in Colorado. We were able to get a grant from the legislature last year. It's called, to build on a program we had started called Agribility, which is to address mental health needs in our rural communities that are terribly underserved and really suffering. We're really proud of this rural initiative, declaring that it's about supporting farmers and ranchers and youth and the elderly and people generally, but it's also that we understand that we play a role in the development of our amazing rural communities where people want to stay, where they want to invest and where they want to raise families. And we want to be part of that future. Our researchers, as you know, are really phenomenal. We have agricultural economists, food scientists, experts in water resource management, and we are working with all of our researchers and Extension and the Ag Experiment Stations to do everything we can to support agriculture, ranching in Colorado. We're also educating students who are the future, and many of you sitting here may actually be alumni of Colorado State University. We're really proud of the remarkable people who come to college here, who get to work with a phenomenal dean like Dean Pritchett, phenomenal faculty, build their relationships with other students, and then continue the great legacy of agriculture, whether it's here or throughout the country or even internationally. We challenge our students to think creatively, outside of the box and out in the field, and to see themselves as global citizens and stewards of our shared future. This summer, we had a program where we had 60 students doing research on particular problems throughout Colorado. I wish you could have been there to see their presentations. It was phenomenal. The work they were doing really made a difference to individuals and to communities. Over the course of today, you'll be talking about both the challenges and the opportunities ahead for farmers, ranchers, and those like the Farm Credit Administration who seek to support you. I'm excited that you're having these conversations today because conversations build trust, and having trust builds collaboration and partnerships. And what we know from the pandemic, really know now in our hearts, is being alone is not the way to build a wonderful future. I'm excited to have the opportunity to build that future with all of you. Thank you so much for being here with us at Colorado State University. Thank you.
Thank you, President McConnell. I had one of those aha moments while she was there. I was thinking, make plans, move forward, build a better future, right? Make plans, move forward, build a better future. I think that's appropriate for what we're thinking about and talking about today. And to set that stage for us, it's my pleasure to welcome the chairman of the Farm Credit Administration, the Honorable Chairman Glenn Smith, for his remarks.
Good morning. Welcome all. What a view, huh? Our staff commented that we don't have a view like that in Washington, D.C. So this is great. I already consider this event to be a smashing success with a good get acquainted session last night, and our participation numbers greatly exceeded our expectations. By the way, we're going to be privileged to have the State of Colorado's Commissioner of Agriculture, Karen Greenberg, is going to be joining us here about lunchtime. I'm sure she had a big day yesterday with the National Ag Day, and we're thrilled to have her with us. President McConnell, Dean Pritchett, thank you very much. You make wonderful, wonderful hosts, and thank you so much for having us here on your beautiful campus. I know it takes a team effort. I know Barbara worked with a number of people on your team to host such an event, coordination of talented people. Hesitate to name them individually because it's quite a list, but could we have the CSU people, the staff that helped with this event, please stand? Don't be bashful. Thank you. Thank you for all your help. Colorado State University has been a wonderful source of graduate talent for the Farm Credit Administration, for the Farm Credit System, who we regulate, USDA, and a number of financial institutions. And I just had a meeting with our examiners down in Denver yesterday at their field office, and I would guess about half of them at least were CSU graduates. So go Rams, right? And we'll continue to look to CSU as a source of needed talent, particularly today, as the challenge of replacing people my age that are retiring, and we certainly, that's an ongoing effort. I serve as Chairman and CEO of the Farm Credit Administration, which is the regulator of the farm credit system. The farm credit system is our nation's largest provider of financing to American agriculture. Together with Farmer Mac, which we also regulate, it totals almost $400 billion in lending and closing in on almost $500 billion in assets. Those numbers were, I'm sure, well beyond the imagination of Congress when they created the Farm Credit System in 1916. And that's what my agency, the Farm Credit Administration, answers to Congress to ensure the safety and soundness of the system, as well as setting policy that we believe is beneficial to American agriculture. I won't kid you, that's quite a responsibility, and a responsibility that my fellow board member Jeff Hall and I take very seriously. And by the way, Jeff sends his regards. He's holding up the ship there on the East Coast. Jeff and I think very much alike, and I think that's probably as a result of that we've gotten a lot done in the agency in the last several years, despite the challenges of COVID. Jeff and I believe that promoting lending to YBS farmers and ranchers is good policy, and we've been undertaking steps to encourage that growth, including this conference. A year ago last fall, the system was a key participant in a large virtual symposium hosted by USDA. The intent was to increase collaboration between the local FSA loan officers and conventional lenders in the guaranteed loan arena. It's been our observation. I've traveled extensively, probably well over 25, 30 states in the several years I've been with FCA. There's a very high correlation of successful YBS programs to a high degree of cooperation with FSA, particularly in the guaranteed program. More on this we'll expect from FSA later on today and tomorrow. FCA also co-sponsored a similar event to this, actually the first event in the University of Nebraska in Lincoln last November, at the invitation of a U.S. congressman. We expect more conferences like that to follow, and I can tell you, as I visit with congressmen on the Hill, occasionally I have hearings in front of House subcommittees. There's nothing that brings a smile to the face of congressmen more than to talk about the efforts that the system is doing and what FCA is doing to encourage programs for YBS. Transcends aisles, transcends politics. If I want to get a safe harbor, as I'm sitting there on the microphone in a hearing, right, which isn't a real comfortable spot to be in, by the way, I mention and talk about our YBS programs in the system. I'm happy to say, and I started looking this soon after I came to FCA 4.5 years ago, the first thing we needed to do was to modernize the numbers, to come up with some more accurate numbers. So we had a good baseline. We created an Office of Data Analytics to work in conjunction with our FCA examiners and the system institutions to hopefully streamline that and to get more accuracy, because how do you judge progress unless you have an accurate baseline? And I'm very happy and proud to say that after 2 years of modernizing the collection of data, at a board meeting last summer, we had a report that showed a dramatic increase in all three categories: small, beginning, and small, beginning, and young. So it's pretty exciting stuff for those of us aboard and the staff that's worked hard to advance that. But numbers and dollars aren't the only consideration. Gina, I think you pointed that out to me here yesterday, and Gina heads up a very vibrant YBS program. It's not the only consideration. We believe that robust YBS programs offer opportunities for growth in historically underserved groups. Gary Madsen, over here on this table, a good example of that was your excellent results in outreach to your veterans groups. Those are the type of best practices that we want to replicate throughout the country. Last week, FCA met with the board of the Native American Agricultural Fund. And it was such a good meeting, we invited them to come here. And somebody's waving to me at the back of the room. Is that you, Tony? Welcome, welcome. I was going to hold my remarks off until you got here, but I'm going to tell you, we're glad to have you. That's CEO Tony Stanger McLaughlin with that group. And Tony, it's my understanding that your group will be meeting very soon with the Farm Credit Institution to discuss forming a financial entity that will leverage your assets to best serve your constituents. Wish you the best of success on that. Now, that's the type of best practice that not only do we wish them the best of success in this instance, but it can be replicated and modeled throughout the country. And that's the type of lending activity that FCA very strongly supports. On my plane trip over from DC earlier this week, I picked up a little short book at the airport. It's a self-help book by John C. Maxwell, one of the leadership experts, entitled How Successful People Think. I decided here years ago I love to read, but I needed to work up here a little bit besides just recreation, right? And this was a neat little read. If you happen to see it, the airport is only 120 pages, so I finished it on the plane ride over. But the book's chapters focused on different types of thinking. Big picture thinking, focused thinking, creative, shared thinking. But the one chapter that really, really hit home for me for this conference was a chapter entitled Possibility Thinking. I think that's what we're doing here today and tomorrow, creating possibilities for potentially thousands and thousands of young agriculturalists, igniting interest, nurturing hope, and providing the tools for the next generation of farmers and ranchers. That's what we want to accomplish through YBS. And now it is my distinct pleasure to introduce our next speaker, the Honorable Zach Ducheneaux. Now, when I was home for Christmas back in Iowa, I picked up my favorite magazine publication, Top Producer. And it featured, I'm going to embarrass Zach a little bit, it featured Zach and his daughter Kelsey, is that right, on the cover. They talk mostly about Kelsey, Zach, but that is good. That is good because it was talking about the succession plan on their ranch in South Dakota. But I kind of think you had a big part in starting a lot of that, right? So I figured this guy I got to meet. And I got hold of a good friend of FCA, David Grahn, and David left the room, so I can't embarrass him in front of the group. But David was our former director of policy at FCA, and USDA snagged him. He's now deputy general counsel at USDA. But I called on him to arrange a meeting in January, had a very good meeting. I found Administrator Ducheneaux and I really have a lot of similar interests. We both experienced some major, major challenges in obtaining financing early in our ag careers. Through perseverance, a lot of luck. I know I had a lot of luck. We both generated successful ranch and farm operations. And when called to serve in our nation's capital, we both needed to develop a succession plan for the next generation. One more thing, I think we both hate DC traffic with a passion. With our obvious shared passion for seeing young beginning generations to succeed, I was thrilled when Zach almost immediately agreed to speak at this conference. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Administrator, FSA Administrator, Mr. Zach Ducheneaux. Thank you.
Good morning. It's tough when someone introduces you so well. Sets the stage, sets the bar high. It's an honor to be here. I'm sure all of you are wondering how a ranch kid that went to Swiftbird Day School back in the 80s during the farm financial crisis came to be your FSA administrator. So what I'd like to do is take a little time so you can get to know me, so you can understand the philosophy that's behind the vision that I have for ag finance all across the country, not just in FSA Direct and guaranteed lending, but also for our finance partners out there in the philanthropic industry and elsewhere. As he mentioned, I'm the third generation on our place, probably the 1500th generation to do agriculture in that territory. My ancestors have been here stewarding buffalo, cultivating crops since well before the Bering Straits were ever a thing, and the Bering Strait theory. So I'm really proud of both sides of my heritage. My grandpa was one of the first civil servants in our lineage. He served on our tribal council in the 1930s during the formative years when this nation was still wrestling with whether or not it wanted to have Indian people around or not. So come through some very tumultuous times, went on to serve as the tribal chairman for 4 terms. My dad grew up reading our tribal constitution, went on to serve 2 terms as a tribal chairman after serving on the tribal council. He ran for tribal chairman a little bit out of spite because they redistricted him out of his seat. So he said, well, I'll show them. He went on to run the tribal council very well. Did so in the midst of the farm financial crisis. And that's really where I had my formative years. So I'll tell you a little bit of how that came to be. But before I get too far into my comments, I want to make sure that I thank our team. Because any success that I'm able to be part of in the next period of time that I get to be your administrator is going to be because of the team that's around me. And we've got Bill Cobb here and Sarah Campbell, both integral parts of all of the work that the FSA does at the headquarters office. And he mentioned Mr. Grahn, one of the smartest guys I've ever met in my life. So my honor to lead this team came about December of 2020, just before the pandemic. And we had just had our annual conference at the Intertribal Ag Council. No, this was during pandemic, so it would have been later than that. Yeah, December 2020. I'm reflecting on this, doing some of the reflection that the president and the dean encouraged us to do. And an email comes across my screen. And someone has notified us that you might be interested in a role with the Biden-Harris team. And I had my dream job. I was the executive director of the Intertribal Agriculture Council. In the last 10 years, I've been able to put my feet on over 250 Indian reservations and help producers access USDA programs and services doing that. So I wasn't looking for work, and I didn't submit a resume. But when I got that email, I thought, well, you've been going around the country shooting your mouth off about what the USDA should be doing for the last 15 years professionally. Maybe you should put up or shut up. And I decided in that moment of reflection, I'm not going to shut up. So I sent a letter in and a resume, such as it is. And in that letter, I expressed my concern about the state of ag finance in this country. And the fact that we have farmer and rancher stress relief networks as a matter of federal policy, I think is really short-sighted and ignoring the issue. And that if I could be part of a solution that helped eliminate the need for that, sign me up, I would be there inauguration day. If not, here's what the IAC is doing, here's what Akiptan's doing, or CDFI. Let's talk about these solutions. So lo and behold, I got an interview, and I'll be darned if they didn't hire me to be the Farm Service Agency Administrator. And it's been the fastest 14 months of my life, been among the most enjoyable 14 months of my life, and I'm truly honored to be your administrator. And I mean that when I say it. I am accessible. I give my email and phone number out at every one of these things. despite the better advice of my staff. They say, Zach, you're not going to get nothing else done. I say, well, if I have to burn a little extra midnight oil to answer emails and answer phone calls, that's the least I can do to have this honor. Colorado State University is a good place for this. It's a good place for my friend Chairman Smith to introduce me and tease me about how much smarter my daughter is than I am, properly. She graduated from CSU with an integrated resource management degree, so thanks to President O'Connell, Dean Pritchett, for making that accessible for a young beginning farmer to do from her house on her farm. She did that mostly remote and did a couple internships around the country, and now has taken our place to the next level. I stepped away in February when I got this job, February of last year, because our ethics folks said, well, if you're going to have cows, you got to be quiet about that. If you're going to have financing, you're going to have to be quiet about that. And I'm not real good at being quiet. There's some folks in the audience that can verify that already. I'm also not exceptionally good at taking no for an answer. If I have read something and I think I can find a way, I tend to elevate the conversations, and that's how I come to know Mr. Cobb and the former Deputy Administrator of Farm Loan Programs, Chris Byerhelm, working FSA loans with producers who had no other options in the world, and helping the FSA find flexibility within their own handbooks to actually serve these producers. You're all familiar that the Farm Service Agency and the USDA have been sued by a couple of different groups over the last few decades, the black farmers, the Native American farmers. And had the FSA done what it could have and should have done, and in fact was required by law to do, but chose not to, we could have avoided all of that, and probably could have avoided the farm financial crisis of the 1980s, despite the high interest rates, because a position was taken on the deferral of payments that didn't align with the reality of keeping producers on the land. When I first started in the agriculture industry, it was 1993, I just found out that I was going to have Kelsey, and I thought, well, you know, my plan was to go to college here, get a law degree, be a lawyer, be rich, have a yacht, all of that stuff. But I got to reflecting again on my life and where I was, and I had grown to be pretty proud of who I was, what I could do, what ranching had given me in the form of personal skills, and I thought, well, that's a pretty good place to raise a kid. I'm going to go on back there and help the old man on the place, because he was in his 60s at this point in time. Hadn't really had a talk about a transition, but welcomed us into the deal. In fact, after we had started down this path, Dad called my brother Guthrie and I into the kitchen there, and he was drinking his coffee and I was, and Guthrie didn't drink coffee, still doesn't. I don't know how he does that. But he said, well, you know, it's getting to be about that time. One of you guys should probably think about stepping up and doing this. And there's an old saying that when you're 24, you can't believe how much your father learned in the last 6 years. And I was there. When I was 15, 16, I was languishing around in the living room. One morning, Dad had gone out to do chores, and Mom said, Zach, get out there and help your dad. What are you doing in here? What would you, if he died tomorrow, you'd have to run this whole place. And I said, well, no, Mom, I think we'd probably sell it, and then we'd move to town, and you'd get a job and take care of us. And she chased me out of the house pretty quick after that. Both Mom and Dad are gone now, and they didn't get to see this. I still wear his vest. And I get emotional about this part, but growing up in those times, I didn't know we were dirt poor and didn't know where we were getting our groceries. Because Mom and Dad managed their stress, had the adult conversations separate from the kids. I don't know if even my older sisters knew. One of my fondest memories is going out to the old junk pile that used to stand next to the old garage there makeshift garage we had. Saw the old man out there, and he was picking up a tire, and he'd look at it, he'd throw it down, he'd pick up a tire, and he'd look at it, he'd throw it down. And I went out and started helping, and I didn't realize that we were looking for the best, worst tire on the place to put on the car so we could get to town. So the dad could, on his word, borrow again from the local grocery store owner to feed his 7 kids. Because the Production Credit Association decided we're not going to do this with Indians anymore because we've got a couple of bad apples out there, and stopped extending operating capital on the Cheyenne River Sioux Indian Reservation. So had I known then what the reality was, I might not have pursued the path that I pursued. I did. I got cattle in 1993 at the peak of the cattle cycle. Tried to sell cattle in 1994 at the bottom of the cattle cycle, and needed off-farm income like 89% of our other farmers and ranchers today need off-farm income. I found a job with the Intertribal Agriculture Council, serving as a farm advocate, learning from the likes of Luann Kling and Betty Puckett and Benny Bunting. Put me on a trajectory to learn from the likes of Janie Hipp and Ross Racine, who were tireless farm advocates and kept pushing at the federal government to do better by all farmers, but especially by Native American farmers, which was our bailiwick back then. So that's where I learned to not take no for an answer. And I learned that in a lot of cases, the interpretation of your local officials may not be actually even their reading of what their handbook says. It might just be what somebody told them, and somebody might have got a word or two wrong. And it's like that kindergarten game of telephone where you whisper in someone's ear, but by the time you get to the other end, it's a totally different message. So they taught us, Luann, the folks at FLAG, the folks at Farm Aid, taught us to get into those handbooks, get into those regulations, read that, and make your case and help those producers. Spent countless hours and countless miles on the road at kitchen tables, out on farm sites, talking with farmers, ranchers about their financial realities, empathizing with them, letting them know, I know exactly where you're coming from. Let's see what we can do. Keeping them on the farm. But if you think about that telephone game or telegraph game, whatever it's called, maybe I got that part wrong. Getting a couple words wrong can really change the whole message. And giving emphasis to a couple words can really change an entire outcome. And for the last 3 decades, our work at the Farm Service Agency, Farmers Home Administration and Lending, has emphasized credit elsewhere in 7 USC. I want to change that. And I don't even need to change the statute to change the approach. Because right after that, it says to meet the actual needs of the producer. And we forgot about the actual needs a long time ago. Actual needs are family, community, environment, country. And if we've got our producers on a treadmill where they are only able to devote their weekends and evenings or early mornings to their farming or ranching operation, are we meeting their actual needs? I say no. So my philosophy and my goal while I'm at the Farm Service Agency is going to be to try to bring that to bear. Think about what's the actual needs of that producer. And can we flex our ability to serve enough to meet those actual needs? Or do we need to change the way we're doing things? In a lot of cases, we can find that flexibility. I mentioned my farm advocacy work. I went on to work full-time for the Intertribal Agriculture Council as a technical assistance program director, standing up a network of farm advocates all across the country on the heels of the Keepseagle lawsuit. And the flexibility that the Farm Service Agency has is so great that we were even able to take one of the named plaintiffs through primary loan servicing that would have kept them on the farm had they not even got the debt settlement. Now think about that for a minute. This person, this couple, had been so poorly treated that they were chosen among thousands of others to be the example of poor treatment by the United States Department of Agriculture. But we still could put together a plan under existing regulations to right the ship from. That's the flexibility that we need to try to exercise at the beginning of these relationships, instead of waiting until things really fall apart. And I see a lot of the folks in this room are doing that now with the young beginning farmers and ranchers. You know, deferrals of the first couple of years' principal payments to help get your feet under you. That's fantastic. I think we should do more of it. I think FSA should find more ways to support your efforts to do that. But we also have to make sure that the FSA is there to provide for the actual needs of our borrowers, not just incentivize credit elsewhere. Because there's going to be other farmers that maybe aren't young in beginning. They might be me, say, in my 30s, without an FSA guaranteed loan and a banker that adopted this flexibility where we could re-amortize our deal, stretch it out further to facilitate that generational transfer. He made it comfortable for my dad to turn the place over to us instead of having to have us fight and claw to try to get financing to do it, and then maybe not being able to, and Dad having to make a choice. But because there was flexibility in our guaranteed loan processes, he was able to do that. And to this day, that's the only banker I've met that volunteered that. And I don't know why. And maybe someone here can enlighten me on that. But so serving as your administrator, I have the good fortune of not only overseeing the loan programs, maybe to a fault, Bill. The way Bill politely poses my approach to this is, well, you know, Zach's got a slightly divergent approach to what we've been doing for the last couple of decades. So I take him aside and I say, Bill, if I'm only doing it slightly, I got to start banging on stuff more because I really want to shift course here and make sure that while I'm here, we don't have to see a farmer or rancher or producer or vegetable grower that's trying go through foreclosure. And we don't necessarily have all of the tools we need for that right now. The increased loan limits helped us out a lot, but there are still some statutory prohibitions on our ability to help when borrowers do take that step out into the world and get an arrangement made with one of you all here through our guaranteed program. The challenge is our loan amounts don't match yours. And where we might have the flexibility to come in there and put together a workout plan that your regulators or your examiners or your board won't let you do, we don't have the capital. The money isn't there for us to do it, despite our best intentions and our goodwill. So that's one of the challenges we face. We've also got borrower graduation requirements, as though a upward and outward trajectory is the only way ranching or farming ever goes. What about a landing spot? We've got safety nets built below our farmers in every other aspect except finance. When things go to heck, there's a foreclosure, there's a sale, we make up 90% of the loss, 95% of the loss nowadays in some cases, and we got someone out of business. We can be that safety net for them with the right support, with the right cooperation from the industry. We've also got several farm programs that serve as those safety nets, and The Secretary has challenged us in those programs as well. Find flexibility, get out there and serve people. Some of the best ideas that we went on to implement in the last 14 months have come from meetings just like this, where I get up and shoot my mouth off and people ask me questions about, why don't you do this? And I say, that's a really good question. We're going to go back and ask why we don't do that. So this year, a lot of your customers were able to get assistance hauling forage to their cattle to cope with the drought from a question just like that. The fires that ravaged Kansas burnt up a lot of fences, but just damaged a few. Our previous practice was you got to tear the whole fence out, put in a brand new fence to get a cost share. Now, the producer can get paid to repair that disaster damage and get paid timely to do it. And those are suggestions that come from the producers. We are interested in those same suggestions from our friends in the lending industry because we know we do not have the capacity to do it ourselves. Our entire portfolio is about 10% or less of all of ag finance. So we need to be able to leverage that with our friends and partners out there in the system and in commercial credit and with our friends in the CDFI industry. You know, one of the really proud moments of my career at the Intertribal Ag Council was my boss and I were sitting over there in DC lamenting about the fact that we couldn't quite get Chris Byerhelm where we needed him on this one thing. And I said, why don't we just start a CDFI and we'll show them how Indians would do it if we had the money. And he took a sip of his beverage and he set it down. He said, go for it. So we took off on that trajectory and we created a CDFI to do community-based, relationship-based investing in producers. Because if you structure these things like an investment where you're a partner and you're getting a return on that investment, you're putting that producer in a position to amass assets, to amass working capital, to build resilience, so that the only option in a bad time isn't waiting for the government programs that we're able to deliver through our farm programs branch. By offering the producers this option, that multi-year deferral, we were able to put together a model where we could generate an internal rate of return of 10%. And you're thinking, man, you're a coyote. Here you are bitching about us, and you're doing 10%. But we're not taking any of the money out of the operation. We have an agreed upon return, and the producer can keep all of their heifer calves. They can keep their crop and put it into value-added ag production, because all they have to do is pay us 10 cents for every dollar we let them use for as long as we let them use it. And we had to set it at 10 cents so we could prove the model. At 10 cents, it's still a better deal for the first 5 years than an FSA loan. That same dollar with an FSA loan costs you about 17 cents for 7 years. So the producer is able to put that money back in the operation, grow their operation, have the projected number of cows with 2/3 of the financing. But we really had our eyes on philanthropy, because in philanthropy, they're starting to become more aware of agriculture and food systems, starting to talk about regenerative and environmental finance. But farmers and ranchers are relegated over here to the program committee of philanthropies, and you have to apply. I want to shift the paradigm on this, and I want us all to start to think about our farmers and ranchers and our producers as asset managers. When philanthropy talks to an asset manager, the conversation starts with, how much do we have to pay you to get us a return? Farmers and ranchers don't get that opportunity. Maybe they should. So the 10% number that we were used for our internal rate of return is CPI plus 5, so that a philanthropy can make its money to do its work, plus allow us a little bit to grow. The idea was we would eventually have enough money coming in the back door that we could do a leveling of that and bring it down closer to our cost of capital. But at the beginning, A CDFI's cost of capital is 3, 4, 5% if they're lucky. So they have to charge more for that work. And we at the FSA have the good fortune of having taxpayer capital at whatever the 30-year treasury rate is. So it's our duty to get it out the door as close to that as we can while covering our costs. We cover our costs on our real estate portion. The farm ownership loans, both in the direct and guaranteed portfolio, have a negative subsidy rate. That means the taxpayer makes money because we do those programs. Yet, we have limitations on the amount of it we can do. To me, that seems a little bit nonsensical, but my point here is the fact that those have a negative subsidy rate. It isn't because we go around and we foreclose on real estate and then we sell it at a profit. It's because we structure it for 40 years as a norm, and it's comfortable for the producer to pay it back so they can make those payments and do their other things and support their farm credit system debt or their farm or their local commercial debt with a guarantee. And my contention is if we take that same holistic approach to mitigating producers' debt service from production income, we're going to be able to make great strides towards the possibility that the Dean talked about. Because too many of our producers are trapped in this commodity cycle, this extractive commodity cycle, where next year's plan comes after a conversation with one of you all to see how much I can borrow. Instead of saying, well, my steer calves sold really good. I kept all my heifer calves. I want to sell this batch in the spring to get through to the next sale and breed a bunch. That's not the conversation that really happens very often in ag industry, but we need to move towards that. So if we start to look at them as asset managers and make long-term investments, the average age of the farmer or rancher is 57 years old. So I am one of your young, beginning farmers and ranchers. Odds are they've had debt for 57 years. Odds are they've paid 5, 6, 7% on that debt for a large portion of those 40 years since they've been ranching. That's a great opportunity for a long-term investment. If you catch one of these kids that just graduates out of the ag college here and says, hey, let's make a 40-year investment in your business plan, in your operation, and build flexibility in it. And you know, for that, we're going to need 5% return on our investment. You keep it as long as you want it, because 5% is pretty good for us. So it might be time for the industry, the finance industry, to take a look at how we do agriculture finance and not just expect our producers to do more with less, to take an off-farm job, to find a federal program to support what they're doing. Maybe we can take some of the weight off of these producers and help put them on a firmer financial footing. So that's my vision for what the FSA is going to try to do in the next 3 years. Going to need a lot of help, going to need a lot of good ideas. And you all are the experts in farm and ranch finance. So let's start to put our heads together on how we can get there in partnership. Because we don't want to compete with you, but if I can save a producer at the expense of one of your returns, you bet I'm going to do it. So you're going to have to compete with us too for that producer. And we'll give you the tools to help. We'll guarantee 95% of the debt. Seems like a pretty good place for some symbiosis. We've got a panel of folks that are going to talk to you about their stories that I'd like to invite up now so that they could give a short introduction of themselves. And then we're going to have a moderated session of question and answers for how long, Barb? Okay, we got a lot of time to talk. I'll take questions, they'll take questions, but would you all welcome to the stage Steve from, I got a bio here somewhere. I told him, you're forewarned, this is my first foray into moderation. Steve Cleveland, he's the Senior Vice President of Homestead Bank in Chadron, Nebraska. Steve, come on up. I'll let you do the rest of your introduction. You'll fill in the gaps. And we've got Crystal Kanabi, and she's a producer over there in eastern Kansas. I'm sorry, Nebraska. And we've got Kyle Perry, who's the Vice President of Customer Success at Farm Credit Services. Come on up. We'll grab a chair. Steve, why don't you go first?
Test, can you guys hear me? Well, you know, I'd like to introduce us as the Cornhusker team because we're all graduates of Nebraska's land-grant university. Now, we're not here to talk football. We kind of got our tail between our legs this day and age. So we won't take any questions regarding Husker football. We'll tell you that right now. Again, I'm Steve Cleveland. I'm a community banker in Chadron. We're a very rural bank. My average customer is probably, I'm going to say 50 miles from the bank, so we spend a lot of time at their kitchen tables. We engage the customers. That's what we do. We're a human interaction first bank with technology being second. So, you know, I've worked with many beginning farmers and ranchers through my 36-year career. That's probably the most enjoyable and satisfying thing that I could do is work with a beginning farmer and a rancher. I never regret. I do have some regrets. My regrets are always the ones that I didn't do, the loans that I said, we're just not in the position to do this, you're not in the position to do this, because I never found how it would have turned out. So, you know, we typically use the FSA Guarantee Program to help us leverage the FSA Guarantee to maybe make some loans so we can figure how they do turn out. So it's been a great partnership between First National Bank, or excuse me, Homestead Bank, and the agricultural community. Agricultural loans make up about 80% of our loan portfolio, so it is our lifeline. Community banks are the lifeline of many of the small communities in rural America. Without community banks, a lot of those communities would die. So, you know, we think that beginning farmers is critically important. We think that it's going to take some collaboration with FSA, the Farm Credit System, and community banks to really revitalize and get the young people back into the business.
Thank you very much. There we go. Crystal, would you like to go next?
Sure. Good morning. My name is Crystal Kanabi. As he shared, I farm in eastern Nebraska. That was not my plan as I came out of college. I received both my bachelor's and my master's from the University of Nebraska in Lincoln from the College of Ag. I was a secondary ag ed teacher and FFA advisor, and then I had an opportunity to work with the state level as the state director of ag ed and the state FFA advisor for a few years before stepping away and focusing more on our family operation. Like I shared, I did not plan to come home and farm. I had two brothers that were home farming, and I had the conversation from my father very early on that the farm cannot support everyone, so I was the girl that had to work off the farm. I'm sure we've all heard that a few times. Our situation changed when my father became terminally ill, and we knew that something had to give. My brothers were not interested in the cattle side of the operation. We have both row crop as well as cattle. And that was an opportunity for my husband and I to come home and take over the cattle side and expand that a little bit. My father passed, unfortunately, very soon after we came home, unexpectedly. And within a month after him passing, my brothers both said, we're done. We don't want to farm. And we had an opportunity to buy them out. Thankfully, working with our community bank, FSA, and Farm Credit, things happened very fast, and with the collaboration between all of the entities, it worked out well for us. So my husband and I have been farming and raising cattle for about 5 years. I stepped away from formal education to focus more on the family farm, but I do still have an off-the-farm income to help subsidize those expenses, as I'm sure we all hear from most farming operations. What else can I share?
That's a good start.
Okay.
We'll get to some questions.
All right, great, thank you.
Kyle, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Kyle Perry. I'm the Vice President of Customer Success at Farm Credit Services of America and Frontier Farm Credit, based in Omaha, Nebraska. And I'm responsible for our Young Beginning and Small program, as well as our customer education efforts to help customers develop financial management skills for long-term success. I grew up on a farm not far from here, about 100 miles north, just inside the Nebraska border. Kimball is my hometown, and got a couple degrees from the University of Nebraska. Looking forward to talking about how we all can collaborate to serve the next generation of agriculture. Farm Credit Services of America is part of the farm credit system, and based there in Omaha, and serving 4 1/3 states in and around Nebraska.
Very good, thank you. And before we jump into our scripted questions, I wonder if there are any in the audience yet. I've always been more appreciative of a visit than a talking to, something my dad didn't like about me, but we had conversation. I see Ms. Danger McLaughlin.
I have a question about Homestead's lending portfolio. You said 80% is in agriculture. How much of that is through the guarantee program? And do you think that you could operate at 80% in ag if you didn't have access to the guarantee program?
We, at this point, I'm going to say we're about a $500 million bank in assets. Our loan portfolio stands at about $300 million, so roughly, I'm at 275, but say $300 million. So 80% of that amount is what, 240 million. So roughly 50%, 60% is ag real estate loans, and then the remainder is production loans. Right now, I don't have the numbers for the guaranteed portfolio, but I think it'll be around 20 to 30 million is where that is. We leverage it whenever we can. Just as an example, yesterday we had a big beginning farmer that made an application to purchase a quarter of land, and I think the purchase price was $240,000. He works for another ranch, a rancher, so he gets to run his cattle at a discount, so he actually has pretty good cash flow. And we were able to make that loan. We approved the loan yesterday at 100% financing because he's a beginning farmer, and we leveraged the program. He's also a veteran, new entrant to agriculture, so he has all the check marks. So we highly rely on the guaranteed program to bring the next generation in to the business.
Very good. Thanks for the question. Crystal, a question for you. You were in the difficult but not uncommon position of needing to buy out family members and purchase the family farm in order to take over. What should lenders know about helping to facilitate that very challenging time for a farmer or rancher family?
Not always are people going to play nice, even though they're family, which I'm sure everyone knows that. Fair market value is what was expected when we were purchasing out. It would just be like if we were purchasing from someone down the road or someone we didn't even know. And we started the conversations with our lenders of what kind of a discount or what kind of a break were my brothers going to give me. And they weren't. So it was like a brand new person that was not born into agriculture or did not marry into agriculture that was starting out in operation, and we bought everything out. I was fortunate that I inherited the cattle side of it, but none of the equipment that went with the cattle side of it. So all of that had to be purchased out, as well as most of the land. And thankfully, we had lenders that understood some of the dynamics, the unique family dynamics. I say it's unique, but it's probably pretty common across a lot of those family situations that people are choosing to leave the operation. And I appreciated that our lenders were very straightforward and talked the business side of it, and emotions stayed out of it, which is exactly what I wanted. I wanted to make sure the numbers worked every which way and that we were going to be able to maintain that operation, knowing the large debt load that we were taking on. I also appreciated that both, at that time, there were some land loans that we were able to assume from our local bank, but we had our FSA officer and then our farm credit loan officer both sit down and have a joint conversation of which way should these various pieces go. And they were talking long-term, but not just the initial, this is what needs to happen right now to keep the operation going, but also started talking about what are the long-term goals, what are the growth goals, what do you want to see happen with the operation at that first step.
Very good, thank you. And our story is a little different. My dad wanted to just give it all to us, and my mom said, BS, we're getting something for this. But it was a very polite and thoughtful transfer because of all the work that they were able to do. Kyle, you have a lot of experience helping that next generation improve their business acumen. Maybe share with us what types of skills and customer education you found to be the most effective in improving lending outcomes.
So I think it's no secret that beginning farmers are generally hungry for insights and information that are going to help them make decisions for long-term success. It's been exciting to be a part of that investment and that effort. Some things that we've kind of learned along the way. First off, beginning farmers are interested in information that's going to help them solve problems today. They're less interested in figuring out how to calculate a current ratio because it meets a credit standard. Probably more interested in understanding how additional debt is going to impact their ability to pay their bills in the near term. It's also got to be focused on information that's real. So we have a number of financial workshops primarily focused on cash flows and balance sheets and understanding your financial skills. And we use a case study scenario in small groups where customers look at actual case studies that are based on actual farms and ranches in their area, and then they make decisions in a hypothetical scenario. And I vividly remember one in Lincoln, Nebraska that was right before COVID that dad and son were sitting across the table, had a lively conversation about whether or not to build the machine shed that was in the hypothetical scenario because they were actually going through that in their operation. And I think the last thing is that we hear from our beginning farmers that engage in education that they value as much what they learn as the opportunity to connect with peers, others that are going through some of the same challenges and have some of the same opportunities, especially when that peer is from another county or another state and they're not competing with them for cash rent. Because they can share ideas and information openly and build relationships to share information and help each other solve problems.
Very good, thank you. Any questions out there in the crowd?
Can I build on that for just a second?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
So I have had the opportunity to participate in a lot of the programs that Kyle's been talking about, and I have always found it very interesting that when you talk to the guy down the road or someone else who's at the same level of production that you are, same experience, they sure talk it up like they know everything. And when you have those open conversations, when you're at those networking opportunities, I took for granted the degrees that I got in agriculture coming into it and how much there are a lot of people that are at the same level as me that don't know about the business side of it. And just encouraging those younger producers to tune out everything that you're hearing at the coffee shop and from your neighbors because they really don't have it all together. And those are the conversations that I have to have with my husband a lot because he's the one that's out there talking, you know, when they're waiting in line at the elevator. But just equipping those young producers with those tools early on so that they're more confident in those business decisions and then they're not being swayed. We all know locally, you're going to hear that everybody knows everything like I just said, but helping those producers along the way, I think those educational opportunities are super important.
Very good, thank you. And Steve, one of the innovative steps that you've decided to take is to capture technology to embrace that next generation. Would you like to share a little bit about your story with the Ag Credit Easy Loan Application Project and how you think that's going to make a difference?
This says I only have 31 minutes, okay? So I'll give you,
Give
have
us the
31
flyover, please.
Okay. We're very fortunate to have Zach as our administrator. He is boots on the ground, and actually he's wearing his boots today. I'm what you would call a bootstrapper. About 4 years ago, I came up with this idea, and that was to develop an agricultural digital lending application. You have to remember that I'm not highly technical, but I can see some applications in some of the other industries that I thought maybe we could pull in together and maybe get this kicked off. So as I said, we spend a lot of our time at the kitchen table, but it seems like we're spending that time with our I'm going to say our seasoned customers. We weren't seeing the next generation walking into the bank and applying for loans like their parents and grandparents had done in the past. So our bank, we went out and we looked for an agricultural digital lending solution, and there just wasn't one in the marketplace. So we started, I put together a team, aside from the bank, unaffiliated with the bank. It's a next generation problem, so I started with millennials. I asked millennials to join the team. I also learned early on that this is a problem that can't be solved in Boston. You know, you got to understand rural America to solve rural America problems. So that's another thing I did. We made some mistakes. For instance, we took our first, when we started our first build out, our first prototype, we contracted in India. Mistake. Again, we could do it cheaper, but they just don't understand agriculture. So we've had some failures. This device here, this is something that's common with the next generation. They've learned how to solve problems with this device. I've learned how to solve problems with that device, but particularly the young people utilize mobile technology to solve problems. So we build out an application exclusively deploying mobile technology. So let's see, I have made a few notes. It's been quite a journey. It's been something like this. Here's where we start. Here's where we want to finish. And it's been pretty much like this. And that was just yesterday. So every day is a journey when you're innovating. That's what we've learned. We applied for USDA NIFA SBIR, which stands for Small Business Innovation Research Grant. We were refused in our first application in 2019, but we were accepted as a Phase 1 awardee in 2020. At that point, we hired a software engineer and we started the build-out. Phase 1 proposals, there's only a 15% approval rate. So we passed that, which really was our first proof of concept. By convincing the USDA to approve the Phase 1. So then we researched it, we built an MVP, we applied for a Phase 2. The award rate for a Phase 2 is 40%. So you take the 15 and the 40, you're only going to have a 6% chance to actually be awarded a Phase 2 grant. We were awarded a grant, and our project, Phase 2 project, started in September of 21. So it's coming along very, very well. How it works is a user can open an account within 2 minutes, and they can apply for a loan within 10 minutes. What does a beginning farmer want to do? Well, they want to raise food or fiber. what do they need? Well, they're probably going to need credit. So our questions are basically based on raising food and fiber, and then we have developed a scorecard and have calibrated that scorecard based upon a prototype, an MVP, targeted audience with, I'm going to say, total revenues of less than $350,000, maybe some off-farm support in there. What are some of the other prototypes?
You have 25 minutes left to get through that.
Okay. 3 to 10 years of experience. And finally, loans of less than $250,000. So, I could usually just spit those out like this, but that's normally not with an audience of 100 people. So it's been a great journey. USDA and community banks have been great partners to help us with our project.
Very good. Thank you. So the next question is an open forum question. I'll start with the panel, and then anybody out there that's got an idea can weigh in. What recommendations, Kyle, would you have or improvements could be made to make it easier to work with the Farm Service Agency?
Got it. And I know we talked a little bit about this at the table this morning. It's as much about what I think FSA can do as what we all can do in collaboration to focus on ultimately the customer experience. Beginning farmers are short on time. They expect quick turnarounds. They expect to be kept in the loop. Crystal was talking about how when you started that your FSA officer and your lending officer at Farm Credit sat down together with you on a Zoom call, and we know that that's not always the case. And so as I talk with our lending officers across the 4 1/3 states that we serve, resoundingly they said it kind of goes to some basics of pick up the phone and have a phone conversation or be willing to spend time in person together. We all know what it's like to get into an email hamster wheel. So just engaging one-on-one to focus on ultimately helping the customer know where they're headed, understand their goals and objectives long-term, and then try and move as quickly as we possibly can. There's no doubt that the products, the rates, the terms that FSA offers are really helpful to beginning farmers. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that sometimes the speed to closing doesn't always meet expectations. So I think just the collaboration, keeping beginning producers in the loop and communication is really what's helpful. And we've found that sometimes that varies from office to office, and it goes back to that strong collaborative relationship and getting to know the folks that are working together to serve beginning farmers.
You bet. And we agree 37 days isn't fast enough for a decision in that regard. And we've had the Young and Beginning Farmers Coalition harping on us for years about why can't we do pre-approval like a person can with a house mortgage? Well, it's a function of resources for us. We've got a limited amount of money. When we do a pre-approval, that creates an obligation that might, while that person is shopping around, cause us to not be able to fund a right there tomorrow opportunity. So it's something that we continue to explore. We're trying to find ways to get there. Crystal, you have a unique perspective on this because you've worked with FSA and other commercial lenders, maybe even some of the folks in the room. What can we all do together to make it easier to work with us?
So I appreciate everything that our FSA office does, and they're very transparent with us on the timeline or how backlogged they are on paperwork and when they'll be able to get to a loan application. But the reality in agriculture, and I know I'm preaching to the choir with this, is that things move fast, and the time that it takes to have an application approved at the FSA office, that piece of land or even that piece of equipment could be gone, and no dealer or no seller of a piece of land is going to hold on to that pending maybe you're going to get the approval with the FSA office. So for a young producer, that takes us out of a lot of opportunities either to improve our operation or to expand our operation. I'm not sure if this is within what should be happening, but we've had some great conversations in our operation with FSA and Farm Credit that our FSA office says, yep, this is going to be an approved application. We are pretty darn confident, and unfortunately the funds won't be available for 60, 90 days. However, Farm Credit says, okay, then we can help you out in some certain situations. And just that partnership to make sure that I've appreciated they're jointly doing what's best for young producers and helping them be able to continue to meet their goals and to grow, or even just in our current times of high inputs, being able to adjust quickly for where we are and what we need for available funds to operate. It's been really refreshing as a young producer. But I just have to reiterate again, that backlog of paperwork, or that it's going to be months out, has taken us out of some opportunities that we really wish we would have been able to take advantage of.
It's a very good point. We'll get to you in a second, Steve, because you probably got a long list. But one of the jobs I had as a technical assistance provider previous to this was to help producers understand what their chances were. And really what it came down to for us was, could you demonstrate creditworthiness? Could you demonstrate the management experience to bring your plan to bear? And did you have a positive cash flow? If you can meet those three things, we almost can't say no to you. We can say we don't have the money. So that's really, and there's not enough technical assistance providers out there that can give that kind of meaningful assistance. And our federally deployed staff have been under a war of attrition ever since we adopted this emphasis on credit elsewhere instead of actual needs. Our role in this administration is to push that footprint back out there. We want to staff up. We know that this is a great training ground for your loan officers, so we want to make sure that we keep doing that for you all. I tease my friends in the farm credit system because that's a great opportunity for our farm loan staff that we train to go out there and get into something where they can give timely decisions because the resources are there. And we understand that, and we're trying to make our workspace as appealing so that we can keep those folks and have them mature in that role in providing assistance to producers. Steve, same question to you. What can we do to be easier to work with?
I'd say you probably need to be a little more open-minded.
You hear that, Bill? He's telling me to be open-minded.
Okay. No, you can about imagine a community bank like ours. Hey, we've got this new idea. We would like to be able to allow a user to open an account within 2 minutes and apply for a loan within 10 minutes. And in that 10-minute period, we want to give the loan officer the ability to hit a button and put a guarantee on that loan, or if they need to shore it up, and then be able to provide a pre-approval. Now that, you got to pick your questions very carefully if you are going to accomplish that. So, you know, I'm going to say, though, that the USDA has been very open-minded. Our administrator is available. I'm a bootstrapper. My day starts about 4:30 in the morning. I was catching up on some of the news feeds, and I'd seen that Zach was appointed. So I said, what the heck, 5:25, I sent him an email. 5:27, I got a response. And he said, I would like to learn a little bit more about your project. Now, we know these problems that bringing a beginning farmer in and getting the credit and the financial literacy type of tools that need to be brought forward so they can be successful is not an easy task. But so I'm going to say just keep FSA, just keep doing what you're doing. You care. It's an agency that cares. Just continue to care. Care about the producer and the end result. One foot in front of the other.
We'll do our best. My brothers will tell you that I'm not very open-minded, but I disagree. Are there any questions out there in the audience? Surely one of you can tell us how to do what we're doing better. That's how I got this job. Okay, we're gonna, yes, sir, right there in the middle.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. Stacy Lotzenheiser, I'm with Farm Credit Southern Colorado. We've done a lot of guarantees with DOE and small farmers over the years. And one thing that we used to be able to do, perhaps there's a reason we're not able to anymore, but to your point where you missed out on some opportunities because we couldn't move fast enough, one of the things that we used to be able to do within Farm Credit and the FSA and within the system there was you still like build a bridge, right? We know we're going to take. We used to be able to get the loan closed with the bridge through the farm credit system, then come back with an FSA guarantee or an FSA direct loan to take that bridge out. And something changed within the regs in the last few years where it's got to be a direct. FSA's got to direct fund their own loan, and we can't use that bridge anymore. So that would be one suggestion that I would have is if we can get the ability to use a bridge back and get them in the door, make a loan to close the purchase, and then come back with a direct FSA loan down the road, that would be helpful. And something has changed within the regulations, I'm not sure which, but that doesn't seem to be an option in talking with our local offices at this point.
Very good. You'll, I hope, reach out to me with that question so we can get you a better answer and start to look at whether we can get back to that or why we can't. My email is zach.ducheneau, ZACH.DUCHENEAUX @USDA.gov. I might not answer it every day at 5:27 in the morning, but I will answer them all myself. You're not going to get, my staff only reads emails if I forward them, so it's me. You're getting an answer from me. It might be thoughtful. You might think I'm ignorant, but you'll get an answer from me. My phone number is 202-941-4675. Yesterday, as I was doing a driving tour of the irrigation projects to the west here up in the mountains, I got a call and I answered it and I said, "This is Zach." And the guy said, "Is this Zach Ducheneau?" "Yeah. How can I help you?" I didn't think he'd really answer because he had just got my number a couple weeks ago on these deals. But he had a good question and we're going to get him an answer. So please use it. Please get in touch with me, young fellow. That was a good point. I've got a couple other questions here for the, you got one back there?
Good morning. I'm Howard Olson. I'm with Ag Country Farm Credit Services in Fargo, North Dakota. Suggestion that came to us from our credit teams and our loan officers on the FSA guaranteed loans, and I think it fits well with your theme of what the producer actually needs. It's a little more flexibility on this maximum dollar amount and the percent. So there's a maximum dollar amount for a guaranteed loan, and they're set at 80% or at 90. But we'll just say 80%. If we were to be allowed to have that at, say, 60% of that total loan, we could lend a larger amount of money under that one loan and still have the same dollar amount of guarantee. It's just that 60% of that loan is guaranteed instead of the 80. So it would allow us to extend a little more money out to that beginning farmer. And this is really comes into play on the farm ownership when we're buying real estate and the prices of land where we are at today. That maximum dollar amount doesn't go very far on land through the Corn Belt in southern Minnesota, North Dakota, and so on.
Very good. You'll get in touch with me too, I hope? Sure. Okay. I've got your question written down, but I don't have your contact information, but I don't see any good reason why we shouldn't be moving towards that. I would push back and say, you all probably need to match our real estate terms. I've worked with some producers in Indian country that have been able to get an FSA guarantee, and they got a 90% guarantee and a 20-year note on real estate, which I think should be kind of illegal, and we shouldn't guarantee things like that. There's no way that producer can not make that work without flipping houses and having a couple off-farm incomes. So we're gonna ask things of you too as we work to be more accommodating, but we want to support that flexibility. Yes, sir.
Are you suggesting a longer term
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm really a big fan of our 40-year term because it helps you spread that out and it lets you weather some of the uncertainties that you may experience on your own. All right, I've got another question here, and this one will be for Crystal. Nope, that's Kyle, I'm sorry. So some of the lenders in your region have been extremely effective working with the FSA and partnering at the local level to educate BFRs. So this is more about the education role. Tell us more about that, and how do you see, does FSA have a role in that?
Like I've already kind of mentioned, the relationships with local FSA offices are really important. We have a number of customers a significant number that take advantage of the 540, 550 and the 50/50 programs to purchase real estate. And the collaboration, spending time with a customer, talking through their goals and their plans, and as much as possible making sure when the customer is providing financial information that they're doing it once in a way that serves both the needs of FSA and the private lender. And then when possible, education requirements that may be tied to an FSA loan, that qualification, their involvement in farm credit education or university or ongoing education qualifies to check the box so that they meet that need or that requirement within the FSA lending. And I'll repeat it one more time. It's the one-to-one communication, understanding what that producer's goals are, and then helping design a credit package that's going to help them get there most effectively.
Very good. Any questions out there in the crowd? So I'll tell a little story. When I got started, it wasn't just cruise on in there with the support of my dad and get a loan. I went to 6 different banks. Not one of them said, hey, try this guarantee deal. They just turned me down. So I went back and we had another visit with the old man, and he had some friends that worked at the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and that's an entity that helps with some economic development in Indian country. And they had a program back then that was an actual equity grant. So I went and applied for that, got a 25% equity grant and a $100,000 business plan. And then I only got turned down by 4 banks before a bank finally went along with me. But I was bringing $25,000 cash to the table and was still turned down. So again, in that instance, it would have been better if they would have been a little less timely with their decision, because I'd have bought cattle when they were low, maybe never needed a job, and then you wouldn't have had to suffer through all this. But we are where we are. That technical assistance that I didn't have has been a critical part of everything that I've worked on since then. And we have the means to engage with cooperators to get out there and fund the technical assistance to help our staff get more decisionable applications in the door. We're willing to do that. We're willing to consider those opportunities. I think in the CFAP program last year, we rolled out about $3 to $5 million in cooperative agreements for producer-based organizations, community-based organizations, nonprofits all across the country to help us solicit and get those actionable applications. There's nothing stopping us from doing that in the finance industry as well. So if you got a solution, if you've got an idea about how we can better facilitate this conversation, let us know, because if we can help producers, we're going to try to find a way to do it. Any other questions? Man, I should have had a microphone all those years I went to talk to my bankers. So I don't know how Crystal feels, but I know when I was still financed, it wasn't comfortable for me. You know, even after I had gotten to some economic maturity, paid my final note off, I'd get nervous every time I'd see that banker's name come up on my phone, because I'm like, oh God, what do I do now? And you still think you're in trouble. And I really think that we have an opportunity, if we stop thinking about credit elsewhere and start to think about actual needs sufficient to meet the needs of the producer, reasonable rates and terms, to change that paradigm. So a producer's glad to have you come out. Come out and count these cows for me. I really want to have a beer, bring your own car. Maybe all your producers do that. My banker never would. But to fundamentally change that relationship from antagonism to partnership, I think is really a goal of taking this different approach. And we want to work with you all to help bring our staff along in that regard so that we can facilitate better outcomes for those producers, because it's really about possibility. If you can't imagine yourself in that future, you might need to hear it from someone that you trust. And especially in our underserved, our socially disadvantaged communities, we know we don't have their trust. And it's our job to rebuild it. We're going to do our best, but we understand that we need to leverage those cooperators out there. My friend Gary Mattson does a lot of work with veterans. We got to do a better job by our veterans too. I had a fella from North Dakota call me. I answered, and he said, here's my problem. You got this ELAP program. Veterans get a preferred payment rate. I'm a Vietnam veteran, and they told me I don't. Well, that doesn't make any sense at all. So we're going to try to fix that. But simple things like that matter to that producer, he's going to remember that, and he's going to go tell somebody, hey, this FSA might not be as bad as people say. So our job is to really sell this program not only to you all, our guarantee program, but also to our producers out there, because we need to be able to provide that financial safety net for producers through financial services, through price support, through disaster payments, through conservation efforts, so that we can help enlist them in the goals of the administration to mitigate climate change, to develop more and better markets so Crystal can have a ready place to do some direct-to-consumer beef. The more we economically empower our producers, the better our rural communities are going to do. And until we focus our efforts on that together, we're not going to get there. And we're going to continue to see encroachment like we are here. I had a chance to tour with our SED the other day, and we drove by a good-looking chunk of farm ground there that was all turned over. My daughter would be a little bit appalled at that because she's really a soil health guru. But I said, for sale sign. He said, yeah, that's the chunk that just went for $120,000 an acre. So that's done with agriculture. There's never going to be a crop grown there again. There's going to be some lawns. We're going to use a lot of water to do that. But that's what our producers are up against. And he told me the story of a fellow whose son, this fellow had set the table for his son to come back after college and take over the farm, but the kid saw the writing on the wall. He knew there was no way he was going to be able to compete with that and raise a family there. So he's relegated himself to an off-farm existence now because of that circumstance. So we've got to provide the tools to producers to take advantage of that opportunity to be ahead of that $120,000 per acre development and get it in their hands, starting with our young and beginning producers. Got a question right here in the front.
Yeah, we've had some inconsistencies with environmental studies and different things relating to environmental within the FSA offices. So there's quite an inconsistency amongst the state. So I guess with ESG looming, how is FSA going to approach this to have some consistency in the environmental that doesn't impact the young farmers? We had one, for example, he wanted to buy 50 head of cows. They wanted a CAFO study done on wherever he was going to put those cows. We talked to him and they said, oh yeah, that's going a little beyond where it was supposed to be, and so we got it done, but that's on the mind of the staff members. And I think with ESG looming, FSA is going to have to take a strong stance to help the producer.
Yeah, we need to talk because that 50 cows is ludicrous. I'll step back from that for a minute. Okay, so consistency is a big challenge. It's one of the things that caused me to meet Chris Byerhelm, because I was elevating concerns about, well, this county office is doing it and we think it's right, this county office won't. Help us at least be consistently inconsistent in the reading of the regulation. And Chris was as good as his word. He said, give us a call, have that producer reapply, we'll make this right. I think we all together have a role to play in elevating the climate consciousness that exists in our producers. And the fact that we've got 3.4 million producers out there that are all climate warriors, if we can just unleash their innovation and get it focused back on their operation instead of driving the bus and being the janitor for the school system here. You're spending 40 hours a week away from your place. It's a lot more challenging to take up an intensive grazing system with those 50 cows. So we've got to advocate for what producers really need to enlist in that, and then we'll work at the agency and the department level to talk with our friends at the EPA about categorical exclusions for these conservation-based activities. We shouldn't need to have an environmental assessment on a rotational grazing system. It should be well understood by now. I'm sure this college has generated reams of science about it. We're enhancing the environment, not degrading it. And before David gets out of the room, if you think that we're wrong, appeal. You've got appeal rights and everything. If you think we're wrong, appeal, because oftentimes we don't get it all the way right. And we want to know, because that's how we make our record, and that's what we use to change policy. I want to make sure David heard me say that to people, because he's my lawyer. But, you know, that it's important that you don't take no for an answer. If you think you're right, even if you think the policy's wrong and we're implementing it right, make a record. Make your voice known. Get a hold of your congressional delegation and say, Zach is screwing this up. And they'll call us and we'll help explain what we can and can't do. I don't know about you all, but I have sure enjoyed this conversation. I hope the panel has. I'd give you each a chance for some closing comments if you want. Steve, you want to go first?
Sure. I'm at 0.00 though.
Well, we're in Gary's time, so I think we're all right.
You know, I mentioned technology. The technology is the first piece. It's still about human interaction. We think we have the technology piece figured out, but we need to integrate a network of lender advisors, because agriculture still, we raise food and fiber, but it is a people business. So all of you lenders out there, you're very, very important to the future of this country. Just hang in there. Try to help the beginning farmers. Do whatever you can to get them in business.
Thank you very much. Crystal?
I just want to say thank you to everyone in this room. And as a producer, we know that you have our best interest at the forefront when you're making decisions every day. And it is not always easy to be in your seat either. And we recognize that. And thank you for that time. I just also want to emphasize, please put as much focus as you can on education of our young beginning and small producers and help them have the tools necessary to grow and graduate out of that program and be a producer long term. Thank you.
Last but not least.
It's an exciting time to be in agriculture, and it's not getting any easier to be a beginning farmer. So it's really easy to get excited about supporting the next generation. So it's a great conference, a great opportunity to talk about those ways that we can support the next generation.
And I will just offer that after we have this summit, get all these great ideas down on paper and go to Bill and Sarah's session tomorrow and tell the FSA we're going to make it easier. We're going to do our best. It's all of our jobs to make it easier for our young, beginning, small producers to get in business. And you've got my commitment as your administrator to work towards that within all of our existing authorities. Thank you all for your time. I appreciate the conversation, and you can reach me at those two places. Thanks.
Okay, break. It's a little bit after 10, so just 10:15, 10:20, and the next person that you'll hear from will be Gary Mattson on YBS outreach and best practices from his panel. So we have some nibbles here, and the coffee and water is still flowing, so we'll see you back soon.
If I can encourage everybody to get back in their seats, we'll start in about 2 minutes. All right, those coffee lines are winding their way down. Next step is getting everybody seated down. Barb has empowered me to crack the whip, so that's what I'm doing. Well, I'm going to go ahead and start. I want to make sure that we've got, actually I should check with the sound guys, make sure that this lavalier mic is working. Okay. Just want to get started because I'm really excited about the panel that we've got coming up. So I've got some remarks first that are about Young Beginning Farmer programs, but also really trying to aim at outreach in general. And what does it mean when you try to reach out to somebody new, beyond just the scope of marketing? And so I've got a history slide here for you. This is how I've been in this job about 15 years. By the way, I'm Gary Madison. I guess that was on the first slide. I worked for the Farm Credit Council in DC. The 30 years prior to that job, I was a young beginning farmer of all things in New Hampshire, growing cut flowers, and I had a small herd of beef cattle. When I started in this position with the council years ago, this is what I talked about. Gosh, what a great thing we do in Farm Credit. We've got this YBS mission, and it's got some parameters set by Congress and by our regulator, and those 65 associations, of course there were more than that when I started, these are updated numbers. It's sort of a, divided responsibility for making sure that this mission thing gets done for young beginning small farmers, and they're the performance for 2020 on there. You can look at those numbers, big numbers. I'm not sure if there might be an easier way to say that loans to beginning farmers made in 2020 were at the rate of $2.5 million per hour, 24/7, 365. A little bit different way of looking at, I don't really know what $22.5 billion looks like, but I know what $2.5 million an hour looks like in new loans to beginning farmers. So the thing about this is that's all the numbers, right? And arguably, the more difficult thing to talk about is the sense of mission, the other side of that sense of mission, which is education of beginning farmers. And I'll point to what our panelist said in her closing remarks, was that she said, don't lose sight of doing the education. The hard thing is, how do you measure that? I mean, we're not giving degrees, right? We're not giving certificates in most cases. So how do you measure that whole element of what we do? And I'm not sure I have an answer for that, but I know it's important. And I think over the course of our panel, my remarks and our panel, we'll be able to figure out a little bit more about how much more important that is. Any kind of YBS program that's out there, whether it's specifically outreaching to minority farmers, to black farmers, Native American farmers, whoever it might be, immigrant farmers, there's components to those programs that have to be in place to make sure that something actually happens. And probably the most important thing is what's it supposed to do? And because we're talking about a mission sense, yeah, okay, some of the mission is get new customers. I get that. But I think I'm confirming what most of you know, that the mission really isn't about just getting new customers. It's about helping beginning farmers succeed. And if you're going to be talking about communicating a mission within an organization, the leadership has to make that pretty darn clear that that's what's supposed to happen, because employees, those who are doing the frontline credit delivery, can't just buy into the mission. They have to own the mission. They have to make it theirs. And that is really about creating a mission mindset within an organization. These are not I would say these are what I have observed in my time of looking at beginning farmer programs around farm credit as the characteristics that associations, farm credit associations that have superior young beginning small farmer programs have as their mindset when they are thinking internally about those beginning farmer programs. That last one on there, that virtuous cycle, if you are expecting your customer to be honest and trustworthy with you, that customer gets that and then reflects it back at you. That's what I mean by that virtuous cycle. The other way of thinking about a mission mindset is, okay, so you've got this great mission sense in your association. Now you have to look at the customers. You have to look externally. How are you going to present your mission to the public and help them understand it? And especially to those customers, those young beginning small farmer customers that you're trying to assist with the programs you have, or help them with the beginning farmer education, the financial skills that you're trying to help them take on so that they can succeed. So if you're looking at the outside, I mean, let's go backwards here. You have to have a story that you're going to be telling to the world at large that is really based on knowing what you've got that you're going to deliver to somebody else. What are you offering people? Is it just cheap money? That's not the side of the mission we're talking about. We're talking about the farmer education side. So the hardest of those external factors when you're looking externally to do outreach is the cultural differences. Talking to folks not like me or not like you. And it's really easy, I think, to I don't know, go to Iowa and talk to a bunch of pork producers. For me, it's easy. It's easy for me to go talk to wheat growers. even though I was a flower grower. I mean, I have to take it on the chin every once in a while that I was a flower grower. But the idea of how you reach out to somebody is all about approaching that audience, that individual, with some humility. I don't know. I have not walked in your shoes. I don't know what your life is. I don't know what your problems are. Zach told us a story about how he grew up and the situations he faced that is probably news to a lot of us in the room. That's humility, is listening to what somebody wants. And in particular, and I have this whole TED Talk address up here. If you Google Ernesto Ceroli, Ripples on the Zambezi is his book. This is a real TED Talk. It's about 20 minutes. And the guy's a hoot. We had him as a Farm Credit Council speaker many years ago. His main idea, his concept, is you can't help somebody unless they ask you. Okay, so what does that mean for a beginning farmer program? It seems like we're talking about, I'm going to offer you something, right? And you're going to love it. And you're going to learn something. And I'm going to give you a cheap rate because you're doing it. And I may even pay you to go to meetings. Well, if they don't ask for it in some way, at some part of that interaction, if they don't say, I need that from you, they're not going to take it. They're not going to get it. They're not going to own it. And that's an essential difference that really requires us when we're trying to do outreach and think in terms of cultural differences and reaching out to people who don't look or act like us or are not engaged in agriculture like we know, that we have to shut up and listen. We have to be ready to be humbled by whoever we want to have an interaction with so that they can see that we are sincere in what we're trying to communicate, that we might be able to help with. We have some constraints on this outreach stuff. We're Farm Credit, as our commercial bankers, are under the aegis of the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, ECOA. On our side, for Farm Credit, we have this really special deal from Congress that says we can discriminate in favor of young beginning small farmers. So it means that we have to take some of our outreach to a group who might be the National Black Growers Council. It's illegal under ECOA for us to reach out to that group and say, because you're black, we're going to give you a better rate. That's not legal. But we can outreach to a group and say, gosh, maybe you're a beginning farmer. Let's talk about the benefit that we can give you because you're a beginning farmer. We have constraints in our outreach that are legal, that are regulatory, but the effect of what we can do is massive. If we think of the goal as maximizing that mission value, if we think of why we're doing this, why we're doing the outreach, and we have already bought into that mission sense of not just trying to find customers, but rather trying to help beginning farmers succeed, that's our great story. That's our reason to go out into the world and say, you know what, we want to help you. How about you tell us what you need, right? Kind of a different approach. One of the things that, speaking to beginning farmer audiences, many years ago, I was asked to speak about marketing issues, so direct food sort of stuff, direct marketing to consumers. And I asked the question of the group, so what do you grow and what do you sell? Seems like an easy question, right? I grow cows, I sell beef. I grow wheat, I sell flour, well, if I'm a value-added producer, maybe. And I said, you know what? I'm a flower grower. What I grow are flowers, and what I sell is love, compassion, and kindness. I get a lot more for that than I do for flowers. I've invested something in that thing that I'm offering in the marketplace that's a vision, that's a future, that's something different. I'm not offering you as a beginning farmer, I'm going to teach you how to do a balance sheet. I'm going to offer you, I'm going to help you understand how to make decisions for your future that are based on your capacity to manage your debt and your opportunities, and we can figure that out. That's different. What we're offering frequently when we do outreach is a little bit too timid. It's a little bit too afraid of engaging with somebody because we don't really want to get in an argument. We don't want to risk anything when we're doing outreach because we don't want to disappoint anybody, which is okay, I guess, but you can only get so far. And that, I'm sorry, I had to put this editorial comment at the bottom. Stop telling people how to do your job. I'm talking to you loan officers. Don't raise your hands. Don't admit anything. When you're doing beginning farmer training and you tell them how to do a balance sheet and a P&L, that's your job. That's not their job. They're only going to do a balance sheet once a year. Beginning farmer is only going to do a balance sheet once a year. You can help them do it. Don't train them how to do it. They need a cash flow statement. They need things that they can use. I don't know if they know that, right? You have to help them identify, here are the things I need from you, from your financial expertise. But please stop telling them how to do your job. One of the overriding characteristics that we are required to do, this constructive credit thing, is actually in law in the beginning farmer mandate that Congress gave us. You know what that is. That's our guardrails, right? We can't just go out and pass out money. The other side of what constructive credit is not is, this is the side that we kind of have to explain to beginning farmers why it is that we are not out there just passing out money. We can't make things worse for a beginning farmer. We can't give somebody a loan that's substandard, to put it in official sorts of terms, but we can't make somebody worse off by giving them a loan or giving them something that they can't manage. That puts us right into education. We have to be able to know, in a sense of, I don't know, like when you go to the hospital and you sign on the dotted line that says, you know, we're going to try to take part of your liver out, but we may miss and get your gallbladder or whatever. Informed consent. We're looking for informed consent from the people that we're trying to do business with as beginning farmers. We want them to know what they're getting into. That's constructive credit. If we're not doing that, if we're not doing the education side of this, we cannot possibly fulfill our mission for young and beginning and small farmers. Every time that there's any kind of outreach done, I hope that there are expectations being set, right? Some of the expectation, well, I'm wearing a tie, I must be trustworthy. Yeah, we get all that kind of background stuff. But the expectations that are set with the beginning farmer audience are more about what's the relationship that we're looking for. Should you be interested in finding the lowest rate on this loan, or should you be interested in finding an institution to deal with and the people in that institution that have a mission sense of serving beginning farmers, that they own that mission sense rather than just buying into it as a marketing tool? Because in the end, we need to develop the trust of those customers, of those potential customers, of those beginning farmers. And by the way, a lot of associations are providing beginning farmer education to folks who aren't their customers. That's a great way to build the trust, to get to the point where you're actually able to hear that beginning farmer, because you're educating them and they're not a customer, that they finally ask you for something. Maybe it's going to be a loan, let's hope, but they're going to be able to, in their informed consent state, to be able to ask you for what they want. Back to that idea of giving something of value. If you understand the beginning farmers that are in front of you as an audience and are understand them enough to be able to honestly ask them a question, they'll tell you what they need, rather than just say, oh, I don't have access to capital, or I don't have access to land. Yeah, that's what, you know, the print is all, the ag print or the small farm print is all full of that kind of stuff. That's the glancing blow at the top of the subject matter that they're trying to communicate. If you give them that financial skills education, then you're going to be able to hear from them more of what it is that they need. In the end, we're not trying to make more customers. We're trying to help beginning farmers choose the path that's best for them. It really is empowering them. If you think of this as trying to get customers, everybody is going to be disappointed. The beginning farmer is, We are, as providers of the financing or the education, we're trying to help people become independent, informed consent, listen to them, approach them with humility, and leave with respect. All of those things are the mission side, the mission sense of Young Beginning Small Farmer programs that numbers can't catch. I don't know how you measure that. I don't know how anybody can measure that. But I know it's pretty real. You know who a good teacher is, right? You know, in your history, you know who the good teachers were. Were they the smartest? Were they the best paid? Did they have the most degrees? All those things we can measure pretty easily. Well, maybe not smartest. My point is, those things that are easy to measure are not necessarily the important things to measure, especially when it comes to a sense of mission. All right. Oh, I want to go back from that. Now, I'm going to ask my panelists to please come up. And as they're coming up, I'm going to give you this brain candy that is GDP in the United States by zip code. And if you weren't humble about where rural America stands, come on up, come on, get up here. If you weren't humble about where America stands, where agriculture stands in terms of its importance in the United States, I hope you look at that. Oh, wait a minute. It's not that we're not important in agriculture. It's just that we're not where the money is. I mean, if you did this for farm credit loans, you'd end up with a very different distribution, number of loans by zip code. This is GDP by zip code. That's where the money is. Just brain candy. There's no point here other than hopefully there's some humility involved. All right, that's my seat. Excuse me. All right. All right, you can be here. I got my name tag. You can be Gary Madison. Why don't you do that? And we're now going to have a panel that is. Why don't you go to the next slide, because I think it has a title on it even. The purpose of this panel is to talk about Young Beginning Small Farmer best practices, tools, and resources. And what we're going to try to do is show the enormous variation that there is in the content and the methodology of the YBS programs offered by Farm Credit Associations. And I think through the questions and some videos that we're going to have, we're going to unpack some of the reasons for that variation as our panelists describe their programs and how and why they created those programs. Now, there are usually two main components to a Farm Credit Association YBS program. There's the components that are mainly financial in nature, relaxed lending standards, a lower interest rate, paying FSA loan fees, something like that. And then the other bucket of YBS program content is the education content, what I've just been talking about for the last few minutes. Keep in mind that in general, farm credit YBS programs are not about production practices or agronomic practices. They're only about that slice of farm operation that is financial, generally, or farm succession or something closely related to financial skills. Your panelists that we have today represent 4 different approaches to financial skills education, and they're aimed at very different populations of beginning farmers. And they're going to start out with a short description of their association's territory and a quick overview of the programs that they offer before we get into some questions from me as moderator and then some questions from you as the audience. So your panelists are Gina Hultquist from American Ag Credit. Gosh, we're out of order. Chris, can you switch places with Phil? It's not that I don't know your names, but when the videos come up, they're going to be in the right order. All right, Chris from Farm Credit East, Phil Peabody from Capital Farm Credit, and Rachel Sadazan from Ag Choice Farm Credit. All right, Gina, go ahead.
Thanks, Gary. Is the mic on? There, thanks. Gina Holquist with American Ag Credit, handle their legislative affairs and also serve as a liaison for the YBS and our philanthropic side, which is very important, as you'll hear in a little bit. Our territory is quite diverse, both geographically and from a commodity standpoint, as you can see. And so our approach to handling all segments of agriculture, including YBS, must reflect our service territory, as you see here. So what happens in California is quite different than what's going on in Kansas. So from YBS standpoint, we're doing a pretty good job. Here's our numbers from 2021. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time here. As Chairman Smith alluded to earlier, and Gary, the system is doing a good job. And over year, our numbers are increasing a little bit. On the small side is where I think our sweet spot is a little bit flat from 2020 to 2021, but we do see that this is where the growth is. I'll also say as far as American Ag Credit, we're spending some time in kind of maturing our data, if you will. And we've gone from entering into checking the Y, B, or S box to actually entering in data. We're entering the date of birth. We're entering the year of first beginning farming, and we're entering in their gross annual income. So our data is real time now. So the last couple of years, we're kind of resetting, some of maybe one of our previous statistics of showing, but we're finding that this is like real data now. So again, let's see. For American Ag Credit, we take the approach as working with our partners, whether it be Farm Credit Alliances, several in the audience here, working with FSA across the states in our territory, and more importantly, really working with some of those nonprofit organizations that have beginning farmer programs, that have the resources and have already the infrastructure in place. And we come in as the credit experts during their curriculum or as a sponsorship for the many events that they have going on and provide that expertise at the time that's needed. So we really look at approach as an outreach, sponsorships, community networking, and then if the loan comes through, that's fine. That's all the better. There was a lot of talk earlier about being at the kitchen table and helping beginning farmers at the kitchen table. Well, that's actually one of the nonprofits that we work with in California, and they're called Kitchen Table Advisors. We came in early on. Actually, Gary came out and helped us kind of train their trainers in credit skills. Putting together those cash flow projections that might be needed as they deal with their cohorts in their 3-year program. And we've actually had a couple success from participating with the Kitchen Table Advisors. They're in Northern California, and a couple pre-COVID had one of their beginning farmer alumni, graduates, if you will, said, I think I'm ready for a loan, and went and talked with one of our Farm Credit, the American Ag Credit loan officers, and put together a line of credit for him to go out and buy a tractor, a used tractor. So we do see the results of being upfront in the space of the nonprofit world, while not having to do any kind of infrastructure, there at American Ag Credit ourselves. So with that, I'll kind of pass on in the essence of time and be looking forward to questions.
Thanks. So I'm Chris Lawton. I'm the Director of Knowledge Exchange at Farm Credit East. I'm also the Farm Start Program Manager. Director of Knowledge Exchange is a great title, but what it basically means is that I run our customer outreach and education programs, which is a very big part of my role and what we do at Farm Credit East. Farm Credit East covers New England, New York, and New Jersey, and yes, we do have agriculture in the Northeast. One of the things to keep in mind as far as our portfolio goes is that the Farm Credit System finances not just farming, but fishing and forest products as well. And so the fishing and the forest products are very significant parts of our portfolio. Maine has, I believe, the most forested acreage of any state, and 3 of the top 10 fishing seaports by dollar volume are in the Northeast. So in the country, the rest are all Pacific ports. So the fishing and forestry are significant parts of our portfolio. Dairy would be the biggest part of it, though. And I should mention our Farm Start program you'll hear more about. We also do a lot of financial services too, including consulting, tax prep, payroll, that sort of thing. So I'll pass it along to Phil and let him talk about what he does.
Thank you very much. I'm the Chief Lending Officer at Capital Farm Credit in Texas, and the best way to understand the footprint, the geographic footprint of Capital, is essentially 80% of the state of Texas, and so that's pretty broad. North to south, east to west is both directions, 800 miles, and so it's a blessing and a curse. It's a lot of miles to cover, but there's a lot of different agriculture in the state of Texas, and so we're fortunate to have customers in traditional row crop farming operations, corn and wheat operations, or cotton operations, all the way down throughout our footprint. So that means there's multiple growing seasons, or different growing seasons in different climates for those different types of operations. We're also fortunate to have timber operators in parts of our footprint, as well as citrus operators in other parts of the footprint, and aquaculture and coastal harvesters as well. So it's a very diverse footprint, very fortunate, and it requires a lot of different expertise in the organization, but it also provides a lot of stability for the organization. From a YBS standpoint, I wanted to just give you just sort of a live look at where we are at Capital right now. And so what we have, if you look in the middle of this chart, we look at our customers, whether they're youth, YBS producers, full-time farmers, or retiring or trying to retire producers. And so as we looked across that spectrum, we started to say, okay, what is our educational offering, our financial offering, and our advocacy or awareness offering to each of those stages of a customer? And so we started to fill in the different gaps there. We realized it was across all different functions in the organization, and those are shown at the bottom in those color-coded boxes. And so we really just started throwing all of that up on the whiteboard and saying, where does it fit? And our goal this year is to make the transitions. A program for youth programs may be executed well, but does it naturally push those youth participants into a YBS opportunity or YBS type program? Does the educational curriculum, does it build on itself throughout the life cycle or the career cycle for those producers? And so that's sort of a live look at where we are right now. And then our Director of YBS Lending is a new position in 2022, but specifically focused on the youth element there, the young beginning and small element there, and the socially disadvantaged groups as well.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Rachel Sadison with Ag Choice Farm Credit. I'm our Knowledge Center Director, so in that role, I lead our customer education efforts, our programs for young and beginning farmers, industry relations, and government relations. And I think throughout my 14-year farm credit career, YBS has sort of been my bread and butter for, I'll say, about 10 years of that. So it's certainly something near and dear to my heart. When speaking about Ag Choice Farm Credit, who are we? We cover about 3/4 of the state of Pennsylvania and central, western, and northern Pennsylvania. And to give you a little snapshot there of our portfolio, like Chris mentioned, we've got a lot of trees in the northeastern part of the country. So, Pennsylvania stands for Penn's Woods. So forest products is very significant. We're also a very strong dairy state. We have pockets with large, grain operations, beef, poultry, hogs, that type of thing, just very diversified. And then also you can see a number of the farms in our portfolio are also part-time farms. So these are folks that are deriving off farm income, like was discussed a little bit here this morning, but have some sort of farming enterprise to the side. So Ag Choice's YBS program offerings, I put them in a few different buckets here. So we do a number of different things and have done so for over the years, although I'll say we've changed and grown in different ways as well. From a credit perspective, we do offer interest rate reductions, relaxed underwriting standards, that type of thing. We do offer a number of discounts for our financial services. So like Chris, we also offer accounting services, consulting services, that type of thing. So we'll offer discounts. We'll offer loan origination fee discounts, FSA guarantee fees, that type of thing. From an educational perspective, we do both, I'd say, informal and formal types of education. So we have a pretty well-known educational program called Ag Biz Masters that we offer. And also this week have launched a mentor program in collaboration with a number of ag organizations in the state of Pennsylvania. And then also within the last year have also offered a grant program, so both towards startup farmers and to youth. When I step back and look at what have been our strategies for success, what has made us successful over the years, number one, a big part of our strategy has been engaging with partner organizations. So in Pennsylvania, we're very blessed with a very strong support network of ag organizations, and we really have leveraged that to its fullest extent. Not only does it really expand our reach, reaching folks that maybe we wouldn't have reached otherwise, and a lot of the programs I mentioned, especially from the educational standpoint and the grants, are open to non-customers as well. But it also builds our credibility when they're learning about these programs from someone that's not Farm Credit. It really, I think, opens the door to getting them involved with some programs that we offer. And then I also think is very important, it eliminates duplication of efforts. Let's collaborate, let's have open discussions about what you do, what I do, and how can we work together to make that happen. I think that's also seen in our mentor program that we just offered as well. Second, I feel it's important to involve a variety of staff from a lot of functional areas in your organization. So, the credit shop, with the sales management, with, me from the educational arm, it is critical, right? Because we each bring our own lens to the table, and that has been extremely helpful, I would say, from our standpoint as making sure that we're offering a program that meets the mark in really all of those areas, which is really critical. And lastly, I want to offer that you need to be flexible, right? So I think our associations, we're going to be offering different programs because we serve different marketplaces. The industries look different across the country, and that's to our benefit, right? But that also means that our programs likely will be a little bit different too. I also want to share, continue to improve and refine your programs. To be perfectly honest, we had a long-going program called Smart Start, where we offered interest rate reductions based on educational programs. And the last year or so, we actually quit that program. It was a little too complex, both for our borrowers and our staff to understand. And so we went with a much more streamlined approach, sort of a little bit more of a blanket, with a few caveats in between, but more of a blanket interest rate reduction across the board. So don't be afraid to throw something out, because again, that program was in place probably 13 or 14 years, and we said we need to do better. We want to be able to actually reach more YBS farmers, so let's go back to the drawing table and let's think about what improvement that we can make. And lastly, just our YBS farmers are changing too, so we need to be cognizant of that and continue to update really all of our programs and what we can do to offer and to support them.
Well, that was great. Thank you, Rachel, and thank all of you. I think we got a better idea that your programs are indeed different and responding to the customer needs across the country. So, Rachel, more specifically, when you're doing outreach to beginning farmers, one of the things I perceive that education does is help set expectations for those beginning farmers as far as what they're getting into, right? Back to that informed consent thing, but more of what should they expect the performance of that business to be. So you do a lot of farm business planning. You mentioned Ag Business Masters. Planning's a great thing. What do you do to help those participants in your program actually finish it, actually engage and finish it and see that it's good for them?
Yeah, I think this is a great question because it can be a little bit daunting, right, to a beginning farmer of, oh my gosh, I need to put together a business plan. And, you look around the industry and it's like, you need a 30-page with all this information, right? But I think engaging with producers to really start small. I mean, heck, if it's a one-page business plan, that's great. That's like something written down. And, so from our standpoint, of course, we've got some tools and templates available, but I think just encouraging it, making it sort of approachable to be step-by-step. Another thing, again, to my point of engaging with others, is to point them to resources that can help. So in Pennsylvania, we work very closely with Small Business Development Council, SBDCs, that's through the SBA. They are tremendous. And actually, through our grant program, we required our grant applicants to provide a business plan. And you don't have a business plan? Reach out to your SBDC. They may be able to help you to do so. And similarly with this mentor program that we just launched, it's actually not a standalone mentor program. We're leveraging SCORE in the state of Pennsylvania, which is very well known for providing mentorship to small businesses, maybe not so well known to providing mentorship to agriculture. But what we've done is we've placed those with agricultural expertise, particularly 5 that we started with, here's a pilot, got them trained into SCORE, and we're pointing people to SCORE to get the mentorship that can really, again, make that whole business planning process approachable, asking them the right questions, especially when they're getting started. So that's what I would say, some of what we're doing to get them on the right foot, Gary.
Great. Phil, in your slide, you showed us kind of the progression from FFA to the, you had a polite term for old farmer. I forget what that was.
Retiring or part-time.
Yeah. So looking at that spectrum of beginning farmer needs, that they're pretty different, right? But they all have something that they need. How do you, you talked about establishing a progression from, what they need to know as FFA kids and on. How do you communicate to students that they're going to need, that those financial skills you're trying to give to them at each stage are actually going to help them? How do you make it important?
Yeah, success stories is the best way to get them to grasp that, and try, at least for us, putting people in front of them who have actually done that and been successful there, and then also even bringing like the celebrity element into it, and talking about people like Elon Musk is very popular in Texas right now. So talking about people like them and using that as an example and showing real life examples of how they got started and how they got to where they are now. Trying to really drive the ambition, I think, for those young people. That's been a real key.
Well, let's take a minute and see some of the beginning farmers. If I could ask the folks in the AV booth back there to run the first video. And this is from American Ag Credit.
There's a lot of resources out there for young beginning small farmers. Sometimes it can be very overwhelming. I think one of the most important responsibilities of a farm credit institution is to be the conduit of those resources and be able to provide a little bit of the expertise of where to funnel some of those resources when and where they're needed.
I don't come from an agricultural family. I don't have a background in ag. So I think being able to have partners who support people who maybe don't have that background, don't have that access, is really valuable, because I know there are a lot of people who would want to be in agriculture, but like me, they just kind of didn't know how. So being able to provide that support is invaluable.
When you're new in any industry, it's finding those resources, finding the connections that can help you at whatever stage you need, and that those connections know they are young and beginning farmers. They need our support, and whatever question they may have, we're there for them.
As I was starting my business, one of the first things that you need to do is source capital. As we have grown, we've had to be creative in the ways that we can secure debt or find innovative ways to find the solutions to fund our growth while we're still a small company that doesn't necessarily have all of the history or backing that a larger company would have. And American Ag Credit was also innovative in the approach to looking at how can we find a win-win scenario for us.
Resources are very important, and I think there's a lot out there, and I think it behooves the farm credit institutions to be knowledgeable of those resources and to be able to provide opportunities and options to young and beginning small farmers.
Oh, great. So, Gina, one of the first things you said in that video was that you feel a responsibility, American Ag Credit feels a responsibility to be a conduit for resources rather than, I suppose, providing all of those yourself. Why, other than not having to do everything, why do you want to be a conduit rather than just saying, well, we'll do everything for all those beginning farmers?
Yeah, that's a great question, Gary. And if you'll recall the slide of our territory, for example, when you've got different types of customers in California with different needs, as Colorado and Kansas, we can't be a one-stop shop for the resources that are provided through all of our lending territory. So we choose to partner and, again, be those knowledgeable of what is the best resources for a small farmer in Colorado that's wanting to maybe get through, talk through estate planning process. We put together a workshop earlier this year on that topic because we felt that's what was needed and that's what we were hearing in that community. So again, finding the resources, working with CSU, and put together a workshop for that specific topic. It happens in California. You saw Mary Kimball with Center for Land-Based Learning. They have a tremendous amount of resources with their Farm Academy. And as the apprentice there said, she utilizes all her fellow farmers and knowing whether it's when they're ready for an FSA loan or to partner with Farm Credit. When they're ready, we're ready. But again, it's being that resources, knowing all those resources, talking through some options as the previous panel discussed. And I think that's what one of the benefits that not only American Ag Credit can offer, but the entire Farm Credit system.
Chris, I'm kind of thinking the same thing happens on the East Coast, where I'm more familiar with some of that beginning farmer infrastructure, like Cornell or Tufts University's beginning new entry sustainable farm, or Nuestra Raíces in Springfield. How do you choose who you're going to partner with of those many, many organizations that are already doing the beginning farmer training?
Well, one thing that we learned, and this was a little bit of a lesson that we learned kind of the hard way, was it was very important for us, particularly with organizations that maybe, as you put it, Gary, look different or act different or are not from the same background that we are, to reach out, make them aware that we want to support their efforts. These are some resources that we can provide, and let them ask for the assistance or the engagement that they want. You know, early on, we tried to sort of push educational programs a little bit, perhaps too much, and it kind of came across as like, hey, we're from Farm Credit here to tell you what to do. You know, instead, we're kind of reaching out and saying, hey, you know, we're here, we want to support young beginning farmers, we want to support your organization. Here are some of the things that we can do. Let us know how we can help. And then, you know, if we're asked, then we do the best we can to fill the needs that they're looking to fill. And so that's one area that we've, I guess, grown in.
Excellent. Let's take a look at another video that highlights a fairly unusual approach to outreach, which, I don't know, in any business I think is pretty popular when you give away money.
During today's event, we'll recognize the winners of our first ever Jumpstart grants, and each grant awards $10,000 to startup farmers in Ag Choice Farm Credit's territory.
It's truly an honor to be a part of a class of such hardworking, talented individuals that represent so many diverse fields of Pennsylvania agriculture. And one commonality we all share is we are the future of Pennsylvania agriculture, and we look forward to what the future brings.
I cried. I saw that email and the subject line was something along the lines of, congratulations, you're a Jumpstart grant recipient. And I think I did my little happy dance there on the sidewalk, walking back to my vehicle. These are dreams that I am, really excited to pursue.
It's a great group, a lot of really great businesses that are involved here, and all the great things they're doing that I can learn from, or maybe network and work with them in the future.
We see this program really, it's a tangible way to make a difference in the lives of those individuals and their startup businesses, as well as the entire ag industry.
We were at a point where it was pretty financially intensive, so that's why Ag Choice Farm Credit was like to the rescue for us. So we really appreciate the fact that it was just the right amount at just the right time.
It's through grant opportunities like this that pivotal change is made and farmers are able to increase productivity and have greater success.
since many of you, the recipients, are in the beginning stages of your farm business, we look forward to watching you and your business as you grow in the future.
So Rachel, looks pretty popular when you give money away. Just the right amount of money at just the right time. I mean, that sounds great. But this brand new Jumpstart program is obviously new and just one part of what you do. Could you do that kind of program without the other elements that you do? Would it make sense?
You know, that's a great question. I think it's supplementary to what we do, right? And we were, a year or two ago saying, all right, we already do a lot of things, right? We do the relaxed underwriting standards, the reduced interest rates, the education, all the things, right? But there's a segment we're not reaching, right? There's folks that aren't coming to us for credit for one reason or another. Maybe they don't need credit right now. Maybe, all the whole host of reasons, right? So we were left saying, what more can we do? And that's really where sort of the grant idea came from. And honestly, the results and what has come out of this, and again, we offered it was like October, so it hasn't been that long ago, has just been phenomenal. We had planned to do 10. We ended up doing 15 $10,000 grants. And a big part of it was using our network to reach folks that we would not have reached otherwise. We ended up with a number of our winners and frankly our applicants that were veteran farmers that I don't think know about Ag Choice, and a number of other types as well. The other statistic I'd like to highlight is only about 40% of our grant applicants had, I looked in our CRM system, had an existing contact with Ag Choice, not necessarily credit relationship, but an existing contact of any sort. Have we ever run across this person ever before? Only about 40% of them had. So that means 60% of the grant applicants had no prior relationship with Ag Choice. And I think that speaks volumes, right? I think for years we thought we're doing a really good job. We will pat ourselves on the back, but I think this program really made us step back and say, boy, this helped us reach a lot more people that maybe we hadn't been reaching before.
Right. So, yeah.
Could I just wanted to chime in and talk a little bit about Farm Credit East's grants program because it's a little bit different focus than what Rachel does. More than 10 years ago, our board of directors decided to allocate 1% of our net earnings to give back to the agricultural community. And we created a program called Northeast Ag Enhancement. And we actually, in a different take from what Rachel's doing, we specifically exclude individual farmers as recipients. Instead, we give to farm organizations that are promoting education and development of young beginning small farmers. So things like these incubator farm programs. We give a lot to FFA, 4-H, other youth development programs, and we also have a farmers market grants program that gives money to farmers markets specifically for promotion, and we also have a grants program for FFA youth to help sponsor their ag experience projects. So we took a little bit different take, but I guess equally committed to the growth and development of YBS communities.
And just to add on, American Ag Credit, through the last couple of years, took Hawaii on as our part of our lending service territory, and become much more familiar with really the challenges that were going on over there, and partnered with University of Hawaii over there, who has a phenomenal program already, the infrastructure in place, called Go Farm Hawaii. And so we too decided first we were going to try to do some kind of microloan program, just didn't work. And so we did, as Rachel and Chris was talking about, just put in place a grant program. So there are $50,000 grants that'll be administered through the Go Farm program. And we're really seeing some great outcomes from that.
Excellent, excellent. So Phil, you're in a senior enough position in your organization that I'm expecting here in the boardroom for most every board meeting, and we haven't really heard. And so you're our proxy here for that, I guess. We haven't really heard how a board thinks about it, and I know that that's a hard thing to ask of a staff person to tell us how your board thinks, but I'm going to do it anyway. How does your board get involved in the YBS program whole sphere of activity?
highly engaged, I think, is the right way to describe it. Highly engaged, not necessarily in their involvement of participating in the program or organizing and leading the program, but highly engaged in what are we doing as an organization to get to that next generation of agricultural producers. Many of those directors, they have kids that they want to take over the farm. They have kids they want to be able to stay and earn a living and raise a family on the farm. Others, they're looking, I mentioned that retiring or that hoping to retire sort of producer stage. They're looking around in the local area and saying, who would I lease my farm out to? Who would I sell my farm to? They want to see young producers that they can see themselves in. I had a director tell me just last night, we're looking at the future, the survival of the industry as we know it is what we're looking at right now. And if we do not support these next generation producers, these young beginning of small producers, the industry as we know it is essentially going to exit. And so it's very, very important to them. The other thing I would say, many of our directors, they find value in the networking element of being on the board and the networking element of meeting with the management teams. And so they also want to see us create that networking opportunity for these young beginning as small producers. And one of the things you asked me earlier about was how do you get that to take with the youth programs, the education component in particular, but how do you get the that young beginning and small producer who's going to make that leap to a full-time and hopefully a successful and financially independent or a financially viable operation? That's their goal in general. How do you get all these things we've been trying to teach and help and create opportunities for? How do you get them to take? And I think the board would say it's about networking, and it's about making sure that they have either, you can think of it as cohorts, you can think of it as peer groups, you can think of it as mentors, or any combination of all of that. But it's very important to the board that the co-op provide those opportunities to the customers also.
Excellent. And just to add on to that, Phil, in the last 2 years, there's been a pilot program in the Agribank district of Farm Credit where the associations are taking selected participants from their independently operated YBS programs and putting them into a peer-to-peer network that is regional. And that's a real step for Farm Credit Associations, not just to cooperate at that level, but to see the benefit that it's bringing to those participants. Well, I think it's time for another video, if that's okay with you. But this one, I don't know if we can say it's about a beginning farmer.
Ever since I was a kid, I lobstered. And my family's been lobstering out of Port Clyde for 4 generations. It's not easy for someone starting out. Things aren't like they used to be. You need to be flexible, hardworking, and have steadfast backing to be able to compete in the industry. My name is Lucas Wilson. I'm an officer in the Merchant Marines with a background in lobstering. I found the Farm Start program online. I searched for Farm Credit East and found their 800 number on the website and called.
My name is Catherine Bison. I work as a credit analyst and a Farm Start advisor at the Auburn, Maine branch. Farm Credit East works with promising farmers that are starting up through a program called Farm Start. That program goes beyond the traditional scope of financing to help beginning farmers, whether it's in their first startup year or they're a couple of years in where they're looking to diversify or expand. The Farm Start program is unique to Farm Credit East as it goes beyond the scope of our traditional financing requirements. Collateral position and financial position are not as important as the traditional banking underwriting standard.
I didn't know if I'd be approved for the Farm Start program. I'm not a farmer. I had no financial records, no profit and loss statements. I didn't even really know what that meant. I came into the program with nothing more than experience and a vision.
The program offers up to $75,000 in debt servicing on a short-term basis, so it's very flexible to be able to provide funds for not only capital or equipment purchases, and it can be revolving privileges for, purchasing some traps and gear.
I would absolutely recommend Farm Credit East. They invested in my experience and allowed me to get started.
If you're interested in the Farm Start program, just reach out to any Farm Credit East branch. We will be able to put you in touch with a local Farm Start advisor to get you going and navigate you along the way.
When we succeed, so does Farm Credit. It's good to have good people behind you.
Wow, great. Okay, so not your typical farmer, Chris, but if you could, you mentioned this when we were speaking ahead of time, where you got this video, and then tell us why the Farm Start program that Lucas is a part of was something that was developed by Farm Credit East.
Sure. So an interesting thing about this is that we didn't ask for this. This wasn't our idea. Lucas Wilson's wife happens to be in video production, and after he got started with the Farm Start program, they were so enthused about the program that they came to us and said, hey, my wife has this skill set. Would you be interested in doing a promotional video for Farm Start? And so Catherine Bison, who's their Farm Start advisor, went out and did the video shoot with them, and they did the whole thing for us. So this wasn't even really our production, to be honest. But as far as what problem Farm Start was created to solve was, it's difficult to get started with operating funds in agriculture. Farm Start is specifically not designed to buy real estate. You can get a land mortgage for that that's secured by the real estate. The FSA down payment assistance loan can get your down payment down to 5%, which many of our beginning farmers take advantage of. And that works to some extent, but that gets you ground. You're still going to need to buy inputs, maybe hire somebody, buy some equipment. And we saw a lot of beginning farmers put those expenses on things like credit cards or really tapping out friends and family resources or that sort of thing. So Farm Start, we started it originally with a limit of $50,000 to provide operating funds, either revolving or single use. And then they have up to 5 years to either pay it back or roll it into conventional financing. We upped that to $75,000 a few years ago, and we found that it's been really useful for people in a wide range of types of agriculture, and it can be combined with other sources of financing. So it could be combined with a real estate mortgage to get property, but many Farm starters are working on rented or leased land or family land, and they just need the operating piece. Others will combine it with an FSA piece of financing or that sort of thing, and we allow people to stack it, so to speak, with other sources of capital.
Excellent. Okay, so we're running out of time quickly here, so let's do a really quick lightning round of answers with short answers from each of you. Your personal favorite extraordinary beginning farm operation, however you define extraordinary. Rachel, go.
Ours was not a credit customer. They used our educational program, but it was a nonprofit that she actually brings inner city youth to a farm to grow the food, market it, teaches the business concepts that she learned in our educational program. So love the impact beyond the actual individual themselves. Like, how can we impact the greater industry?
A young customer from Sudan, Texas, named Ryan Harper. That would be my favorite. Ryan and his wife, Melanie, they're in the community of Sudan, Texas is less than 1,000 people. If you look at farm credit, the flow of credit into rural areas, it's evident very much in their lives, not only in his farm loan and his YBS loan that he got from Capital to get started farming and now is been very successful farming, but in the rural communications that she uses as a school teacher, the infrastructure that they use through co-ops to market their products. Those two, they're huge advocates for the farm credit system, and two of my favorites.
I would say that it's probably a young farmer from starter from the Farm Start program from Vermont. He came to the U.S. as a refugee from Haiti several years back, and now runs a farm in Vermont producing saffron. I'll be honest, we had to look up, or at least I had to look up what that even was when he came to us to want to grow it. And I found out that it's a spice used in various types of cooking, and a very expensive one at that, so he's actually doing quite well.
So I'd say ours would be, it's a small farmer that's through the Center for Land-Based Learning program that is selling, or not, actually selling products from their small urban farm west of Sacramento to the mobile farmers market truck that is also run by the Center for Land-Based Learning that is serving some food deserts in some senior housing parts of Sacramento. So it's a real value-added, circular kind of problem that's been solved.
And I'm going to take the privilege of answering my own question. My favorite farm credit operation, or most extraordinary, I think was the term, is livestock operation, crickets. Oh. Crickets. Just like what the audience is like now, crickets. Okay, thank you for laughing.
We actually financed some cricket.
We actually financed crickets. They're for human consumption and mostly for reptile food or bait. Okay, so...
Or in protein bars.
Or yeah, let's not talk about that. I mean, we don't want, it's almost lunchtime.
It's best not to think about it.
Yeah. So, Phil, there are lots of beginning farmers with big dreams, and it often seems to them that the easiest way to accomplish those big dreams is just borrow lots of money from you. So what happens when a beginning farmer approaches you for a farm business loan that's really beyond their capacity?
I wish I could tell you we had that nailed down, and I've got the perfect solution for you. It can be a challenge. That's why we think that education piece is so important, to make sure that understanding good financial management practices, good business management practices, and a good business plan, that's so critical, because if an opportunity comes up, or a opportunity seems out of reach, or as you noted earlier, either the customer or the institution doesn't know or understand that opportunity, being able to pull back to and compare it to the original business plan, I think that's the biggest way to guide those conversations and have those conversations. But they're not easy. And another area where it gets difficult, you may create the original solution for the YBS producer. They may be in business for a year, 2 years, 3 years. Where the challenge arises is that expansion opportunity, and they have an opportunity to either expand their herd or expand their real estate or invest in new equipment, and that expansion opportunity to them is critical to making that next step. And to the institution, if you look at the original goal or the original intent of the program was to get them to a certain financial ratios, certain level of liquidity, certain level of solvency, certain level of cash flow. That was the goal. Well, this is now going to change their cash flow. It's going to change their solvency, and it's going to eat up their liquidity. And so having an open-minded enough approach to your program to say, okay, maybe what was originally a 4-year plan is now a 6-year plan. What was originally 5 years may go to 7 or 10 years. That doesn't mean they're not still young, beginning, and small. It may, by the definition, it may, but it doesn't mean our commitment to getting them where they need to be changes.
Excellent. Well, it's a good thing you can't see the timer, so you don't have to get nervous about finishing on time. We have 2 minutes and 26, 25, 24 seconds left for audience questions. But the next thing is lunch. So that if you want to ask us questions, or ask them questions, we're very willing to sit here through lunch. We can go in shifts. No, let's just hurry up with the questions. What have you got for us? Yeah, it could be lunch, right? Oh, there's a question.
Gary, I got you.
Okay.
Josh Eilers here. I am a full-time farmer in Texas. as well as a veteran, as well as somebody who's benefited from the YBS program at Capital Farm Credit. And that all came about because I had this crazy idea where I was going to take a breed of cattle and that no one's ever heard of. I was going to raise it in city limits, and then I'm going to sell the beef for twice as much as everyone else. And we were able to write a bunch of great success stories about it. My question to you, though, is how is Farm Credit able to continue to understand the needs of the young and beginning farmers who are going to come to you with these crazy ideas, and how are you able to develop programs of the future to fulfill those needs?
All right, Chris, you got the crazy idea thing?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I would say the weirder the better, because in a real sense, because if you came to me and said, I'm going to do an undifferentiated commodity at a very small scale as a beginning farmer and sell it to wholesale markets, I might question the viability of that economically. But if you come to me and say, I'm going to do this and it's value added and it has a hook and it's got a marketing angle to it and it's specialty because of X, Y, and Z, then I'm all ears, because that may be something that you can get a premium price for and make work at a small scale. So. Yeah, it's not unusual to do the unusual.
I would say our lenders would say, if you got a business plan and there's a chance of success, we'll pencil it out.
All right, well, 16 seconds left. I just want to thank all of you and for your coming out here and your preparation for this panel and for bringing the videos and telling us the stories. I think we all have a better idea of the variety of the beginning farmers that YBS programs are intended to serve, and a variety of the types of operations that they are. And it seems that fulfilling our mission means that we have to run fast enough to keep up with our customers. That's the job here that we're talking about, is keeping up with our customers, not giving them something that we think they ought to have. So with that, please help me in thanking the panelists. And lunch is Barbara?
Just a few housekeeping notes. All the bios, materials, things that you've seen on screen will be on the FCA website later today and some tomorrow. You'll see little cards on your table. If you have a comment, after action note, something of that nature, drop it off at our staff desk. We'd love to hear what you think, seriously. And Dean Pritchett is going to lead us to lunch. It is directly next door. And we will begin at, what time did I tell everybody? 1:30. So please be in your seats at 1:15. Thank you. can use this if you like, if that's, or you can sit here, because most of the moderators have been sitting in this chair and just using the microphone. Okay, and then Abe is going to be on the screen. He's not going to be up there too. Right, it'll look like he's here, like his head will be here. So I was wondering how that was going to be. I'm missing a panel, I'm missing a speaker. Yeah, he didn't come last night either, so.
Is this on all the time, or is there?
It's on all the time.
Okay, great.
Well, I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch this afternoon. I can see by the looks on your faces of some of you, it's settling in now, isn't it? We're going to get started in just a minute, so if you want to make your way to the place where it's best for you to view some of these great panels, we'll spend some time doing that this afternoon. Good chance for you to fill your coffee too. Some of you are like me. You're a repeat offender when it comes to caffeine throughout the day. Go ahead and pull that in. I thought that, we had a few questions about Colorado State University as we've been meeting in the hallways. Isn't one of the great things about conferences the hallway conversations that you have? And having a long lunch lets you have even more of those conversations. Having great conversations. Had some folks ask me about some numbers that they wanted to hear about. This seems like the right crowd to talk about when it comes to numbers. So 30,200, the number of students at Colorado State University this year. We really didn't lose many students during the pandemic. We pivoted online for a brief time and then got everybody back face to face. And all of our students did a great job in that process, taking care of each other as part of that. Land-Grant University, 1870 was our founding, 1862 being the Morrill Act, 1870. So we're sitting in our 152nd year here at Colorado State University. Back then, we were the Colorado Agricultural College. And there was just, if you've seen that iconic oval, there was just one building on the campus, the Old Main, which burned down in the 1970s. During the Vietnam War protests was our first big main building that was there. You might see the A up there, and some folks ask me, what does that A stand for? What do you suppose that stands for? Yeah, we were Colorado A&M for quite a while. And it used to be the tradition was that all of the first-year students would carry rocks up the side of the hill, and they would plant those on that A as part of what they did as first-year students. That was one of the things that you did up that. Over time, we got a little smarter, and we decided to paint it on an annual basis. So every year, right before the first home football game, we have a chance for students and alumni to get together and go up and paint that A. And we do it all in about 8 hours to get that taken care of. So that's what that A is for us too. 150. This is a good one to get a pen out for. 150. So here at CSU, we have, would you believe, a fermentation science program. And as you might guess, fermentation science, very popular major at Colorado State University. The first a month after we initiated that major, we had 150 students that signed up right away. So down in the basement of this building, you may have noticed the Ramskeller, which is our own little facility down there. We brew our own beer down there, and the members of the fermentation science program are in charge of that. I say that because that's one of the things that Fort Collins is known for, is innovation, attention to detail, quality, and that shows up in craft brewing. In fact, this is why I had you take your pens out. In fact, our reception this evening, 5 o'clock, we're going to be at New Belgium Brewery. For those of you who've had a fat tire before, that's where they first started to brew that. A great part of the legacy of Fort Collins. New Belgium Brewing is where we'll be at. The address for that is 500 Linden Street. It's about 1.5 miles from here. So you can access that with a car. There's parking. They'll be around out there. Hey, we're shutting the place down today so that you'll have run of the facility while you're there. So when you come in, it'll look like it's deserted. It's not that it's deserted. We're just waiting for you to come in. So if you go in on the west side, you'll see a large patio area just a little bit north of that. And north would be that direction because the mountains are on your left when you're on this part of Colorado. North would be that direction. That's where the entrance is for you to come in. And we'll have some beverages for you, some food for that reception, give you a chance to get to know New Belgium Brewing and what that's all about here in Fort Collins, Colorado. So with that, I can't think of a better pivot, Kate Greenberg, to talk a little bit about what we're going to do in our panels this session. We've got a set of panels that are really going to sort of illustrate some of the key concepts we talked about this morning. And one of those panels is going to be moderated by our Commissioner of Agriculture here in Colorado, Kate Greenberg. Kate was appointed as the Colorado's Commissioner of Agriculture by Governor Jared Polis in December of 2018. Kate and I were just talking a little bit. It feels like an eye blink sometimes, doesn't it, to serve in that role? And part of the reason why is, and one thing that's true probably for the Commissioners of Agriculture in your states, that Commissioners of Agriculture seem to address things that come to us in biblical sorts of ways. You've heard of the plagues before, right, as they come back down. Commissioner Greenberg, before long, here in Colorado, had dealt with drought and with fire and with blizzards that had taken place, and invasive species, insect species and plant species that had come along. And handling all of those with tremendous leadership and a very even-keeled, a very thoughtful approach to help promote Colorado agriculture. At the same time, all those biblical things were raining down. Kate Greenberg was very much about helping make healthy soils in Colorado and telling that story across the United States. Also having an opportunity to do a little bit about what we're talking about, well, maybe a lot of it, actually, promoting young and beginning and small farms. And Kate's leadership has really been fundamental in changing the way we think about agriculture and what the future will look like in Colorado and especially in the semi-arid West. So with that in mind, it's my pleasure to introduce to you, and I'll ask the Commissioner to join us, Commissioner Kate Greenberg.
Wow, what a welcome. Thank you so much, Dean Pritchett. Can't say enough about this gentleman who's exiting the stage and what an excellent partner he is personally as commissioner for our State Department of Ag and for our state as a whole. So we are very lucky to have you, Dean Pritchett, in your role here at CSU. Welcome to Colorado, first and foremost. I'm very glad you're joining us here in our beautiful state. You may have been here during the recent snowstorm on Monday, which we are always grateful for. If not, you have a beautiful sunny day, and that's something that we also cherish here across our state. I have just a few minutes of slideshow before I start our panel, which is really going to be the highlight of today. But I want to just share with you what we're doing here at the Department of Ag and maybe kind of touch on some of the things we'll be talking about with our panel. And I just want to make sure with the slides, are we ready to go on the slide deck? Good to go? Okay. And I think I got the clicker here, so let's see. Oh, so here we go. So just by way of background, this is a slide talking about our mission. And, a lot of times Colorado, or departments of ag, we're regulators, right? We inspect facilities and ag operations, but we're really here to advance Colorado agriculture. And that's something we take very seriously in our department. We got folks who care deeply about ag, who are part of the ag community, and whether we're in a regulatory program or a marketing program advancing ag, all of us are here to advance the mission and adapt for the future. We also, of course, help protect safe and healthy food supplies and protect consumers. That's a big part of what we do. And we also help ensure good stewardship of the natural world. So when you take kind of all three of these clauses of our mission, this is what filters into the work we do every single day. And in fact, you can see this work reflected in our big goals. So our 300 staff all across the state, 8 divisions, every day are working toward moving these goals forward. The first one, economic and supply chain resilience. This is something we've been thinking about for a long time. The pandemic has put it in new light. How do we help the bottom line for our farmers and ranchers in Colorado? Nearly 39,000 farms and ranches. Of course, many more people than that who are involved. And the question of how do you get young people in, or how do you keep young people in the business, all comes back to this. How do you make a living for yourself and your family? So on this front, we're thinking about, how do we help diversify markets and market access for our producers here? So that comes down to processing, for example. We've put a lot of money into helping support our small and mid-scale processors so our producers have more options and can access more markets, especially those higher premium direct-to-consumer markets. We're also thinking about value added. That's something we'll probably talk about with our panel. How can we support our producers who are looking to diversify and add value to the products they grow and raise to actually meet that consumer demand and tell the story while building that bottom line? Second is advancing voluntary stewardship. A big focus of ours here believes strongly that farmers and ranchers are leaders in conservation, that agriculture has a primary role to play in advancing our big goals and our big challenges here in Colorado and across the country, especially when it comes to soil, water, and climate. That's really how we think of it. Out here, we have drought, and we talk about drought, but really, we are in an arid environment with increasingly hot and increasingly dry times. So how do we grow and raise food, knowing that that's part of our future? So some of what we've done in the last couple of years, as Dean Pritchett mentioned, we launched just within the department a soil health program. We've got folks who will talk about that here in a few minutes. It's called STAR, Saving Tomorrow's Agricultural Resources. Actually, a conservation district in Illinois incubated the thought, so if any of you are from that state, thank your conservation district for us. But we've taken that, expanded it. We're working with 17 of our conservation districts on a pilot. The idea is we are providing grants, technical assistance, and research for producers to do what they do and drive soil health forward. We're also drawing in companies, supply chain partners who can help be part of this ecosystem we're building and show that there is a premium, that there's a marketplace for this work of stewardship. And then lastly, of course, while we're all here today, our third big goal is supporting the next generation of farmers and ranchers. And actually, we've expanded that to ag leaders, because really we want anybody who is interested in the art, the science, the business of agriculture to have a place. And whether you're starting from scratch and don't have any ties to agriculture, or maybe you're third or fourth or 12th generation agriculture and you want to find a way to stay in, we want to help. So we're thinking about everything from K-12 all the way up to the first 10 years of production, how we help that sort of entry point for folks, and then on the succession planning side as well. So on the earlier side of education, middle and high schoolers, we actually created a STEM program with our labs just down the highway in Broomfield. So we're bringing kids out to learn from our scientists in our biochem lab, in our metrology lab, in our animal health lab who want to be a part of that. We've also got a paid apprenticeship program, so we pay ag businesses to hire interns so they can get a season's worth of experience out on the farm. And then lastly, and this is something I'm very excited to connect with you all on. Last year, we were able to pass 5 bills through our legislature, a total of $76 million for ag recovery dollars for COVID. And one of the programs that we created is a $30 million revolving loan fund. So that fund is going to be able to finance both small and mid-scale processors and beginning and underserved farmers and ranchers. So we're building that now. We are excited to be a partner, not a competitor, but we're able to take on more risk. The statute really is pretty wide open for us to be creative. And so when speaking with Administrator Ducheneau earlier, who is just an absolute thought leader in this regards, we're going to learn a lot from you on how we build this program, and I think many of you here. We want to be really creative and push the edge of creative financing here in Colorado and think about how we could scale that to meet the needs of beginning and underserved farmers and ranchers. So I mentioned here agricultural stimulus funds. This has been a huge focus of ours. Our total funding in $76 million has gone out to support local county fairs, our state fair, National Western Stock Show. We're supporting drought resilience and drought relief. We're building our soil health program, renewable energy work. We're focusing a lot on agrivoltaics, microhydro, methane recapture, and utility savings. We've actually helped save about $370,000 in utility bills for producers just in the last few months alone. We're also very focused on ag marketing and promotion, telling the story, selling our products, supporting our businesses across food and ag. So that's sort of a snapshot of the Colorado Department of Agriculture, but we do not do what we do alone. We do it with our producers. We do it with our Ag Commission, governor-appointed boards. We do it with our communities across the state in all 64 counties to make sure we're hitting the mark and heading in the right direction. So with that, I am honored today to have a panel of 4 incredible folks who are going to share their perspective on young, beginning, and small farmers and how that relates to some of the things I've talked about, especially from their vantage points out in the field. So what we're going to do, we're going to have each 4 folks I'm going to introduce individually and one at a time, and they'll come up and give you a presentation. And then the next one will come up and give their presentation. We'll move through that and then have our panel discussion to follow. So without further ado, I would like to introduce first Bob Madsen. So Bob is Vice President and Team Leader of the Mission Financing Division at Compeer Financial in Mankato. And Bob, you don't know this yet, but I was actually raised in Mankato, Minnesota, for the first part of my life, so we'll have to catch up on that. His team finances essential community facilities across the U.S., mainly consisting of rural hospitals, senior care facilities, and other facilities that provide overall benefit to rural communities. And since this program's inception, Bob's team has financed over 100 projects nationwide with over $1 billion in total financing. Most of these projects involving public-private partnerships with state, federal, local government units, as well as local banks and other FCS entities. And the work completed by his team has gained national recognition from the White House, USDA Rural Development, and many other agencies and institutions, all with the goal of making rural America a better place to live and keeping agriculture strong for the future. With that, help me welcome Bob Matson to the stage.
All right. Well, great. Thank you. And we've had a good meeting and presentation so far, very focused on the agricultural infrastructure kind of arena. And my other panelists will continue to present on that. But I'm going to take a little bit of a different spin. Because long term, for agriculture to be successful, rural communities need to be successful, and vice versa. And so what we've done at Compeer and through the abilities provided by the Farm Credit Administration is make investments in areas outside of agriculture that's really focused on a mission of supporting rural America, specifically farmers and ranchers. And that really ties back into trying to bring younger generations, young and beginning farmers and ranchers back to rural America, as well as helping to retain those, so whether they leave or don't leave. And so just kind of thinking about the demands of infrastructure in rural America in general, in some ways they really change based on where you're at in life and maybe your status as far as full-time or part-time farmer. The longer that you're gone from rural America, the more it takes to get you back and to keep you. I think that's fair to say. And when others are involved in the decision, other than just yourself, there are also more demands. So thinking back to an early song from the 1990s, sometimes love just ain't enough to get people to come back, especially when you have a significant other or spouse. And again, as you're thinking about being a full-time farmer or part-time farmer, graduating or moving up into that full-time arena, you need other opportunities. As Administrator Ducheneau mentioned, 89% of farmers need some sort of off-farm income to subsidize their operation or possibly their family living costs. So as we think about kind of the strategies and the needs, for those that have no intention of leaving rural America, it's more of a retention strategy. And you could probably say the same thing for those that go on to higher education for a 2-year, 4-year degree, but already have the plan to come back. It's more about retention than bringing back. But many people, and I think Board Chair Smith mentioned maybe his family situation once upon a time on a tour that I was on, recommending that people go away from rural America, leave, get their education, get some life experience and employment, gain some experience before coming back. That's really where it's more of an attraction that's needed. And so as people are thinking about building their communities, because rural development and economic development really is a team sport. It takes partnerships, it takes multiple groups, and nobody can solve it on their own. Is having those, really core infrastructure needs, as well as amenities that we won't hit on here, but core infrastructure needs to get people to come back, to begin farming, ranching, and actually want to stay. So hitting on some key infrastructure needs. Medical facilities is one of the top. It doesn't matter whether you're young, old, you need to have modern medical facilities, hospitals, clinics, specialty care in order to make your rural community vibrant and also attract people back and keep them in rural America. Obviously, emergency care, things of that nature are extremely important. But one overlooked aspect of not having those medical facilities in your community is from an employment perspective, a hospital is usually one of the major employers in your community. And as we're thinking about off-farm income, bringing back spouses and families, being able to deliver babies if that's in the plan for the future, having these modern facilities is important. And we've seen it time and time again how a replacement or modernized hospital can change a rural community and really change the outlook of its citizens. A second highly or just key aspect is having broadband and high-speed internet. And I think that's only going to become more important. I mean, it's not just because of personal use. Everybody's got their smartphones, doesn't know what to do without them. People are moving away from cable TV, and it's all about streaming. So you need it not only from a personal satisfaction perspective, but also from education. We've seen that through the pandemic, having to do your learning from home when you have a family. You need to have that high-speed internet, not just for your children, but for yourself, whether that's higher education or just educating yourself to keep up with business needs. But one big one that I think we're going to continue to see, and we talked about it at lunch a little bit with one of my panelists, was the fact that the workplace environment has changed, and I think it's here to stay. Don't quote me on that, but flexibility in your job and where you work from is really a demand that many people can put onto an employer these days. Not every job, of course, but I think you're going to see opportunities for people to relocate back to rural America if that's where they want to be, and still maintain very high-paying jobs that come with great benefits that were in a metro area before. It's going to give more and more opportunities for those who want to be involved in agriculture to come back with a spouse or significant other and family. And making sure that we have that is key. The other thing is for those, especially who are thinking about having a family or have a family, is a strong educational system. And modern educational facilities don't necessarily equate to strong, but a lot of times it sure helps the perception. It helps with recruiting of teachers, staff, and just people feeling good about their school system. And again, going back to the employment area, hospitals and schools are typically the largest employers in these rural communities and provides a great source of opportunity for off-farm income. Let's see. Public safety. I think sometimes we overlook those things, but making sure that we have fire and rescue, ambulance services, law enforcement, making sure that our communities are deemed safe, and that if something does happen, that the infrastructure is there to take care of yourself and your family. I know we definitely overlook utilities. We don't think about that a lot. It's kind of a given that everybody wants electricity and clean water and that type of thing. But that's obviously very important to have as we think about attracting people back and retaining. And another big one that probably isn't thought about a lot is senior care facilities. As we're talking about bringing people back to rural America to take over farms and ranches, we have an older generation that has to go somewhere, right? They can't stay on the farm forever. If you're a full-time farmer and you're very busy, you're not able to take care of that generation. So making sure that there's modern and safe facilities for whether it be parents or grandparents is extremely important. And if you are making a life change to move somewhere and plan to stay there the rest of your life, I think most people should be thinking about themselves for the future as well. And again, senior care facilities are another very important source of employment for people in rural America. Housing is one that can be overlooked. A lot of times when people move back to rural America, they may have a housing lined up if it's on the farm, but if you don't, you obviously need a place to live. So making sure that you have good housing for yourself. But another area that I am seeing over and over as an area need is workforce housing. So as people want to expand their businesses, whether it's value-added processing, you name it, it's always great if you can find the workers that you need who live in the area and have housing lined up. But for those that don't, where you need to attract new members to that community for your business, where are they going to live? Kind of a personal, not personal situation, but in the town where I live, Mankato, a hotel went out of business, and one gentleman who's involved in agriculture and was part owner of a hog processing facility needed to bring in a bunch of workers. This processing facility is an hour away. He bought the hotel, and that's where people are living, and he's busing them back and forth because that rural town of 4,000 people where the processing facility is at didn't have the housing, and they could not come to an agreement on building multifamily housing to house these new workers. And so how do you start a business or expand if your workers don't have a place to live? And again, the agricultural infrastructure piece, which we're going to hit on here more with the other panelists. So thinking just a little bit about the Farm Credit System investment. So Compeer is a Farm Credit System entity. And just from talking with FCA, I think it's important that the room here knows that in general, the Farm Credit System does not have direct lending authorities for most of these infrastructure areas that I talked about. The exception would be CoBank has authorities within water and sewer and rural telecommunications and some of those areas. But specifically as it relates to kind of the healthcare, senior care, public safety aspect, education, system does not have direct lending authorities. However, the FCA board does have the ability to grant some individual case-by-case approvals, and that process has been in place since 2015. Prior to that, there was a pilot program that was a little more broad from kind of the 2006 to 2014 range, and that's where, for some members of the Farm Credit System, it made some investments in this rural infrastructure and in communities to help support farmers and ranchers with a focus on the young beginning piece. And just a little bit of background of some of the investments that we've made. We've been a part of roughly 25 to 30 senior care facilities and 25 to 30 hospitals kind of over my tenure. I've been doing the rural infrastructure investments pretty much exclusively since 2009. So most of my career has been focused on that. And it's really about, as I mentioned, rural development being a team sport. So we partner with USDA, rural development, and their financing programs, local banks, local farm credit system entities, to pull together financing packages to make these investments and make projects happen. Politically, sometimes banks and farm credit don't get along, but I can tell you when it comes to Main Street and doing a project in a rural community, those politics go out the window. We'll leave that to other communities. Let's just get it done and make sure that it happens. And I can tell you that there is a great need out there for investment infrastructure in rural America. With the cost of projects and construction going up these days, and the fact that most schools and senior care and hospitals were built in the 1950s and 60s, we've hit a spot where there's a lot of need for replacement and expansion. And again, from our panel today, I was talking with another Farm Credit System employee in Kansas about a project in her community that we had looked at possibly being involved with. And so the needs are out there, and we're looking to help fill that in any way possible within the constraints allowed by FCA, and looking forward to partnering with whoever it takes to pull these together. So with that, I will turn it over to the next, get Kate back up here and we'll sit down and. Okay.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Bob. Let's give a round of applause for Bob. All right, our next speaker this afternoon is Kevin Jablonski. Kevin is the president of the board of directors of the Poudre Valley Community Farms. He served in that role since 2018 and is also an extension faculty member in the Department of Animal Sciences here at CSU, studying the ecology of grazing livestock. Kevin has worked as a grant manager, livestock producer, and a conservation biologist, and he earned his PhD in rangeland ecosystem science from CSU in 2019. He lives in the foothills with his wife Becca and daughters, is it Lila? Lila, thank you, and Francis. And on the side, he operates a small multi-species livestock business. Please help me welcome Kevin Jablonski to the stage.
Thank you, Commissioner Greenberg. Hi. Too far. So I'm just going to take a few minutes here, but I think my contribution to this panel is to, give a bit of local flavor, something going on here in the Fort Collins, Northern Colorado area. Part of it is an innovative model, I think, for connecting farmers to farmland, especially in an area where access is challenging. I think a second sort of part of it is a growing public-private partnership between the city of Fort Collins and Poudre Valley Community Farms. And actually, it's really a three-way partnership between farmers, a community-based organization, and a municipality, city of Fort Collins. And then lastly, I can briefly describe some infrastructure sort of challenges and lessons learned. I hope ultimately it's a relatively small project, but it's sort of instructive and perhaps inspiring, the approach we've taken. And so, yeah, the name of our organization is Poudre Valley Community Farms. And so looking at our region, and these graphs and these trends are ever present, and you know, I've done a lot of work in rural areas. Rural communities is sort of a passion of mine, but this is a rapidly growing urban and suburban area. But nevertheless, I think a lot of these lessons do transfer. On the top right, we have real estate prices, and then on the bottom right, we have water prices. If you're from an area where water falls from the sky, where I have raised livestock before, no, we got to pay for it here, and it costs a lot because you have to compete with people who want to drink it and water their lawns with it. And so the challenges we face here are land and water are expensive and scarce, increasingly scarce. Prices are decoupled from the agricultural realities, right? If you're a farmer and you want to buy land in our region, you're going to compete with a developer who wants to put a home every quarter acre on that property. You can't pay for land at that price, right? You can't pay for the land like a developer can pay for land if they're going to put houses on it. And so a question that's really been confronting our community for a decade, really rapidly, you can see on these graphs, but 30 years or more here, is how can we keep farmers in our community? How can we prevent them from being pushed increasingly to the margins, driving an hour to market their product if they're marketing locally? And so the question that some really smart folks, some of whom are in the room, asked about 6 years ago, and really probably about 8 years ago, the question was asked, is what if the community owned the land and the water here? So that's Poudre Valley Community Farms. It was launched in 2016. It's a multi-stakeholder cooperative. It's a cooperative. It's not a nonprofit. It's technically a for-profit model, although you'd be hard-pressed to find the profits in it. We have greater than 110 local members currently, local community members, who have purchased shares in the cooperative. Shares start at $2,500. It's not cheap for most people. And so that many people have signed up, some for significantly more as investment share members, to join the cooperative and provide us with startup funds, essentially. The services the cooperative provides to local community members, to farmers in our community, are long-term affordable leases. We take land that is going to be either developed or otherwise inaccessible to farmers, make it accessible to them at market competitive rates, agriculturally marketed competitive rates, not development marketed competitive rates. We provide infrastructure development support. Very often what we're looking at are hay fields that are going to be doing more diverse vegetables. We have an elderberry producer. We have livestock, small-scale livestock producers. We also provide connection to investors. We've facilitated a fair amount of investment in our farmers that participate in our cooperative via not our own funds, but via investors who say, I'll provide you funds at a very low interest rate because I appreciate what you're doing and I want to support our community. Business and grant support, and also networking for our producers. And ultimately, our mission as Poudre Valley Community Farms is to ensure affordable, with an emphasis on affordable, access to farmland in our community. Again, in our community, in an area that's rapidly developing. How can we keep farmers as members of our community? People you see every day at the daycare, at the schools, at church, people that are part of your community. And so, again, quick presentation, but our lessons learned and current status. So currently, we have 4 properties in the area, the city of Fort Collins, growing actually quite rapidly in recent years, with a lot of things in the pipeline. Has 9 farmers, including Young and Beginning. On one of our properties, we are just starting a farm business accelerator program to target young and beginning farmers. This is in collaboration with a local nonprofit. So our original model as Poudre Valley Community Farms is we're going to buy land. We're going to compete with those developers. We're going to buy the properties they would otherwise buy and keep them in ag. So our first property was a 74-acre property, actually originally a 110-acre property with water rights, good water rights. And we spent $1.3 million to purchase it. We ended up being able to pay for that property through a conservation easement, through subdivision and selling off a small house and 35 acres attached to the property, and additional fundraising. And so that's a model that can work here in this community, but something that came along in the process of sort of reaching for that purchasing model was the city of Fort Collins said, hey, we own 30,000 acres of land. They have a very good budget for purchasing and conserving land. They said, we own 30,000 acres of land, much of which is in hayfields. We love to see that in something more diverse, more community-oriented, more education-oriented. And so we have this growing partnership with the city of Fort Collins, 3 current irrigated leases totaling 235 acres, where we are essentially the middle person, right? The city has land, they want farmers on it. City is not well built to put farmers on land, manage those relationships, ensure they have what they need, build out the infrastructure they may need, or support them in infrastructure development. And so Poudre Valley Community Farms is serving as that middle entity in that relationship. We also are just moving forward on a grazing collaboration where the city says, we have a lot of other land that needs grazing. If any of you are from Colorado, the Marshall Fire just burned south near Boulder, burned a lot of land that, in my opinion, as a grazing ecologist, needed grazing on it and needed some of that fuel removal. City of Fort Collins recognizes that. They want grazing on their lands, but same challenge. How do we find it? How do we steward those relationships? So they are now committing 4,000 acres of their grasslands to some grazing in partnership with us, where we can not only have grazing and have viability for agricultural producers, but serve as a demonstration to the community of the appropriateness of livestock production here. And lastly, we have a 40-acre property on the largest development in the history of northern Colorado. Is going in. It's the Montava development. It's going to be an ag center development with a 40-acre farm at the middle. Again, as a community entity, we're holding the developers' feet to the fire to say, don't wait till the end and give us the 40 acres of marginal land with no water. Give us the 40 acres that the farmer wants right now in the middle of the property with adequate water rights, and that's what they're doing. They've stepped up to the table. So we're going to have a 40-acre farm in the middle of a 3,500 home development going in Fort Collins. And we have a good property pipeline. And just quickly then, funds, we've done fairly well, I think, financially. Ultimate conclusion is that we can stay in the black on the community owning or leasing the land. Taking rental payments from the producers, it puts us in the black, but there's some important lessons there. One, ownership does work. We can in Colorado, especially with the new conservation easement valuation in Colorado now is 90% of assessed value you can get as a return as a conservation easement, a tax credit. That actually really works for purchasing and turning properties around and keeping them in ag. But leasing is better. If you have a municipality with all of that land and they're willing to lease it over the long term, it's a better option. But the challenge of working with a municipality, public-private partnership, is that their hands are tied in leasing. Their hands are tied in the lengths of their lease and the capacities of their lease to do different things on the properties they own because they're not used to doing things like this. And so that's a challenge. The security of the lease and the flexibility of the lease is a challenge in a public-private partnership like that. As an organization, we need more scale to up the revenue, to get further into the black. We're in the black, but we're not enough in the black to support permanent staffing. And lastly, infrastructure is a really important lesson we've learned. Every single property we've gone on to has needed at least $50,000 of infrastructure investment to get it up to something that could be leasable to a producer. Right? We're not talking about things that producers should do themselves. We're talking about to be viable as agricultural land, it needed infrastructure development. City wasn't going to do it. The farmers would have been reluctant to pay to lease the land if it didn't have it. We needed a third party to come in and fund that infrastructure development, irrigation ponds, fencing, all sorts of things that might have been needed, running electrical lines, running three-phase power. These things were needed on these properties to make them agriculturally viable. That's where this third party, this community-based organization was able to step in. And I think I'll leave it there and for the next panelist. Thanks.
Great, thank you so much, Kevin. So I'm gonna do a quick time check. It's 2:07. I was given the green light. We can go to 2:30, which is taking up your break. So if you do need to get up to get coffee or water, use the bathroom, please, we won't be offended. But we do have 2 other panelists who are gonna come up and talk. And panelists, Roberto and Roy, I would challenge you to condensing this time so I can ask you the first questions as part of our panel. So next up, Roy Pfaltzgraff. Roy farms south of Haxton up in northeast Colorado with his wife Barb and his parents. When Roy returned to the farm in 2017, it was a very traditional dry land operation, but within months of coming back, Roy has made some incredible changes, diversifying the farm, moving into value added, and is a huge leader on our soil health program. So with that, please help me welcome Roy Pfaltzgraff to the stage.
Okay, I have to remember what's in my slides because I made them last week and I got a lot going on. Like Commissioner Greenberg said, I'm Roy Pfaltzgraff from Haxton, Colorado. We're 2.5 hours straight east of here. We have 2,000 acres of dry land. Average precipitation in our area is 16 inches a year. And this last year we had 22 inches. It started with 9 inches on the 28th of April and finished by the 15th of June, and then it didn't rain the rest of the year. So we have a very challenging environment. We'll see 100-degree heat with 40-mile-an-hour winds, and during the winter we'll see 20 below. So this is the farm 5 years ago. This is the farm today. So you might notice there's a few changes. Now, with this is the evolution of our farm, and this is the challenge that I think that a lot of people face is, people coming back to the farm. And, I had a conversation with somebody this last week that they were like, oh, you have 2,000 acres. Well, how long's your family been on it? And I said, well, my grandfather bought it in '49. And they said, oh, so you have land access, it's easy. Yeah, I inherited $1 million of debt. So, it's one of those, yes, I have land, but I have the equivalent amount of debt that goes right along with it, even though it's not directly tied. Then, we were traditional. We've been no-till since '99, but Dad would raise wheat and then a spring crop, either corn, milo, sunflowers, or millet, and then be fallow for a year. With what we see in soil health, we have to continue to feed the soil. And with some research out in Nebraska, they showed that we actually, in our area, you can't conserve moisture from year to year. So what you farm in a single year is what you get. And so if you take a year off, it either evaporates or percolates. So it's these transitions, these changes. And with this year we're going to be raising 14 different crops. A lot of them, believe it or not, are commodity crops. There are some specialty crops. But the reason I chose some of these crops is to regenerate the land. We do feel that we are regenerative. We are not organic. We are conventional. But we've reduced our fertilizer and herbicide usage by close to 75%, which those two are our largest two inputs. With that, we actually are using same yields with less fertilizer because we are rotating the crops in a way that creates this natural fertility. And so with that, we've started to get into specialty and direct marketing. Wheat, corn, sunflowers, milo, millet, all those generally go to the elevator. Our millet, our buckwheat, and part of our oats and corn actually goes to a gluten-free malting facility where it's malted and sent to 60 or 80 breweries in the United States and in 8 countries to brew gluten-free beer, and it tastes like beer. I mean, it's kind of surprising what they can do. But that's a specialty market, and that's one of the challenges that we faced in this evolution is working with our lender. You harvest the crop in July, you have the income in August. It's one of those, that's that expectation. And it's completely different when you harvest the crop in July and then you deliver a semi-load a month for the next 9 months. So it changes a lot of this thinking and before lunch they talked about the crazier idea, the better. No, the crazier idea, the harder it is to prove that it's going to work, even if you have that background to show that it's going to. We talk about insurance. RMA actually told us this last year that buckwheat will not grow in Northeast Colorado. It's one of our highest profitable crops because we're going into the food market with it. We also sell direct to consumer. It's one of those things that started taking off. We haven't advertised it. We actually did it as an outreach for education to talk about what goes on farms. We have bees, so we sell honey. We have honeycomb. My wife makes beauty products with the wax. We have a line of gluten-free mixes that are made with millet. So we have this very diverse marketing, and it's starting to take off without even really trying. It's been kind of bizarre. I actually ordered $8,000 in food processing equipment last week, something that I would have never anticipated farming. So the connections that have been really important for our evolution, and this picture here is actually 2 weeks ago we entered a new indoor farmers market, and this is our display. We have soaps, lotion bars. The lip balms are on a separate place because they didn't have enough room for us. Our 5 gluten-free mixes, honey, and then honeycomb below. All of these contain at least one ingredient from our farm. But to make these kind of connections, it takes work, and it's not something that happens naturally. If it did, we would never have to have conversations about local food. But farmers are creatures of habit, and we're have to forced to look elsewhere. And I'm lucky because I'm working with my father. He fought with his father-in-law for 40 years while he farmed, trying to evolve the farm. So when I came back, he said, whatever you want to do, as long as you can show that it's a chance of being profitable, we'll do it. And initially he was resistant, but he kept to his word. And I knew that things had changed when I went to a meeting and I came home and he goes, okay, what'd you learn at this meeting? What are we going to do different? And I said, we're going to raise upland rice. And he said, okay, where's your market? That was his response. A dryland farmer in Northeast Colorado looks at raising rice as no big deal. You know, that is the evolution of that thought process. Colorado Grain Chain, I was on the board when it was founded. It's actually a group that is a public-private partnership that works on connecting specialty farms, specialty grains to processors. And it's interesting to see how it evolved. And the thing is it was happening and starting to evolve when COVID happened. And it was really good because these farmers that have their own mills could deliver flour when you couldn't go to the grocery store and get flour. So it's starting to change that consumer mindset, and it's making those connections that maybe we need to know our farmers and maybe we need to talk to them about buying our food instead of relying on the grocery store. I was also a founding member of the High Plains Beekeepers. We keep bees, but it's one of those, it's a really good way to, you know, there's a lot of connections in agriculture with bees. So once again, it was CSU Extension with a local group. Rocky Mountain Farmers Union, a lot of stuff what I did, that I've done, has been through connections that I've made through Farmers Union. So we have to encourage farmers to get out and talk with other farmers and talk with other people that innovate. The Farms Project, like Kate had mentioned, oh no, that's STAR, sorry. Farms is an NRCS CIG loan or grant program that I'm part of. That they're looking at what producers are doing that is evolutionary and changing how the farms are doing. So once again, that's Colorado Conservation Tillage combined with NRCS to bring out grant money to fund. We were raising camelina on a field this year that is part of that project. And then the STAR program is focusing on soil health. My biggest thing is when they started bringing this out, we don't need government money to fund soil health programs. We need the market to do it. We need to be able to create a program that incentivizes marketing so the consumer can go to the grocery store and vote with their dollar versus having to pay taxes that's redistributed to farms. And so with that, there's the pieces are there that we're working on evolving and growing to get that so there will be more opportunities in direct to farm. So, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Roy. All right, last but not least is Roberto Mesa. Roberto is a first-generation farmer, artist, local food advocate, originally from Mexico. Roberto now calls Bennett, Colorado, the home of his farm operation and greenhouse. He's also the CEO of the East Denver Food Hub, which is a local food supplier based in Denver. And his work lies at the intersection of policy, sustainable ag, food systems, and environmental stewardship. He is also a member of the Denver Sustainable Food Policy Council, president of the National Young Farmers Coalition, my former employer, and co-chair of the Land Access Committee for Mile High Farmers. He is a governor appointee to my board, so he is one of my bosses, and was recently confirmed unanimously by our Senate Ag Committee. Please help me welcome Roberto to the stage.
Okay, I do have quite a few slides, so I'll be as quick and brief as possible. So I just want to thank CSU and also FCA for hosting this very important conversation. So I'm here really to kind of create a laboratory for how we can create better systems, ecosystems for our food and ag industries. And this is in an attempt to create and showcase the model between a year-round farm, Emerald Gardens, and East Denver Food Hub, leveraging private-public partnerships, resources, and some creative ingenuity in terms of creating markets and perhaps gleaning some innovative models on how capital and resources can flow to regenerate our local communities. So our farm is on the Eastern Plains. We occupy 35 acres, traditional land of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho people. And when my business partner, pictured here, and I stepped onto the land, we were literally facing a horizon that we didn't know where to begin. And just so happens that we both had an interest in hydroponic and controlled environment greenhouse operations, knowing that the land was completely depleted in organic matter, there was no infrastructure. We needed something quick and rapid to get up and running so that we could actually engage in the market and create a viable farming operation. That's one of the reasons why we chose to develop our operation in a passive solar greenhouse to mitigate the temperature swings and all of the challenges farming on the Eastern Plains. And it allowed us to really create a viable business that focuses on microgreen production. We're probably the only microgreen farmer on the Eastern Plains that is creating markets, both wholesale and direct to consumer. We were thriving and really developing an opportunity to offer a crop that is quick growing, can be grown year round, uses very minimal water and inputs, and we use vertical farming to optimize the square footage of our production space. So as you can see, we grow 5 levels instead of a single plane as traditional greenhouses. And this is really something that we're trying to figure out as we begin leveraging the rest of the acreage. This pretty much encompasses only 3,000 square feet of the 35 acres that are available to us. So how can we do that to create land access opportunities? And really looking at the model that Kevin just talked about of Pooter Farms to see how we can develop a similar opportunity over there. And we all know that, you know, looking at the soil food web, this is one way that we can regenerate our soils. Part of the STAR program, how we can think about the carbon cycle to do this. I view this as another model in terms of how we can create a social food web. The organisms beneath our feet already figured out how to keep the ecosystem alive and thriving. How can we do that with our social systems? And so as much as we're trying to regenerate our soils, we're also trying to regenerate and create sustainable opportunities for our communities. This is also a model for me in terms of how we think about capital. We understand the importance of carbon sequestration. What does it mean to think about capital sequestration and keep that within our local communities and economies? And we were really blessed to work with the SLO Opportunities for Investing Locally. The Soil Boulder Group really allowed Emerald Gardens to develop its foundation by creating a 0% loan that was $15,000 to cover our GAP certification so that we could work with major distributors and wholesalers, and also a very essential part of infrastructure on our farm, which was creating an access road as per the fire department requirements, which we couldn't get without their help. Now, Woody Tash, the founder, is launching Beatcoin, which is an opportunity to fund other soil groups around the country. East Denver Food Hub really arises out of the need to address the viability of local farms, mitigating the economic challenges due to COVID, but also addressing the increasing need for food security in our communities. East Denver Food Hub was an organization that I co-founded to really address those links together. As we're noticing that the economic destabilizing effects of supply chains, we realized that smaller local supply chains were far more resilient to getting food to people when they needed it the most. And so now we're championing the viability of local farmers, creating opportunities for BIPOC farmers to access land on Emerald Gardens Farm and connecting them to markets in the community. Our ecosystem as a business really addresses the supply and the demand side by providing farmers with the services and resources, technical assistance that they need to develop their own operations, while also creating a hub-to-hub local food supply chain based on the values of cooperative development, community wealth building, and basically connecting farmers to their communities. We see this as an opportunity to create a market that will substantiate our new burgeoning group of farmers in our next generation of stewards. And so how do we do that in a manner that creates economic opportunity as well for other people in our communities by leveraging the resources of our land? Sugar Moon Mushrooms was one of the farms that we launched due to the fact that East Denver Food Hub created partnerships with food access organizations. We got contracts, created opportunities to forward contract with the farmer, and thus create a foundation to launch a new business. Now we occupy 15,000 square feet of warehouse space where we're providing the services of aggregation and distribution and moving more into how we can develop processing and co-packing opportunities to support value-added producers such as Roy. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, panel. So we're going to move over to our panel part of the discussion. It's going to be a lightning round. So we're just going to move quick through some questions. And if you guys could just be real zippy, I think, what do you want the audience to leave with in the next, 5-10 minutes? They've heard about your business. They've heard about, the diversity of what you represent of Colorado Ag. And hopefully you see how incredible this panel is. So with that, let me move over to this mic. All right, for starters, all right, these are all on. You guys got mics down there as well. We're talking a lot about infrastructure, and I think, you mentioned this at the beginning, and I want to talk about, so Bob, maybe we can start with you. Infrastructure, brick and mortar, services. What about policy infrastructure, and how can we think about sort of the policy mechanisms at play to enable YBS, young beginning and small farmers to have more opportunities in the field?
Yeah, I mean, from a policy perspective, I assume you're looking more for a broader scale. Obviously, from a local level, there are ways to incent people to come back, and it's not just brick and mortar investment, but that seems to be an easier way to go about it. I'll be honest, I mean, I'm no policy expert by any stretch, and as a project finance guy, I generally try to stay out of the policy arena. But anything that can be done to try to incent people to come back, I think is a benefit, especially as it relates to the rural piece.
Well, maybe I can, Roberto, get your perspective too, because I think, Bob, to your point, I mean, you had this incredible list of infrastructure, and the policy is part of that, but it's really about the services, the connection. And Roberto, you talked a lot about the hub and spoke and connecting different parts of the community. How do you think about infrastructure, and how does that support young and beginning farmers?
Well, I think the most important elements of infrastructure have to do with our social relationships and the opportunities that we can create together with institutions, for example, who are really providing a model of investing in critical infrastructure as anchor institutions. Kaiser Permanente, for example, in the East Bay, has actively invested in the local food system by providing cold storage opportunities and access points for farmers to aggregate their products. So I think developing this awareness of mutually supported initiatives that promote the well-being of our stewards on the farm, but also understanding that they're stewards of the community so that we can ensure food security, have to go hand in hand when we make decisions about where our capital investments are moving towards.
Excellent, thank you. Roy, you mentioned, a comment made earlier today, right? The more creative, the better, but you've had a different experience. Can you share us a story of, maybe somebody who took a risk on you, and what did that mean for your business? Or maybe a time where you wish they had taken a risk to allow you to do what you wanted to do?
We get our financing through a local community bank, and when I came back, I told Dad things that have to change because we were break-even farmers. And that's what most of agriculture is in the United States, is you hope to break even and have a good year once out every 5. And when I started making these changes, the first year we did significant change, my dad, we have a deal. I do the labor, he does the books. He didn't realize how bad he was going to get screwed in that deal, but he's learning now. But we sat down and he had me list all the crops and where are they selling and who, what kind of money and where did I get the idea that it would make that many pounds in Colorado, and just background information for himself while he was building the cash flow. And when he turned it into the bank, he included that in the back page. He just thought, well, it's just more information, whatever. And when the loan committee looked at the proposal, and at the time we were at 8 crops, they looked at it and said, no, They voted it down because it was too risky. Because there's all these places that reminds them of an organic operation that they had financed that went belly up because it didn't have any marketing. And our loan officer was like, hold it, we have that information. So he went and he got that and he made a copy for the loan committee, and the loan committee went, oh, there's contracts for everything. Well, this is a no-brainer then. And they then supported us. And I'm happy to say that our banker is actually one of our biggest supporters. He comes out, he buys honey from us. He likes to know what's going on because of the different things that are happening. And he was willing to put it out there and support us when we're raising crops that we've been told literally do not grow in Colorado. Now, how that's evolved is our revenue has tripled, our expenses have doubled. We are not just a little profitable. And it makes a huge difference when a farmer can go into a year looking at it going, if I wanted to, we could live off of what this farm can do. We're not doing that. My wife has a really good job, so I don't need to. But it's having that banker support is huge for people that are wanting to risk and try different things.
So Kevin, over to you. I mean, you talked quite a bit about sort of the public-private partnerships that Poudre Valley relies on. Can you kind of give us maybe the highlights of what makes those partnerships successful from your vantage point?
Patience. You want more?
That was perfect lightning round right there.
These things fail because one party gets impatient, and it's usually the private partner gets impatient with the way municipalities have to work. And we've been politically astute in being patient and never talking badly about our partners at the city. And I think that is the number one ingredient for success is we're good community partners, and we take the long view. And I think a municipality and city staff need a good, consistent partner in the community to work with, and it always, in my experience, gets tanked by people who are impatient and don't recognize the realities of what a government has to deal with in forming those partnerships.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, last question. Bob, I'm going to start with you and we'll move down the line. What is one thing you hope folks in this room take away to support more of what you'd like to see in rural communities across the country?
Just that you need to have a place to come back to and build it, and they will come.
All right,
Sorry,
Kevin.
can you repeat the question?
What is one thing you hope the audience takes away to make sure that rural Colorado looks the way you want it to look in the future?
For me, ranching equals conservation.
Great.
I think that we have to remember that the farmer is not out there by themselves. And it's our family that bears most of the strain and the stress. And so it's really important that we take care of the supporting cast members. And a lot of times I think they're forgotten. They're just kind of expected to do that.
I would say that I really encourage everyone to have an ecosystems understanding, to find innovative ways of solving challenges, but also very precise in the intersections of these challenges. For me, I think we're in a great opportunity with new Farm Bill coming up, access to about 400 million acres, and a generation of young stewards that have surmountable student loan debt, but who are really our next generational farmers. How do we begin to address their burdens so that they can continue the longevity of agriculture? If we're able to do that, then we might also think about how to get food to people where they need it the most and address food security so that we can regenerate our local economies in general.
All right, everybody. Well, I hope that leaves you with some excellent food for thought. Please join me in thanking our incredible panel here today. Thank you so much, everybody.
All right, for those of you who thought you had a break because it was on the schedule, we are rolling right into our next fabulous panel. So from one set of really inspiring speakers to another set. So after this, you'll have a little bit of a break, I hope. But anyway, we have 3 panelists for this particular panel, and so we got to hear about infrastructure needs and some really, inspiring ideas of social capital that might be created. So next, we are going to talk about business models and, innovative business models, legal tools and strategies, and then some financial considerations for working with our young, beginning, and small farmers. So my name is Martha Sullins. I'm an extension specialist here at Colorado State University, and I help to head our beginning farmer rancher business development program here, and I'm also a certified farm transition coordinator. So I am going to introduce our panel, and I think what we're going to do, we have one person we're beaming in from Durango because he had ranch work to do and couldn't travel to join us here in person. So he's going to be joining us on the screen. His name is Abe Ott, and so I will introduce Abe first. I'm hoping he's going to show, there he is. Hey there, Abe. Hi. So I will introduce Abe and then our next 2 panelists, and they will each provide, they've got some slides and some content that they would like to share with you, and then we'll open it up for some questions. So first, we'll start with Abe. So I would just like to introduce you because I have your bio here. So Abraham Ott is originally from Durango, Colorado. So that's where he's joining us from right now. He grew up working with his family on the James Ranch, which is a regenerative ranch with a wide range of enterprises. He studied economics, business, and education in college and has a passion for finding creative ecological and economic solutions while educating the next wave of land stewards. He has worked a wide variety of jobs from ditch digger and fence builder to consultant and ranch manager on ranches in New Zealand, California, and Colorado, ranging in size from 400 acres to 67,000 acres. He is known for his ability to adapt, problem solve, build strong relationships, and affect teams. So I'd like to welcome Abe all the way from Durango. So if we can give him a round of applause. And Abe has slides to share. Okay.
Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me all right?
And that's our panel, just so you know who we are. Okay, take it away, Abe, and I can switch these for you.
Can everyone hear me all right?
I don't think we have audio for Abe.
Hopefully. How about now? How about now? Testing.
Stand by.
Testing. How about now? Can everyone hear me? Nope. Hello? Hello?
We didn't have a chance to check this at the break, so,
How about now? Can people hear me now?
yeah.
Testing. 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 Maybe I should go at the end while we figure this out. How about now?
Yeah, that's what we're thinking here.
Can anyone hear me?
Okay, hold on.
I can also go at the end. Testing. Hello? Hello, hello? Can anyone hear me? Hello, hello, hello? Testing 1, 2. Testing. I can hear him, it's just faint. Testing 1, 2. Testing. Can anyone hear me? How about now? Can anyone hear me now? Still just talking. Hello? Hello, hello? Hello? Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, you're good,
Testing.
Abe. You're good.
Oh,
You've tested,
yay.
you're perfect. Okay, carry
Yay.
on. Thanks, everybody, for your
Good.
patience. Okay.
Thank you,
Take it
everyone,
away.
for bearing with us on that. So as she said, I'm Abe from the James Ranch in Durango. So this is a photo of the ranch we took this winter. That's our main building there, and the cliffs overlooking the ranch. So pretty nice spot. Next slide, please. So what I'm going to cover today, just briefly, we don't have a whole lot of time together, but some of the core enterprises on the ranch. What is JRA Triple LP and how does it work? How decisions are made and by who? How we have financed some of our projects, and then just some general best management practices we have identified. Next slide, please. So some of our core enterprises are our grass-fed beef operation, the artisan cheese and raw milk dairy, our Way Good pork, that's the pork business that we feed all of the way to, that's the play on words there, Way Good. Our chickens and eggs, the James Ranch Grill, which serves all the food we produce, the James Ranch Market where people can buy directly from us, the gardens, which we do flowers and veggies out of, and then also some educational tours and agritourism. Next slide. So James Ranch Agriprizes Triple LP is a limited liability partnership, which means that all of the direct siblings, there's 5 siblings that grew up on the ranch. My grandparents moved here in 1961, and had 5 kids who all grew up here. They all left and did different things over the years, and then now are all back in Durango and partners on the ranch. So the important thing about this is that James Ranch Agriprizes, which owns the land and a lot of the major infrastructure, is insulated from family member enterprises. So say my brother who does the pork business is not doing well financially for some reason, that's not impacting James Ranch Agriprizes directly because all of those businesses are separate and won't impact the main ranch. And then all businesses which require some portion of the ranch and infrastructure lease from James Ranch Agriprizes. So the land that my brother uses for his pastured pork operation, he pays back to James Ranch Agriprizes a certain percentage of the total lease on the land, and then that money is then put into improving infrastructure, new projects, etc. Next slide. And this is a video about, maybe the video will play, I don't know. We'll see if it does. But the video is about our delegated meeting process.
If there's something that I really want or something that I see that really needs to be done, then I can bring that to the attention of the family by, either just sending out an email or by bringing it up as a topic at a family meeting.
I've always been really proud to be a part of the decision-making process as a youngster.
All the people being there and going over things and just the whole family being together working harmoniously.
We don't live here, but we always come to the meetings, and we may or may not understand fully what's going on, but I feel like the family does their best to keep us in the loop and explain things to us.
I was able to go to the family meeting, and that gave me the forum to say, you have a problem here, and I think I'm the solution. And it was a great thing to have everyone there to talk about it, and no one was feeling like they were left out of the decision.
I just remember being so empowered when, Granddad or Uncle Dan or, these people that I really look up to really valued my opinion on, topics.
Adults talk to us about legal issues or specific ranch management problems that, sometimes are really over our heads. I remember the conservation easement thing. I was just like,
no idea.
We have family meetings so we can decide what to do as a group.
So that was a fun video from quite a few years ago. You may have recognized someone in that one. That was me. I'm not sure how long ago, but that is talking about our delegated meeting process. So every quarterly we have all family meeting. So anyone that's on the ranch or people that are away doing other things, you know, there's not all the grandkids are here right now. Those were all grandkids that you saw speaking. And we can then make decisions for James Ranch Agri-Prizes. At the end of the day, the general partners have the final say, but usually it's a consensus type of decision. So some of those roles are moderator, decision driver, coach, timekeeper, scribe, and host. And those rotate between different family members. I've been all of those at some point or another, and those help the meetings run super efficiently and keep the communication really effective. And that's the delegated meeting process is a very well-known process. Some of you may have participated in other organizations. And the last thing on this, as far as how we make decisions, is holistic context and holistic management. So sort of a decision-making framework. This is our holistic context or holistic goal. And you guys can read that if I'm not going to read it at you, but that is just an example of how we all create buy-in. So if you don't have buy-in from all of your decision makers or all of the people involved, then you're not going to succeed in getting anywhere. You can go to the next slide. So some of the financial options we've used, family, which is pretty unique to our situation. This is one to be careful with, but I just thought I'd put it on there for transparency. So for example, my parents borrowed from my grandparents when they first came back to the ranch and bought we had a landscaping business at the time. And this can be tricky, and obviously family and business can be tricky, but it's always been successful for us. And so as long as those lines of communication are open and you have a good business plan, that can be successful. Obviously banks, this is not necessarily my expertise, but we refinanced our loan from grandma and granddad with a bank later down the line. And then other nonprofit lenders, just a couple examples. No Regrets Initiative is an initiative that we got connected with, which helped us finance the building that we recently built to host the improved market and grill. Before, the grill was just a food truck, and now it's a full-fledged restaurant. And so they were able to, these types of lenders are people that are looking to invest in land or in real tangible things, and that's the whole slow money movement from a few years ago. That was really popular, but that's still going on for sure. So finding, if you don't have access to a line of credit with a bank or something, there are other options out there. Next slide. And then just some of the best management practices that we really identify, avoiding unnecessary infrastructure, large equipment, and any other inputs like that is really important to us. A lot of the times, keeping it as simple as possible is better. If you don't have to own a tractor, do not own a tractor. It's just a total money hole. And so when we're looking, if a family member does want to come back to the ranch and they propose a business plan to the family, these are some of the things we look at, because if you're able to simplify, it's just much more effective. And an example of that is there's a rancher or a farmer out in, I think, Arkansas, who he just has 1,000 acres, but which is, a drop in the bucket when it comes, is a large farm, but a drop in the bucket when it comes to our agricultural. And he went from using a ton of tilling and applying full chemistry, which just means all of the herbicides, pesticides, all the sides, to fully organic and very little tilling and very large equipment, only the bare minimum as far as equipment usage for harvesting his crops. And he did the calculation on how much he saved in that time frame of going from fully non-organic to organic and having fewer inputs. It's not necessarily about you're spending money with all of those things. And he is saving $1.2 million per year on this farm, which is just insane, because and still has very similar, if not higher, yields because of it. So the other thing we've identified is looking at the market you're entering and what demand you're addressing, because there are a lot of other small farmers that are starting up in the valley, which is super exciting. But seeing how some of them are succeeding or failing is really interesting and very telling. So if you see that farmers have done the market research and know that, okay, there's these restaurants in town that I can supply, and this is the type of restaurant, and I'm going to go to them beforehand and say, can I grow you, 10,000 pounds of carrots? Then that's a great use of that. And you have that all lined up and ready to go. Or, maybe you don't want to be the 8th vegetable producer in the valley and you start a dairy of some sort. And that's what my uncle did when he first came back to the ranch. He looked at the different enterprises that were already there and he said, okay, well, what's my niche and what can I fill? And he's the only raw milk dairy within a long ways of here, and has been very successful and is always running out of product because he has found this niche that there's a high demand for. And then finally, I'm going to hammer it home again, but that holistic goal is so important because it allows you, especially in agriculture, you're dealing with ecosystems, and ecosystems are incredibly complex. And so making sure that you're looking as a bigger picture as possible, and that's what that holistic context lets you do, where you're looking at who are your decision makers. So if it's just you and you're the only one, but maybe it's other family members, who can pull the plug on this and who really has say. And for us, it's the majority of the family are decision makers. And so how do we take all of those opinions into
We lost your audio, Abe.
Oh. That's
I think that's back in AV.
Are we good?
So let's stop. Sorry about that, Abe. Sorry about that. Let's stop here. So I think, at least we got 98% of the way through. So we got to hear from the James Ranch, which is a really unique model for incorporating, now 2 generations back onto their ranch and really diverse enterprises. So next I'd like to invite up Kathy Riley, who's going to walk us through some of the obstacles and opportunities that she's seen practicing law here in Colorado, then working with intergenerational family transfers as well as succession planning that involves non-family members. And so Kathy is a sole practitioner in Loveland, Colorado. Her practice emphasis is to serve the agricultural and equine industries, including family farm and ranch issues and mediation throughout rural Colorado. She serves as a family farm transition facilitator through the Colorado Agricultural Mediation Program. She's a graduate of the University of Denver College of Law. And prior to private practice, she was the general counsel for the Colorado Department of Agriculture as an assistant attorney general. She also practiced law in Jackson County, Colorado as a sole practitioner and the deputy district attorney, and as a major in the Judge Advocate General's Corps in the Colorado Army National Guard and the Army Reserves. And then there's a lot more to her bio, but she's eyeing me going, stop. So there's more, but I'd like to welcome Kathy up. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I didn't have slides because I wasn't really sure what direction I might want to take and wanted to base that a little bit upon some of the presentations that you've heard prior to mine. The one thing that I really wanted to kind of talk about is these are some really innovative family transition kind of situations that you're hearing about, and they're working well. And they're working well because people want them to work well. They didn't have that one family member maybe who decided that, well, no, I see this farm or this ranch as being development potential. This is big bucks. I don't want to be involved in any kind of family farming or any kind of situation like that. So as a facilitator and as an attorney, we often see the sort of the failures of the system, and it's fun to work on those that actually do work forward. But I think the piece that lawyers need to understand, we've done a number of seminars on that within the Bar Association, is that just simple estate planning isn't going to cut it here, right? We can't have granddad say, I'm just going to write up a will and I'll give the farm to the 3 boys, they figure out what they're going to do with it. That's kind of the setup for failure. To do the transition planning, there are some documents, yes, the estate planning we might do, but a lot of it is more of that communication skill of really talking through with the family, what's your vision? Like we're talking about the holistic vision. What is your vision for this property? How can we get you there? So that's kind of the role that I thoroughly enjoy. Some of the frustrations that you run into with that is often you might have, well, I'll give you just an example. It was a situation where the tenant farmer had farmed this particular land for an elderly woman for at least 15 or 18 of his years, and his father had done the same. So she really had never been the farmer. Her husband had years ago. Her son wasn't interested in farming at all. He enjoyed the fact that she wanted to stay on the farm, but the tenant farmer was going to be the one taking it over in this plan. The problem what we ran into is how do you finance that? Because the tenant farmer was not going to qualify on his own to be able to buy the property. The attorney for the elderly woman didn't want the property bought during her lifetime so that there would be not a taxable event. The son did not want to become a lender. So try to make that mesh together is kind of some of the more creative and frustrating kinds of things that I do run into. The other thing I did talk about is as far as having just a will where people try to split a piece of land 3 ways or 4 ways. That one invariably is an invitation for disaster. It either winds up with the family members fighting over which part they get, or they try to subdivide what was a nice piece of land into 4 little parcels, sometimes usually doing that without county approval, even if they needed it. Then they argue over who has the access road, and it just sort of develops into this disaster. The other funding piece is if you do have that one child maybe out of the inheritance who really is not interested in the farm, how is that parent going to be? And it's not really a fairness issue. It's not going to be an equal issue. It's more of a fairness issue. How can they be fair to that off-farm child, right? And sometimes that's some creative financing that comes into play, whether it would be creating an investment account for that child or buying life insurance that the child is a beneficiary of, trying to make the situation work. So that's just some kind of thoughts. And do you have questions, Martha, particularly?
Well, I think one of the things would be, what do you see as some of the biggest areas of risk then? You know, as you look at some of these beginning farmers that you've helped to incorporate into into an inheritance plan or into a succession plan.
Okay. Yeah, and so biggest areas of risk that some of the young farmers coming on board run into, some of it is, and you've heard some of that even in what you've talked about this afternoon, we're not looking really at traditional farming models typically with the young farmers coming on board. Financially, they probably can't fund it in the first place. So there's a scaling back in a way of looking at a different type of production, maybe something that's more manageable on a smaller acreage. Sometimes they're taking on a facility where maybe the water had been primarily sold off to try to fund long-term care or, the prior owner's retirement or something like that. So there is a challenge in being able to express to a lender, and you've heard that as well, how is my operation going to work? No, it isn't traditional farming that you're all used to talking about, but it does have a viability, and we can make a feasible plan. And so I think some of that is probably one of the bigger challenges of how do you really develop your plan, how do you sell that plan? Okay, anything else?
And then we'll open it up
Okay.
for questions after.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. All right. And next, we want to hear from Becca Jablonski, who is going to talk to us about some financing strategies and research that she has done. And I have been lucky enough to be a part of here at CSU. She is an associate professor and food systems extension economist in the Department of Ag and Resource Economics here at CSU. Her research and extension program has two primary components. So that's evaluating farm and ranch profitability impacts of sales through non-commodity markets, and then also assembling the community economic impacts of food systems policies, investments, and programs, including strategies focused on strengthening rural-urban linkages. So as part of her position, she's the co-director of CSU's Food Systems Institute and CSU's Food Systems Extension team, and she holds a PhD from Cornell University. So welcome, Becca.
Well, thanks, everybody. I hope everybody in this room is well aware of the fact that you are really making a difference for the next generation of farmers and ranchers. And so we are so excited to have you here at Colorado State University. So over the past couple years, I've been fortunate enough to work with an awesome team from the USDA Economic Research Service with Sarah Campbell, who's somewhere around here. She left. She was like, I don't want to hear this. I already know it. Sarah Campbell, who is our head of beginning farmers for USDA, with a colleague at the University of Minnesota and some folks here at Colorado State University, including Martha and our colleague Don Thilmany right there. And what we've been doing is really trying to answer what was required as part of the 2018 Farm Bill, which is to understand some of the profitability implications, right? What do we know about what it means to be a successful beginning farmer or rancher? And so we have a whole line of research we've been doing in this space, including some recommendations for the upcoming Farm Bill and ongoing Farm Bill discussions. So I encourage you to take a look, and I'll provide you some slides at the end where you can go for more information. We also have a few fact sheets we've been putting together there. Of course, if you want to read our peer-reviewed journal articles, I highly recommend that as well. Those are for the brave at heart. So we have a lot of information, but I know we don't have a lot of time today, so I'm going to focus on just two pieces. And the first is thinking about different types of beginning farmers and ranchers, and I think this is really important and something we really haven't talked about today. And if you actually look at what we see in the literature around beginning farmers and ranchers, the sort of overwhelming thing we see is that they are diverse, right? That there's lots of differences across that, and I'm sure you see that in the kinds of conversations that you're having. But one of the things that we want to point out is this distinction between what we call this all beginning. So this is where all of the primary operators in the farm classify as beginning operations. And that's compared to where we have any operator beginning. So that would be like the example that Roy provided or the example that Abe provided, right? Where you're going to have kind of a multi-generational operation, and then where we have established operations. And really what we see, and I should mention for those of you who like to get a little nerdy, we use the USDA's ARMS data for this analysis, which is the Agricultural Resource Management Survey data. And it's really the best source of farm financial data that we have nationally. There are a number of caveats, including that it's congressionally mandated to focus in the core agricultural states. So if you want to talk about those, you can come talk to me, or Ben was having some fun talking about this last night. But when we use these data, what we see are that established operations and this any operator beginning look much more similar in a lot of ways than this all beginning, right? These all beginning operations likely have different types of needs, and I think Roberto talked about some of those different types of needs than a multi-generation operation. And we could have a lot more discussions about that, but I hope it's something that you all keep in mind. So here what we're actually looking at is the balance owed, right? So this is essentially the debt portfolio that we're seeing across these different types of operations. And I think what I wanted to highlight here for all of you is that if we look at the farm credit, those orange boxes there, what you see is that those all beginning operations owe or have a smaller percentage of their balance owed to you all relative to the other types of operations, right? And also if you look at those gray bars, what it's looking like is these all beginning operations are leveraging FSA debt more than they are farm credit. Now that we know that there's a lot of FSA programs out there, we could talk about getting into some more nuance there, but I think it's an interesting thing to highlight. So here we have the same classifications, but we've divided it by short-term and long-term debt, right? So short term are where you're, buying feed, things like that. Long term are where you're actually buying land and those sort of long-term fixed assets. And so, we see some interesting differences here. And I'm just curious, looking out, you all are very well aware of the kinds of lending you're doing. Is there anything here that's a surprise to anybody? Anything anyone notices here? As researchers, we look at the data, but it's sometimes interesting to hear the perspective of the folks who are actually doing the work. I think one thing that we have talked about as researchers is that, the all beginning loans on average are smaller, right? That's probably what you'd expect. Those operations tend to be smaller. They tend to have less collateral, so they probably have less ability to borrow as much money. But there's some things here that, may be worth thinking about and considering. The other thing I wanted to talk about today is local food markets. And we've heard a little bit about that from some of the farmer panelists. But we see that local food markets are growing, and especially during the pandemic. And also we're seeing that this is a differentiation strategy that's being leveraged by many of our beginning operations. So unfortunately, this is from the census. The tabulation has not yet been conducted for the 2017 census, so I apologize, I'm showing you old information. But what we see is about a quarter of our beginning operations are certified organic, right, a differentiation strategy, or about a quarter are selling through local and regional food markets. And I would expect in the 2017 census that we're actually going to see that number go up. And it'll be interesting to see what that looks like now in a sort of a post-pandemic environment where we saw increased interest in local food. So one thing to keep in mind about farms and ranches that sell through local food markets is that, and right here, where we're not looking at beginning operations, we're looking at all local food markets, and we're looking at local food producers by scale. So we start really small, right, at under $75,000 in gross cash farm income, and we move up to over $1 million in gross cash farm income. And here we're looking at their variable expenses. And the only thing I want you to pay attention to here are these green bars. And what you're seeing is that as these local food operations get larger, a significantly larger share of their total variable expenses are devoted to labor. So this is the exact opposite in conventional agriculture, right? Where we're substituting capital for labor, right? We're getting bigger, we're buying a tractor, we're buying a bigger tractor. Here, there's continued and increasing reliance on labor. And so, this has, I think, some unique challenges, especially in an environment right now where we see that it's difficult to get labor and don't see any opportunities for that to get easier coming up down the pipeline. But what the good news is, if we think about rural development, is that at least from what we've seen using the ARMS data, is that these are higher wage jobs on average relative to commodity-oriented operations. But there's some really important things to think about here, right? These operations likely do and will have less collateral, right, because of that reliance on labor. So we've done some work trying to look at the profitability impacts of sales through these markets. And overall, sort of the big take-home message is that we see that these intermediated markets, and I should just step back for 1 second. When we talk about local food markets, we tend to talk about two types of markets. We talk about direct-to-consumer, so those are sales to farmers markets, roadside stands, freezer beef, right? The things that we tend to think about when we talk about local food. But at least based on the data we've seen recently, only about a third of total local food sales move direct to consumer. And so 2/3 move either through retailers or farm to school or farm to institution. And in fact, we're seeing big incentives now coming out of USDA to support more of those sort of institutional market opportunities for farmers and ranchers. And I think the good news about that is that we see that those intermediated markets in general, on average, tend to be more profitable than direct-to-consumer markets alone. Now, this is not to say that there are some exceptions to that, but this is on average, right? And so one of the things we might think about, especially if you're coming in and you're looking at a business plan, is there a plan to maybe start at some of these direct markets, but then thinking about scaling up and at least trying to diversify that market portfolio for these local food operations. The other thing that I think is interesting we see, and this is when we look at the different types of local food markets and again divided by scale, is that once you get over $350,000 in gross cash farm income, we see that over half of all operations are profitable, right? So this is a really good sign. We see that all those operations on average are profitable. And actually, some of the rate of return on assets looks pretty good for some of these top performing operations. So to close here, I just wanted to give a few considerations for the farm credit system. One is that there are these key differences across types of beginning operations. So thinking about, right, our beginning operations that are retirees versus young folks versus the folks that are all new in these operations, closer to cities, in rural areas, they all have different needs. And so I think, as Gary was saying earlier today, really trying to go and listen to folks and meet them where they are, because they all really do have different needs, and we want to try to be supportive of the, I think, increasingly diversified models that we're going to see moving forward for beginning farmers and ranchers. And that these all beginning operations in particular, right, may need to figure out ways to differentiate themselves. And we're seeing, I think, just some really innovative models that are out there and increasing subsidy coming from the federal government to support some of these markets, both in terms of the infrastructure and in terms of a growing number of programs, right? Like we continue to see innovations happening with the whole farm revenue program, so insurance opportunities. Also keep in mind, right, that these operations are going to require more labor, especially as they get larger. And so if you see a business plan, right, that isn't sort of thinking about that, that's something you may want to have discussions about, that there are lower levels of collateral, and that even though we're seeing that there are innovations happening by RMA in the local food space, that they still don't have access to the number of insurance programs and risk management strategies from a traditional sort of USDA perspective as more conventional operations. The importance of investment in infrastructure, right? It's really hard for some of these operations to access more of the traditional market opportunities. So just as an example, we have a local foods distributor here in Fort Collins that's actually trying to work with small and mid-scale producers. And even she requires that before she'll take on a new client, that they have at least 10 wholesale clients that they're already working with, right? So thinking about some of that infrastructure to help get them started, right? And that farmers markets, even if they're not going to be profitable off the bat, may help to develop some of those business skills and relationships. And that reaching mid-scale does seem to be that important marker, right? That about $350,000 in gross cash farm income, we do see differences across that line. So with that, yes, go and check out our cool fact sheets, and you can visit our website, localfoodeconomics.com, for lots of the research that we're doing here. And we also have a website here at Colorado State on some of the food systems work we're doing. So thanks so much.
Awesome. All right, well, thank you. So I thought before I ask a couple of questions, it would be nice to open it up and see if there were questions from you all that you wanted to ask of our panelists, and hopefully we can connect with Abe here also. So are there any questions from the floor? Yeah. Sure.
Okay. For Kathy, I know planning sooner than later is best when you're talking about the succession, but how much discussion do you give to like end of life care for the mother and the father, and how do you broach that subject?
And that is a great question, because it's an all-enveloping conversation. A lot of times we're planning on what happens if the parents need to be in long-term care. Has there been any kind of plan for that? So you're not only looking at what happens with the farm, but you're looking at what happens with the people on the farm. And that's a big portion of that. Sometimes that's, I also teach at CSU, so I talk with students about, how do you open up that conversation? What does that look like? And maybe it just is amounting to sitting down at dinner and saying, gee, Dad, what's going to happen? You're starting to have some issues of being able to stay up with the farm. What are you thinking? And see if you can get it opened up for discussion. If not, the facilitator's role, at least through the Ag Mediation Program, is we can come do that for you. We can do kind of a little family facilitative session and start to broach some of those subjects that are a little harder to talk about. Did I answer your question? Okay. Do you still have other questions on that? Okay.
Okay, thanks, Kathy. Are there other questions? Yeah.
Becca, if you had a magic data wand, one that would be anonymous as well as able to go through any firewall imaginable, what data would you want from Farm Credit?
Oh gosh, that's really, really exciting. So, right, and something I've had some conversations with Chris about over the years. So one of the challenges for us working with the ARMS data, especially thinking about market differentiation strategies, is that, as I mentioned, the ARMS is congressionally mandated to focus in the core agricultural states. So we miss out on a lot of the richness of the data about where more differentiation is occurring, right? Because as you can think about, we see overall that there are many more local food markets in urban places. And we see opportunities then to support more rural-urban linkages. And like just as an example, who's ever been to the New York City green market system, a farmer's market in New York City? Couple people. So in the Union Square Farmers Market on a Saturday in October, you get 400,000 people who walk through that farmers market. 400,000 people. So when we've done studies of farmers in those markets, some of them decided to go into farming because they saw a market opportunity through that market, right? That's not what we see most of the time in conventional agriculture, and not in a place like Colorado where we have much smaller populations. So what I would love to see is more of this richness of the data, both in terms of the different types of borrowers, right? So different types of YBS borrowers, and then also where the revenue is coming from, right? So if we can sort of track, because what we would like to do a better job of that we don't really have the ability to do is to track some of those expenses with some of the markets, right? But I would love to have more conversations about this because I think there's a lot of opportunities.
Did that work, Gary? It did? Awesome. Okay. Other questions for our panelists? Okay, I don't see any. Well, Abe, I wanted to ask you then, so you have a really good structure in terms of onboarding businesses, you have some self-financing, but if you were to look beyond the James Ranch and kind of the technical assistance that you have internally, what would really help you as a multi-generational set of enterprises in terms of outside technical assistance as you're looking at onboarding new enterprises or expanding existing ones?
That's a great question. Can you all hear me?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see. I haven't really thought about that. I think yeah, I think for us right now, we're experiencing more demand than we can handle. But if we weren't experiencing that, I think resources and how to, because there's a lot of ranches that have been successful, ranches and farmers that have been successful going into the online marketplace where, and some have really knocked that out of the park. But I know that, and some ranchers and farmers who don't have the customer base that we have, and we're close enough to Durango, which is just 17,000, but we have enough of a clientele that we are constantly getting requests for shipping and things like that. And so if we had enough product, I think knowing how to step into that marketplace as far as search engine optimization and those types of tools would be really helpful, especially for ranchers who are in more rural settings who might not be able to get to the farmer's market, or it's 7 hours to drive to the nearest large farm market.
Great. All right. Well, thank you for that, responding that surprise question there. I appreciate that. All right. Well, the timer is telling me that we are now over. So I know we have one more speaker. So I'd like to just thank our panelists, both Abe from Durango as well as Becca and Kathy, for coming up and sharing information with us today. So thank you. Thanks.
All right, just a few more housekeeping comments before our last speaker. To remind anyone that took the shuttle, and we're going to take it back over to the hotel, it will be picking you up right where you left off. For anyone who is participating in tomorrow's agency and system meeting, just to remind, we will have a working breakfast starting at 7 at the Hilton. We will not be here. We'll be at the Hilton, the same room that we were in last night, and then we'll begin our program at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Our next speaker is going to be thrilled to hear that we had beef brisket for lunch. He leads the country's oldest and largest national trade organization, the National Cattlemen's Association. By the way, I am a member. He's got a long history of policies on the Hill. He's an Aggie, Texas A&M. Maybe you can explain how CSU used to be Aggies, but now they're Rams. Maybe that's a political conversation we shouldn't get into, right? Okay. Well, it's my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce Colin Woodall of the National Cattlemen's Association.
All right. Good afternoon. How's everybody? You know, we wait till the end of the day and we put sustainability on the agenda. That's awfully tough to swallow. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you again. My name's Colin Woodall. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. And we are the oldest and largest national trade association representing the entire spectrum of the American cattle and beef business. But our focus is on producers. And 95% of our membership are going to be backgrounders, seed stock operators, cow-calf producers, stockers, and feeders. The boots-on-the-ground producers who are working every day to take care of those cattle and make them ready for the market. Our membership is focused on that group. Our leadership comes from that group. But in order for us to be able to truly serve that group, we have to have insights into the entire beef supply chain. So that's why the remaining 5% are going to be made up of supporting organizations and suppliers and different groups within the entire beef supply arena. So everything from John Deere to McDonald's, from Longhorn Steakhouse to our support we get from the Farm Credit System. And we need to have all of this input because that's the only way that we're going to be effective advocates for America's cattle producers. And when we talk about being an effective advocate, we have to address the issue of sustainability. Now, typically when I talk to a room full of cattle producers and I bring up sustainability, I get one of three reactions. I get those producers to say, yes, finally, we're talking about this. We need to take a leadership role. Where have you been, NCBA? Then I get those, put their arms up, say, by God, here we are. We're talking about sustainability again, and all you want is the government to come in and put more rules and restrictions on me. I'm not going to listen to you. And then you get those whose eyes kind of glaze over, and they pull out their phone and they start looking at the markets or what bulls are going to buy next. All three are acceptable responses because of the way we've treated this issue over the years. As an industry and as a trade association, we've kind of put our toe in and we've jumped back down. We've talked around the edges. We've talked around the fringe of sustainability, but we never really took it on. In a lot of cases, I think our members expected it to be another fad. Now we're going to talk about sustainability for a while, and then we'll just go back to doing what we need to do. Sustainability is not going away. It is here to stay. Now, the last thing we want to do is get into a debate on climate change with a bunch of cattle producers, right? Because it's going to be a long, drawn-out, very heated exchange. We have stepped away from that and said, doesn't matter what you may think about climate change in general. What matters is the number of people who are asking questions about what we do on cattle farms and ranches across the United States, including Congress, including the president, including international groups, and the consumer, who is asking more and more, where does my beef come from, and how did it get to the plate? So we came to an agreement as an association that this is not going away, that the sustainability discussion is here to stay, and instead of seeing it as a threat, instead of seeing it as somebody trying to add more red tape to what we do, we decided, let's approach this as an opportunity. Let's approach this as an opportunity to tell our story. Because if we don't tell our story, nobody else is going to. And that helped us change the mindset of the members of the National Cattlemen's Beef Association and realize that, yes, indeed, this was a good opportunity for us. And for years, we have talked about, hey, tell your story. We have a good story. Tell your story. That's great if people want to listen. A lot of times, people didn't want to listen. But now we are seeing more and more consumers who are interested in hearing about what we're doing. So that's why NCBA has made this a priority. In fact, one of our strategic priorities, and why we have spent so much time talking about our need to be a leader in the discussion of sustainability on cattle farms and ranches here in the United States. Now, what is sustainability? That's the first question we had to ask, because you talk to any individual in this room, I guarantee every single one of you is probably going to have a different definition of what sustainability means to you. And that was always one of the challenges that we dealt with, is there really never was a clear mindset on the definition. So we said, all right, we needed to define it ourselves. So we've broken it into 3 pillars when it comes to sustainability of the beef industry. The first is the one that you would expect, environmental sustainability. The impact that we have on the environment, what we are doing as an industry to take good care of our natural resources. But interestingly enough, when we go out and we survey the consumer and we ask the consumer, what does beef sustainability mean to you? 45% say caring for the animal, not the environment. We'll add that to the discussion here in just a moment. Environmental sustainability, our overall impact, that's an easy one. But for us as an industry, if we are not profitable as operators, as producers, and we can't stay on that land, then it doesn't matter what we can or can't do for the environment if we can't keep that land in green space. And as you look around here in the Front Range of Colorado, every former farm and ranch that comes up for sale is not being purchased by another farmer and rancher. It's being purchased by a developer. And we all know that that first crop of houses that land grows is the last crop that that land will ever grow. So we have to make sure that our producers have that chance to be profitable, because that's the only way we're going to keep them on the land and ultimately be able to showcase the great work that we do to protect our natural resources. We also have to keep in mind that it's not just the profitability of that operation, it's also about keeping farmers and ranchers in their local communities. Because when you look at the PTAs at the schools, when you look at the church boards, when you look at the scout leaders, when you look at the involvement in all of these local communities that all of you serve and are a part of, it's farmers and ranchers that step up and help lead these rural communities. And so in order for us to keep our rural communities vibrant, we have to have farmers and ranchers there. We have to have them profitable and have to keep them in the mix. Then there is also the pillar of social sustainability. What do we as an industry owe everybody that we work with? Our workers, whether that's a farm worker, whether that's a worker in the packing plant, we as producers have to be aware that their health, their welfare, their well-being is key to our success. And we saw that throughout the entire COVID pandemic, especially those of us in the beef industry. When packing plants, one just a few miles down the road here, where workers were showing up every day, they were getting sick every day, and because they were getting sick, we, as the producers, got hit with the low prices. We have to make sure we're taking care of them. We have to talk about our commitment to animal welfare. Back to my earlier point, when you ask the consumer, what is beef sustainability to them? Animal welfare, taking care of that animal. And as you could see, many other things, including the value that we bring to tourism and, again, local economies. So that's how we, as the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, look at sustainability and how we want to define sustainability. Now let's get into some of the facts. Many of you have probably heard about the United Nations Livestock's Long Shadow Report. Remember the Livestock's Long Shadow Report, where the UN came in and said that the world's livestock emit more greenhouse gases than all the world's transportation does. And everybody lost their mind. Oh my goodness, how can that be? How can anybody have a conscience and still eat beef or meat in general? Now, what we discovered is they didn't quite do the math right. Dr. Frank Bentloner at the Clear Center at the University of California in Davis stepped up and he took on the United Nations and said, you guys just didn't do this right. And so it shot a lot of holes in that and bought us some additional time to get out there and tell our story. But unfortunately, once something's out there, especially if it's put out by the United Nations, people are going to continue to reference it. And that's what we have seen. Even today, we have activist groups that come out and use that little tidbit that we produce more greenhouse gases than the world's transportation sector as a way to advance their attacks on us as a beef industry. So we have spent a lot of time focused on getting the facts out there. And one of those is that as an industry, we are committed to continual improvement. The cattle industry of today is not the cattle industry of 1898 when NCBA was founded. We're not the cattle industry of 5 years ago. And the cattle industry today is not going to be the same that it is in 5, 10, 15, or 20 years. It's that commitment to continual improvement that allows us to get better and to provide opportunities for our producers. And we've been able to showcase that. I'm going to throw a lot of facts at you. And the reason why is because I want to arm you with some of this stuff so you can take it back out with you and use it to help push back on some of the questions and the unfounded attacks that we have against us as a cattle industry. We have the lowest greenhouse gas emissions since 1996 in the world. Our carbon footprint, you see that 10 to 50 times lower than other regions of the world because of our production practices, because of our investment in things like better genetics. Looking at how each animal performs and taking that genetic selection into account as we improve our herds and produce more beef with fewer animals. And it shows that when it takes, on average, 2.66 more cattle to produce what we can do here in the United States. And from 1961 to 2018, we have already reduced our emissions per pound of beef by more than 40% while producing 60% more beef per animal. It didn't take EPA to tell us to do this. It didn't take Congress to tell us to do this. It didn't take the United Nations Food and Ag Organization to tell us to do this. We did this on our own. We did this because we knew it was going to continue to make our industry better. So when it comes to that overall commitment to the environment, to our natural resources, when it comes to sustainability, we've already been there. It's just a matter of being able to tell the story and get the facts out there so people understand exactly what's going on. And if the world was efficient as us, the rest of the world was efficient as us, we could double beef production. Isn't that an amazing statistic? We often get tagged with being a part of destroying the rainforests. We have to be very clear that what we've done here in the United States is great, but there are livestock systems around the world that need improvement. And you know what? We want to help them. Our genetics, our production practices. It's not something that we're just keeping in our pocket and saying, nope, 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 that's just for American producers. We want to share this. We want to share the technology because as long as there's an attack on what's going on in Brazil, it's going to be an attack on us. We can't compartmentalize or regionalize these attacks. We have to know that any attack on the beef industry when it comes to climate change, when it comes to sustainability, is ultimately an attack on us as American producers. And we produce 18% of the world's beef with just 6% of the world's cattle. Great statistics, great facts. Ones that when you get out there into the discussion, cause people to pause a little bit and go, I didn't know that. I'm sure at least one of these is something that you didn't know coming in to this discussion today. And I hope that you can take that back out with you and help tell that story because these facts are critical. The U.S. cattle producer is committed to being a better producer, regardless of what the government tells us to do. Now, it's not just production facts. It's also what we see from reporting of greenhouse gases. EPA, beef cattle are only responsible for 2% of greenhouse gas emissions. Now, people always say, well, wait a minute, there's more to it than that. We don't just look at you. You have a lot of other things that come into making those cattle. Yes, we do. That's why we add in there when you take in feed, fuel, electricity, everything that goes into producing that animal, it still only pops up to 3.7% of greenhouse gas emissions in the United States. And all of ag is only hovering around 10%. But when you look at electricity, when you look at transportation, there's just no comparison. That's why that livestock's long shadow has been one that we've had to just get out and fight against because it's just flat wrong. Now, it also doesn't help that we have a lot of experts in Congress that talk about cow farts, right? Green New Deals. I wish they just knew what end of the cow did what, because we all know that we're not talking about what's coming out the back end. We're talking about what's coming out the front end, thanks to rumination. And that's why we have an office in Washington, D.C., is to take on Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and other groups and make sure that they know that, one, you just have to understand what the animal really does, and then try to supplement it with the facts that we have about greenhouse gas emissions. Now, let's be clear. Methane is a very potent greenhouse gas. And as a part of rumination, our cattle expel a lot of methane. We had to come to grips with that, to say, yes, we do emit greenhouse gases. Our only ask was to make sure that we were much more accurate in the way that we talked about them, we measured them, and ultimately understood how they compared to other industries. And that leads us to the discussion of how methane has been treated in the past. As I said, it is a potent gas, and one that comes out of the front end of our animals, gets up in the atmosphere. But the thing is, the way that methane has been measured for years now was the same way they were measuring fossil carbon. And that is, it went up in the atmosphere and it stayed. It stayed. And when you look at it that way, through what was called the GWP 100, GWP stands for Global Warming Potential, then yeah, it made us look really, really bad. But then some researchers in Oxford in the United Kingdom came up with a new methodology that much more accurately reflects how methane behaves in the atmosphere. Because methane does not go up and stay. Methane goes up, it spends anywhere from 10 to 12 years, and then through process in the atmosphere, comes back down in the form that can be utilized by plants through photosynthesis to once again grow the grass that our cattle need in order to produce that great tasting beef. Now that's a game changer for us. It's a game changer because we now know the impact of methane from cattle is not as severe as once thought. Is it an issue? Absolutely. And we've admitted that, yes, we emit methane gas. Is it as bad as what we had anticipated? No, it's not. Now, here's a great way to think about it. Think about a bathtub, okay? If you have a bathtub, you're pouring water in the bathtub, and the drain is open. If it's draining at the same level that it's filling, level in the bathtub is going to stay the same spot, right? Now, if you slow the fill of the tub and drains at the same rate, your level is going to go down. The opposite happens, and you increase the fill rate of the tub, it'll start to fill up. That is where we have GWP star, Global Warming Potential star. This is the methodology that came out of Oxford that said when you look at that way that methane behaves in only spending 9 to 12 years in the atmosphere, it's like that bathtub. And depending on the number of cattle, you will see that rate go up and down. And we know that we do not have the same herd size that we did 50 years ago. And given what we're seeing with drought throughout the country right now, the herd size continues to dwindle. So that methane in the atmosphere due to us also fluctuates. So when you use that as the measurement, then that gives us much more opportunity to talk about how we can ultimately become climate neutral rather than just, and be a part of the solution rather than just being a part of the problem. These last ones are ones that I really like to talk about. Because you hear about, well, if everybody just went vegan, it'd be no problem, right? We'd solve all the issues. Look at that. If all livestock in the United States, were eliminated and every American followed a vegan diet, we would only reduce greenhouse gases by 2.6%. Is that really going to change the dynamic of this discussion? We have to ask ourselves that. And when you look at where we stand versus transportation, it's clear that we are not the same level of problem that they are. And just avoiding one transatlantic flight would save twice the amount of carbon as eating a plant-based diet for an entire year. As cattle producers, that makes us feel pretty good because we can hold our heads up high and said, yeah, we're doing the right thing. Matter of fact, if you just if you pulled in a bunch of students off the campus here and put them in a side room and said, all right, students, if we were able to design a food manufacturing system that was solar powered, it was mobile without the use of fossil fuels, it self-replicated, and it took foodstuffs that were of no value to a human and turned it into high quality protein, what would you think about that? Would you invest? Yeah. That sounds awesome. It's exactly what President Biden promised us. We have it. It's called the cow. God gave us the ruminant a long time ago, and that's exactly what it does. It is solar powered. It self-replicates. It can move around without fossil fuels. And it can take grass and forages that are of zero use to us and turn it into a juicy ribeye. Think about that lunch you had today. That used to be grass. And in that form, it was useless to you. But that ruminant stomach did its magic, and here we are. Telling that story has been a game changer for us, because there's no question that climate is and will continue to be a priority for the president. We've had multiple conversations with he and his staff in the White House, with USDA, with EPA, about their goals. And by changing the way that we engage, and by showing that we're willing to come to the table and talk, and that we're not just giving them the Heisman and the stiff arm saying, oh, we're not going to talk about climate with you, we're not going to talk about sustainability with you. We've said we absolutely want to talk about sustainability with you. We've been able to change their opinion of us and remain at that table. And as of right now, we don't have any new rules or regulations that have been put upon us in regards to greenhouse gases, because we've been able to put the facts out there and make it very clear that we're serious about what we do, we're serious about what we want to do to help, and we're going to continue to find ways to get better as an industry. So that led us to setting some goals. We put together a working group of NCBA members from across the United States. We made them meet at least once, sometimes 3 times a week for almost 6 months. We brought in experts. We brought in scientists. We looked at the data. We looked at the facts, and we said, what are we going to do as an industry? We said, we're going to set goals. Because if we're going to be taken serious in this discussion, we've got to set some goals. So just about 8 months ago, we passed this as part of NCBA's policy. We put in place the beef industry sustainability goals. Let's go through each one of these. Demonstrate climate neutrality of the U.S. cattle industry and our cattle production by 2040. We cannot do that right now. We can't do it. But you look at GWP STAR and what it means in trying to reset the way that we account for methane, and you look at all the research that's going on right now. Research into corn varieties that help reduce methane. New management practices. We know that by 2040, we believe that we can hit this target because of all of the effort that's being put into it. Research, the adoption of GWP STAR, and looking at additional government programs, especially as we start the discussion on a new farm bill, knowing quite clearly that sustainability and climate will be a critical component of that particular farm bill. This is doable. And it's doable not with cowboy math, okay? Not with Aggie math either. This is doable by talking to the researchers themselves. We've had rooms full of PhDs and climate scientists who have looked at this, and they told us, because we didn't want to go out there and we didn't want to put out some sort of fluffy goal, just to put out a goal in hopes of getting people to say, oh, they are serious about it. We wanted to put something out that truly was achievable. And with GWP STAR and with the research that is going on today and more research to come, the researchers, the PhDs, the scientists told us, yes, we're going to have to work hard, to work really hard, but this is achievable. We also have to look at the other components of sustainability. Enhance the trust in cattle producers as being those good stewards of not only the environment, but their animals, and demonstrate what we do in animal care. Animal care is a key component of NCBA's existence because of the Beef Quality Assurance Program, BQA. BQA has been a very popular program over the years, and the purpose of BQA is to make our producers better in producing cattle and taking care of the health and the welfare of our animals. But not every NCBA member and not every cattle producer in the country is BQA certified yet. We have to promote more education. We have to get these BQA certifiers or certifications in place in order to make sure that we are living up to this commitment and doing everything we can to ensure those animals are not only healthy, but very well cared for. And those of you who are cattle producers, those of you who serve cattle producers, you know quite clearly that that is something that we are committed to. There's always one or two bad apples that we've got to make sure that get in front of BQA, and we're going to continue to push for that. We also have a program called the Environmental Stewardship Awards Program, ESAP. This is something where we have nominees from across the country, NCBA members, and we look at what they're doing on their operations. NCBA is divided up into 7 regions across the United States, and there's a winner for each one of those regions, and then ultimately there is a national winner that is chosen. And every year that program identifies producers who are doing some great new and novel things on their place that help not only animal welfare, but the environment. Including a winner not too long ago that was up the Hudson River from New York City. His entire operation was in the watershed of the city's water supply. And if any of you have been to New York City, you know New York City has the best drinking water around. There's something about it. I've always been amazed at how good New York's drinking water is, and they're pretty proud of it. And they protect that with many different security protocols, safety protocols, environmental protocols. And the fact that we can have cattle producers out there in their watershed shows the value of cattle production in bettering the resources, not sullying the resources. So allowing us to take those producers and showcase them in Gotham magazine and put them on the news in New York City really helps us share the great message of cattle production. Improve the safety, the quality of our workforce, and the well-being. I mentioned it earlier. If we don't have workers that we're taking care of, then we as producers are going to be the ones that suffer. So BQA also goes into how you take care of your people, and in take care of your animals, you're also going to take care of your people. You know, last thing you want is somebody to get kicked in the chute, right? Or in a pen. BQA helps with that. But we're also looking at how we can partner with other groups to look at mental health, hunger, housing, everything that we need to take care of workers in the entire beef supply chain. In fact, working right now with the University of Nebraska, their School of Medicine, to see what we can do to look at the needs of feedlot workers and what we as an industry can possibly do more in to make sure that we're taking good care of them. We have to show efforts in taking care of the producers and their ability to be profitable. And that does get harder and harder, but it is telling this story. making sure that the consumer feels like they have the permission to eat our product. While COVID was just a heck of a mess across the world, for us, there was a bit of a silver lining, and that was the consumer quite clearly showed us they love our product. We were getting photographs sent to us from across the United States, photographs from meat cases where the beef was cleaned out. Wasn't a package of beef to be found. Many of you experienced that yourselves. But what was always neat is to see the ones that right next to it was a fully stocked case of Beyond product, right? Because before we got to the pandemic, we thought Beyond was going to be the one that was going to take us out. But given a time of uncertainty when Americans just wanted a little comfort, wanted a little safety, they ran to us. That makes us feel really good, and it helps build that permission to eat more product and to take these facts and know that they don't have to apologize for being a beef eater. We also want to look at packing capacity. We need more packers. We don't necessarily need more big packers. We need more regional, local packers. That's why we've worked very closely with USDA and been very supportive of the Secretary's efforts to get more money out there to increase our packing capacity. We have packing capacity. When one plant shuts down, we have some alternatives. It helps cattle producers. We also want to continue our education on grazing management tools and knowing how to utilize things such as mob or rotational grazing, and then also look at what more can be done in terms of the ecosystem or carbon markets. We're doing a really good job of taking care of, in a lot of cases, native grassland that has never seen a plow. And you look at places like Ohio, for example, West Virginia, where reclaimed mine sites are now very profitable cattle operations. We need to be able to make sure that producers are getting the most out of that. So those are the goals, the beef industry sustainability goals. To make sure that we're telling the story, we're taking care of the producers, giving the consumers what they want, and doing it without the government telling us to do it. So I appreciate the opportunity to be with you here today. We've got a couple of minutes left, so I'd be more than happy to take any questions anybody might have. Yes, sir. How does the dairy cattle factor into all your numbers? The dairy cattle are actually in a better spot because of the way that they can manage manure. So we do know that when you look at beef cattle and dairy cattle, just given our production systems, they have a much better opportunity and are already ahead of us in managing manure, managing greenhouse gases, in a lot of cases being able to capture that gas because they're under roof and using that to fuel their operations. So we're trying to follow their lead to some extent and see what more we can do in beef production to capture some of that. Because right now, when you look at a feedlot, it's all up in the air. And we're looking, and that's going to be one of the areas of research and innovation and development we think has some promise for us. But the dairy guys are doing better than we are right now. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say thank you to everyone here today. We've learned so much. The Native American Agriculture Fund is entering into this credit space, and we've had a lot of mentors along the way. I'm seeing some of them in the audience. But one of the things that Native Americans do and do very well, and we're the first cattle producers in the country, is engage in farming and ranching in this cattle space. 75% of Native American farmers and ranchers are in cattle. They exist in $2.1 billion annually in the 2017 census, but also a majority of the consolidated land that all producers are going to end up looking towards is that exists in Indian country. 6% of the land that is in cow-calf operation exists on tribal lands. We also possess water rights. So one of the things that I wanted to ask, So the Intertribal Agriculture Council has their own label, and that is the Regen Nation label. And one of the things that drives us is industry. It's the consumer. So forget Congress. What does your consumer want? That's who we adhere to. And we know that the new younger producers, the new younger consumers, they're cognizant of sustainability. I was just actually noticing, I live a subsistence lifestyle. I hunt for my own fish, my own game, and that's what my family lives on throughout the year. But the other day, we wanted some steak. So I go to the grocery store, and I saw a sustainability label, and I thought, that's so interesting. But one of the things that we hear from our producers is they're tired of the labels. They're tired of having to buy into all these different labels. They want one shining star label, and it's always going to change because it's non-GMO, it's organic one year, but now it's sustainability. If we can collectively work together in this agricultural space to unburden the producer from having to purchase all of this, and NCBA being one of the leaders in this space, that would be wonderful for our producers. But I also wanted to say, this is not a political issue. Agriculture, meat, food, we all need that to survive. So we shouldn't make it a political issue. And if we have somebody on opposing party lines, let's educate them and not call them out in public spaces. Because I know in my experience working in USDA and traveling all across Indian country, which is all across the United States, some of my biggest allies and partners were people who we wouldn't necessarily be in the same voting box, but we understand the importance of our producers and our environment. Thanks.
I like your point about the label, because we're with you on that. We don't want this to be a niche market. We want this to be the entire beef market. And it's back to all the facts and figures we put up there. We can do that. We can already do that today in talking about the success we've had. And as we have more developments, that's one that we'll all be able to hang our hat on. Any other questions? Well, I'll leave you with one final term that you can take out and share. If you haven't heard this before, it's called upcycling. Not recycling, upcycling. And upcycling is what the cattle industry does. We take foodstuffs that are of zero value to us as humans and monogastrics, and we turn it into a high-quality protein, and at the same time, those cattle, which are solar-powered, mobile, without using fossil fuels, can self-replicate. When they're out there, they're improving that rangeland too. That cloven-hooved animal helps keep the range healthy, and much more so than any sort of strip mall or development. So thanks for having me. Appreciate the opportunity. If you have any questions, come holler at me. Thank you.
I have an important shuttle announcement. The shuttle is going to pick you up in a different location. It's not hard. So if you look out these windows when you get up, you'll see. You're going to go out these doors. You're going to take the stairs immediately down. You'll come out down here. And you follow the yellow lined sidewalk all the way up, across a bridge, and to the right is a bus stop. And will my FCA ambassadors kind of raise your hand? Our team of CSU grads who've been here, they're going to kind of lead groups up to the bus stop, okay? Dean Pritchett is going to close us out.
Barbara, thank you. I did notice on your card you had one statement left that you hadn't said, and that is, if you get to the A, you've gone too far. Just in mind. Hey, we're bringing the day to a close, and I was just kind of reflecting a little bit, thinking about things we learned. You know, upcycling is something that was an aha moment for me. I thought a little bit about that, and then I tried to relate it to bicycling, and I don't know if I'm there, but I understand what you mean when you say that, and that's something that was an aha moment for me that'll help me describe and tell the story of agriculture. So Mr. Woodall, I think that's a real important aha moment that I had. What I'd like to do is I just want to get 2 or 3 aha moments that you heard today. Maybe it was something that made you think about things just a little differently than you did before. Or maybe it's something you want to take back with you, or maybe it's something we'll talk about when we get to the New Belgium Brewery in just a little bit, that aha moment. Let me hear it from the crowd. What's an aha moment that you have? We got microphones that are going around, and I want you to know there are former students of mine in this audience right now. They will be called on to provide an aha moment, so you may need to bail them out just a little bit. What's an aha moment that we take away from our YBS conference today? I saw you writing things down.
One of the aha moments that I had was, I forget which panelist discussed all of the philanthropies that are interested in supporting these efforts, whether they're community-driven or industry-driven or ESG-driven, but the partnership opportunities with those different philanthropies, partnering up with lending institutions, that was a aha moment for me.
Hey, that's terrific. Thank you for that. It reminds me, too, to think about farmers and ranchers as asset managers was an aha moment. It came from that same session that we had when we did that. What's another aha moment maybe from this side of the room this time? I know you had the better view. We were talking about crickets earlier. That's the sound right now, right? The sound of crickets as people are trying to remember their aha moment. What's another aha moment from over here?
When the panel was talking about how they serve the different markets within their regions, I thought it was interesting that there were so many trends of what we all do to serve that next generation of agriculture, but yet we do it in such a specialized way depending on the market that we're serving. And I thought that was something that came out during that panel.
Hey, that's terrific. I think that's right. Anticipating a little bit of trends is really important as well as you think about what that's going to be for you. I think that's a great aha moment. One last one. What's an aha moment that we can close out on? Hey, I love that we had somebody in the back do that.
Hi, Katrina Clark, Farm Credit Administration. And I think a really cool aha for me is we use terms and we assume that people understand what we're talking about. And so I like the expanded definition of sustainability. It's really important when we're talking about a term to be sure that we have agreement on exactly what it is we're talking about when we say something. So not just assuming, because we know what happens when we assume, rather really getting clarity about exactly what it is we're talking about.
Hey, that's a terrific aha moment, and that implies engagement too, which helps us to move things forward, which is what this conference is a lot about, finding the ways that we'll be able to do that. Well, another aha moment for me as we close this out is gosh, really the great contributions that you've made and the dedication that you have that brought you here today. And I think that when you're alone, you're working on a problem, you get down in the trees, you don't always get to see the big picture of what things are about. But when we get together collectively and we work on things and we build together, that's an aha moment, because that means we're in something together for the good, for the common good. So thank you. Thank you for your contributions. We've got a little bit of work to do tonight, don't we? At New Belgium Brewery, 500 Linden Street. After you get on the shuttle, you go back. We're going to promptly go over there so that we have 2 drink tokens for you when you get over there. And that's a great way to start out your evening in beautiful Old Town, Fort Collins, Colorado. Thank you for all you do. Look forward to the conversations after this. So we've got some ambassadors going to lead the way right outside those doors if you want to make haste over in that direction. You may want to pick up a few rocks and stick it in your pockets. The wind's still blowing out there.